That's too loud in my ear. Can you... Hello and a very warm welcome to Paramveer Sports Complex. It's Atlanta Open 2025 on a cold and a blustery morning here at Paramveer's. We're all set for the last day of the group stages. A lot riding on today's action, and it is going to be a fun day. Like I said, it's cold and blustery. Important news from the toss earlier on. Aman Patel was with both the captains. Let's join him and see what happened at the toss.
It's time for the pitch report, and we're on a different strip than we were yesterday. We've come one over towards the east. So let's just go down and have a look at this wicket. You can see there's plenty of cracks on it, and it's nice and hard early on. There's some grass, but it really is coming up already. So early on, there's going to be some runs, and I think you're going to want to bat first on this surface, and then later in the day, expect there to be a little bit more turn as it just continues to dry under this Atlanta sun. Toss time here at field number 1. Had the two captains alongside me, Emilio Alfonso of the Atlanta Lightning, Akashit Gomel of the Clarion Eagles, and our third umpire for the day. Emilio, you've got the coin in hand. Flip it when you're ready. Call is ahead. And it's come down ahead. So, Akashit, you have won the toss. What have you elected to do and why?
We would like to bowl first. The pitch looks really good, and looking at the conditions, I think it's a fair call to bowl first.
Yeah, for your side, it's basically a must-win game in looking into those playoffs. What is your message to your group?
Nothing, just be yourself and just express yourself and enjoy the game. You don't really need to think about the result. Let's focus on the process and have fun.
Any changes in your 11 today?
We're going with the same 11.
There you go. Good luck today, Akashit. Amil, tough luck with the toss. Had you have won it, what did you want to do and why?
I'm going to do the same thing as bowling because wicket has a little bit moisture, so need to take the advantage of that.
Your team basically threw, but how do you keep momentum going into the weekend?
Yeah, so we had to win this game. I think it's good for the momentum for us. I think, just need the combination that's we're going through to get that momentum going towards the tournament.
Any changes in your 11 today?
No, we got the same 11.
There you go. Good luck today, Emil. That is the word from the middle. It's the Clarion Eagles. They've won the toss and they've elected to have a bowl.
Patel had been very busy this morning. You heard it from him, the conditions, and also about the toss. All-important toss won by the Clarion Eagles, and they put Lightning into bat, which was quite expected because this tournament is very tight. Every game has something riding on it. This is a Group B clash, so if you have a close look at Group B first, 3 teams with 2 wins out of 3 games locked at 4 points. Clarion Eagles have got 2 points, but they have a game in hand, and they have a challenge against Atlanta Lightning right now. If they are able to go through this game, then we'll have 4 teams with 4 points locked in, and they will have to depend on result other way around as well. As Kuleshir, the last team that is on the table, is already eliminated, and that is quite significant for them because they will not progress. Alongside me, I've got Lena Achabar alongside me, and on a cold, blustery morning, you're wrapped up pretty nice. So very good morning to you, Lenny.
Thank you, Shaw Faisal. There we go. The Atlanta Lightning has been sent in. And you look at the top order, Mukamala, Mark Dial, and of course Smith Patel. Mark Parchment is going to be top of the order. So that's a look at the Atlanta Lightning side. And the question is, Shaw Faisal, how important are the tosses at these tournaments?
Well, we've seen here on field 1, toss really has played a key role. And win the toss is a big advantage. Although you see quite formidable side there, the Atlanta Lightning, 2 wins for them already in the tournament. And they boast quite a strong lineup, quite a few household names from the circuit. And they would know exactly what is required despite losing the toss. And they can guarantee themselves qualification if they win this one. Clarion Eagles, as though they have a star-studded lineup of their own. Akarshit Gomel, the skipper, Mohammad Mohsin, Sanjay Krishnamurthy, Sef Badar, Matthew Cross. They keep coming. Bowling lineup is formidable as well. Harmeet Singh, Stephen Wigg, Usman Tariq, Najaf Shah. They've all been in good wicket-taking form. So this is going to be a mouth-watering contest, Lana Chabar.
Yes, Shah Faisal, Najaf Shah, Usman Tariq. We saw yesterday Usman Tariq picked up 4. And of course, we've seen the likes of Mohammad Mohsin. He's really been a proven competitor. Harmeet Singh, we saw him yesterday, and we talked about the value of left-arm spin in this tournament. Well, you've got a couple to deal with here.
Absolutely, talking about the couple, the umpires, the pair of umpires walking out today. Well, Denzel James and umpire Ravi. Denzel James will be officiating from the com box end, and Ravi, fixing the stumps, will head over to the far end as Clarion Eagles are taking to the field. A must-win game for them, and Atlanta Lightning cannot take a step off the paddle as well, because it is all important for them to get on to those 6 points and watch the remaining action as it unfolds throughout the day in 2 fields today. Here at field 1, we've got this contest, field 5, and you can obviously follow all the action on MLC Network YouTube channel, every game live streamed. Our friends Ned Hayes and Brian Walters are over at field 5. Make sure you do tune in and follow your favorite players and teams. But I cannot wait for this game to start, Lenny, because this is a big game.
Certainly right, Shah Faisal. So the 2 openers are out in the middle. And we've seen the likes of Smith Patel as he has come to the middle. He'll be the man to face. It looks like Harmeet Singh has been given the ball. And so we're just about on the dot of 10 o'clock here in Rydal, Georgia. And this is day 3 of the Atlanta Open.
Yeah, you would think it's a cloudy and cold morning and it'll be ideal for seam bowling. But these teams have now played here and they've assessed and watched conditions every day. So they've come up with this plan to start off with left arm spin. That is interesting call, but one that was highly talked about in amongst the groups. As you talk to different players before the start of the game, the information that comes through is that don't be fooled by the cloudy conditions. Get spin into play as early as possible. And Harmeet had an outstanding day yesterday with the ball. Bowled a match-winning spell against the fancied Kingsmen. Just 11 runs of his 4 overs and 2 wickets in a tight contest. He provided the start for his side. Here we go again. Plays the call. Smith Patel just quietly dabs it. Like I said, Lenny, the players are experienced enough to know, despite losing the toss, the Atlanta Lightning, they would exactly know what is required. But knowing is one thing, going out and executing is another.
Yeah, we've seen a good knock from Smith Patel already in the season. And this team against the Cardinals yesterday got a 202. Smith got a half century. And he has come out here with Monang Patel, 2 of the best in the business.
2 very good players, but 2 very free-flowing players as well. Sometimes these conditions have demanded for players to bring out the other side of their game as well, to grind it hard, take their time, and then they can flourish when the opportunities come against the 2nd or 3rd tier of bowling. Strays down the leg side to open the proceedings for Lightning. Starts off with a wide.
Yeah, ball darting down the leg side, and so things are on the way here. Seen a good start from Harmeet Singh. He has not allowed Smith Patel any freedom at all.
Straight to that fielder at mid-wicket. Obviously power play, so only 2 fielders are out. There's a square leg, and who's the second sweeper? Just looking around. It's long off. Slightly short, even that new ball, not sliding onto the bat as Smith Patel would have expected.
Yeah, very tidy stuff here from Harmeet Singh. Final ball, it's only a wide we've seen in the over. Pretty quiet here for the Atlanta Lightning.
Got a tickle Usman Tariq. Brings out the dive. Not the most. It's Najaf Shah, in fact. Well, the same works for both. Not the most athletic, Najaf and Usman Tariq. But he saves the run. And first over, done and dusted. The Lightning, 2 for none. Weather has changed drastically from yesterday, Lenny. It's quite cool and blustery. You see a couple of the fielders wearing extra layers. Interesting to see that no seam to begin with. In fact, it is seam, but it's not Najaf. It's a big result for the Eagles yesterday because having lost the first game to Cardinals on the opening day, they had to bounce back. Abhimanyu starts off with a delivery, straying onto the pad, just 2 straight. Another run to the total. Well, this is interesting not to see one of the experienced men who really thrives with that new ball not been given.
Yeah, they've thrown the ball to Lamba. Abhimanyu Lamba. Saw a little bit of him. And now Monang comes in to strike, so a couple of extras on the board. We've seen a run off the bat of Smith Patel. Relative to that, it's been a quiet start here for the Lightning.
Two straight again. This time was able to get some bat on it.
And Shaw Faisal, we talked about the Lightning. If they win here, they'll head the table with 6 points. Of course, there are other games going on simultaneously. So Kingsmen is also on 4 points. I think they have games today, whether it's in the morning or the evening. We'll have to look at the schedule. But the fact is, if Lightning win this game today or now or later on, they will go up to 6 points. And then, of course, if Clarion Eagles win, they'll go up to 4.
Excellent delivery. Good carry as well. Beats him on that front foot defensive stroke.
Yeah, that's the pool of talent in this tournament. You talked about Abhimanyu Lamba, given a ball in front of Najaf Shah and the other experienced players that we know. But he has certainly come into his own, and that's a ripper of a delivery.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Talk about the pool of talent, and you mentioned the scenarios in this group. There's so many of them still going into the last day of the group stages.
And the fact is, if Clarion Eagles win here, Shaw Faisal, they will make 4 teams with 4 points.
Wow. In the air and gone. Straight to the fielder. Harmeet Singh takes the catch. And Smith Patel walks back, looking to drive it on the up. Couldn't get the elevation to clear the mid-off fielder. First blood to the Eagles.
Yeah, this is a very good wicket. Smith Patel, we talked about already a half century in the tournament. And a very tame dismissal, looking to probably go over mid-off. And Lamba has struck in his first over. So Atlanta Lightning, they lose one of their
sluggish, slowish pitch. And that is why couldn't get no control, no power behind it, no timing. And went straight to the fielder. Harmeet Singh is not going to miss those. And that is an early wicket. That brings Sateja Mukhamala into the crease. A very, very impressive and talented youngster. under stiff examination. And that is the kind of examinations these cricketers keep getting on the circuit, which makes them so good when they go at the major league level or international level as well, playing for United States. That is their development from these tournaments and these pressure situations where they're able to come good.
Yeah, good bowling here from Abhimanyu Lamba. Starts pretty well, and we talked about if Clarion Eagles wins this one here, 4 teams will be on 4 points, and the fact is Clarion Eagles still have another game after this one, so they'll be playing 2 today. So they have got game in the bag. And if they win here, let's say they go up to 4 points, we get the feeling that with one more game to play, they've got some cushion to play with.
Yeah, and they're playing against Kolesher, who suffered 3 defeats, so probably not the toughest of the opponents in this group. Playing a miss. Static feet, just going with the hands. Lucky he didn't get a touch. 2 overs done, it's 4 for 1.
So earlier on, saw the dismissal of Smith Patel just punching a ball into the offside. And Harmeet Singh gleefully accepts. And we've seen the departure of Smith Patel, Manang Patel and Sai Mukamala, who's been part of the international squad in Shah Faisal for some years now.
Yeah, and impressive as well. Monarch Patel's rise has been phenomenal in the last 2 years. He's a very free-flowing batter, good fun to watch when he gets going. Now Najaf gets the ball. Harmeet being replaced, bowling a very good 1 over. They just try to mix it up in this power play, not allowing the batters to settle. We're struggling to get settled anyway because of the conditions. But change of bowler is a different challenge that they have to endure throughout those first 3 overs now, as we start over number 3. In swinger, expected. It's incredible that most of these batters, they know what Najaf Shah is going to do. And despite that, he causes them trouble. So that is high quality of skill on display.
You're right, and that's Shah Faisal, and coupled with the fact that, first of all, he's played briefly at the international level, and he brings a wealth of experience. And that experience counts so much because he's been to these tournaments many times. You've seen him all across the United States. And he's played at a top level still.
Oh, there was confusion. Would have been very close. Strike rotation is important, but for that, calling has to be precise. Communication has to be good.
Yeah, a couple of good balls into this over from Najaf Shah. He really knows this craft pretty well, Shah Faisal, and he's always been called upon to give them a good start.
That is some stroke. Fielder was interested for a while, but it went over his head. That is a good counter punch there from Simon Kamala.
Yeah, it's going to be a good rival between Najaf Shah. He's very good. We talked about how good he is. But Sai Mukamala, he's one of the bright prospect for this country for some time now. And look at that, a lovely shot into the onside. First 6 of the match. In fact, first boundary of the match. And that's a lovely shot from Sai Mukamala.
No slip for Najaf. Generally keeps a slip to keep the batter guessing if he wants to slide it away from them or bring him in. It's a good contest developing already. Good comeback from Najaf.
And Shah Faisal, when you look at both of these teams, we talked about the Clarion Eagles. They're the defending champions from last year. And of course, in 2022, Stallions, in fact, the Lightning they won in 2021. So both teams have tasted what it is to win at the Atlanta Open.
Indeed, and 4 seasons, 4 different winners. What is in store for us for this year? Competition is intense. So 3 of the 4 winners are still in contention. You mentioned Atlanta Lightning and the Clarion Eagles, Italian X also. They're in Group A, I think, and that's where the competition is not as intense, but things are not as straightforward as well.
Yeah, we saw the Kingsmen also winning one year. So you talked about different champions every year. We'll see if that method continues in 2025.
Onto the pads. Good work. I take my earlier statement back about Usman Tariq not being very athletic. He brought out the dive, saved a couple of runs. Single to finish off over number 3 is 13 for 1. Okay, so this is the schedule. Schedule of matches for today. At match 17 between Thunderbolts and Kingsmen at field 2. And there's quite a few games. That Clarion game later on in the day as well is also crucially important in this group. Group B, you've been calling Group A or Group B, both groups of death. They're turning out to be like that. Pre-tournament, probably you would have thought Group A would have been the group of death, but Group B is anything but.
Yeah, we saw Central Cardinals playing some very good cricket. And we saw when they won on opening day, we thought it was an upset, but not really so. They're a well put together squad.
Once again, would have been close, the direct hit. Hassan Krishnamurthy rather. Getting mixed up with players. There's so many quality fielders fielding at backward point very quick. Obviously Hassan is one of them, not playing in this game. But this was very close. Left hand pick up. He only had one stump to aim at, but couldn't find the timber. Going hasn't been easy for Lightning.
Yeah, we've seen good bowling here from Lamba. He's really come into his own. And Shah Faisal, when you look at both Atlanta Lightning and Clarion Eagles, the first time they're playing at ground number 1. While we've seen rotation of pitches from match to match, you get the feeling that an average score on this pitch in this tournament, when you look at the scores that we have seen here, maybe 135. We saw a big one, Kingsmen posting 179 against Kulisheri. But other than that, the scores have fluctuated between 140, 130.
Playing a miss, good bounce. Sa looking to ride the bounce and get his hands up above the ball. Couldn't do so, the ball kept climbing on him. Excellent delivery from Abhimanyu Lamba. So you're our stats guru, Lenny. Tell me what any team has won batting first here at field 1. You think of?
Well, let's look at what we got here. Kingsmen posted 179, and Kulshare only got a 121. So the teams batting first, they've made 130 and they've made 179, and they've won with that.
That's in the air. It's into the wind, but still has enough on it to go over the fence. Well, Sai comes back with a strong reply after getting beaten on the previous ball.
Well, it's second 6 of the innings so far. We saw one of the bowling of Najaf Shah. And look at this one. A big shot into the onside again. Couple of sixes for Mukamala. And he's gone quickly up to 14.
very quick to pick up the length. Not a terribly bad delivery because it was cramping him for space, but Mukamala with his fast hands this time actually did get his hands above the bounce of the ball. Umpires are still thinking about that boundary. I think it, at the first glance, I thought it landed just slightly inside the rope. Hermeet is not happy. And now Khurshid Gomel joins in. It landed pretty close to the dugout, so umpire Denzel James. I'm assuming that's the conversation, by the way.
Yeah, sure, Faisal, and you can't blame these teams when they will try to get it correct just for a couple of runs, because we know these games sometimes go very close. And whether it's a 4 or whether it's a 6, it comes back at some point in the game at times. Ball into the offside, and Shaw Faisal, let's look at what you were asking me. In fact, we'll probably continue that, but the teams batting first on this turf, and when they've posted something in the vicinity of 130, they were all chased down. 130 was not safe, 124 was not safe, 106 was not safe. The only score batting first on this field that has been a safe one is when Kingsmen posted 179.
Yeah, but that would be the afternoon game, because the morning game on the opening day, we saw a score of 130. That was chased down, albeit in the last over with 3 balls to go. But yesterday, Stallion X could only post 106 in the morning, and the word that came out was that the batting was very difficult. Although this is a different strip to what we played on yesterday. So far, the evidence has been that although it's difficult, but it is possible to get to a score if you play with the method. Mukamala has put the good balls behind pretty quickly and ready for the next one, and he's been able to hit a couple of sixes to take that score up above 20. So in 4 overs, 2 of the scoring shots have been maximum. They brought 12 runs, and remaining 8 runs came in the remaining 22 deliveries. As we saw a single down the ground. Hermeet is back.
Yeah, we've seen also a good series from Manang Patel, 28, 35, and 24. We talked about Mukamala. His high has been 38 so far.
Shots a catch it, and it has carried. It's Lamba, I think, who took the catch. Extra bounce for Hermeet. Inside, just couldn't get over it. Hit it in the air and straight to the fielder. That is a big wicket.
Yeah, a very soft dismissal again. Mukamala straight into the hands of Abhimanyu Lamba. And now Harmeet Singh joins Lamba. And take a look at this one. Look at that. Just punch uppishly into the cover field. And a very good sharp catch from Lamba. And the second wicket falls here for the Atlanta Lightning, 21 for 2. So Mark Dial will come to the middle. And they're going on the 5 runs and over Shaw Faisal. We've seen a couple of wickets, 2 big wickets. Smith Patel and Mukamala back in the shade. And the left-hander, Mark Dial, he's played at the CPL level, Trinidad first-class player. And he comes out here with a long way to go. We are still in the power plays. And a couple of wickets in the bag, one for Harmeet Singh and one for Lamba. We've also seen an over from Najaf Shah.
Yeah, the experience keeps coming in. Mark Dial has got pedigree. Just they need a partnership. We've seen innings where they capitulate because of lack of partnerships. Have to have an extended run of two batters, stay in the middle, get settled. They can accumulate and then explode later. Left hand, right hand combination now in the middle.
And Shaw Faisal, we talked about the scenarios between the two teams. Atlanta Lightning will play their last game here. Clarion Eagles still got another one, and they'll be taking on Kulsher, who hasn't been really too stiff in this tournament.
Yeah, I was talking to Sarabjit Singh Ladda, Kulesher, meaning loose lines. And I said, well, they didn't play like lines. I'm not going to tell you what he said, how they played so far. Certainly not like lines. And they admit it. Overdone. 5 gone. It's 21 for 2. I'm on for first 10. All your gadgets. Let's see if you want to read, you can read. 21 for 2 after 5. Batting has been difficult, expectedly, and Clarion Eagles, having won the toss, they made the call to send Lightning in. Lenia Chabar is going to take a short break, and I've been joined in for the first time this morning in the combox by Aman Patel. A very good morning, Aman.
Good morning to you, Faisal. It's brilliant to be here in Buttonveers. A touch chillier maybe than it's been all week, but still plenty of action to heat us up.
Since you don't have the natural protection that I have, you need extra layers, although I'm having extra layers as well. It does feel chilly, doesn't it? That's gone. Couple of steps and bang. Went over the fence. Monak Patel gets into the act.
Yeah, touch of a slow start from the Lightning. And Monak Patel, he's in such rhythm. Goodness me. Just comes down the track to Najaf Shah, anticipates that ball to come back in, and just plays with the movement.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that a lot of the players, they know what Najaf Shah is going to do. He still remains pretty successful, but Monak Patel was one step ahead of him. What's next? Gives himself some room. Another good strike, but long on will come around. He just gave himself room to get out of the way if that ball was to shape back in, so allow that free swing of the bat.
Yeah, field changed as well. The long on was pushed, so Monak Patel knew he didn't have to quite muscle it. Rather, he just saw him lift it. And again, that's been a staple of why he's been in such tremendous rhythm going back to Major League Cricket. He's picked his spots and he's recognized where his scoring options are, I think, probably the best of his entire career.
It surprises me that despite his run over the last 2 years, probably going back to the World Cup or even before that, hasn't been picked up by the rest of the world in the franchise leagues. I mean, he's been absolutely prolific.
Yeah, it's so difficult for those associate cricketers to get those opportunities overseas. I look at even a Brendan McMullen of Scotland, who is playing like the best all-rounder in the world at the moment, and he's struggling to find leagues. So there always is that bit of struggle, again, as a lower-known nation, to find your way up top. But we see more like leagues like the Nepal Premier League or the Bangladesh Premier League, the Lanka Premier League, promote guys like Lahido Malanta, Mohammed Mohsin, able to compete, Harmeet Singh in those tournaments. Even saw Hassan Khan at the BBL, which has been sensational to see.
Massive, yeah, absolutely. And the reason I say this because it's not just the runs that Monak Patel scores. It's just absolutely beautiful to watch. Even going for big shots, he looks very cultured and in great positions, easy on the eye, despite going for the big hits.
And I do think he's in the sweet spot right now. If you remember, a year ago in the international format, was really struggling to find runs in League Two in those T20s, but since that moment, he's been unbelievable.
Najaf hasn't tasted his usual success that he does in his first couple of overs. In fact, has been hit for a couple of sixes. Bit too cold for the all engine to warm up.
I wouldn't blame him for that if he were to blame the cold. But I think Najaf, he's so skilled, even on a surface that doesn't have much for him. Yes, maybe a bit damp given the moisture, maybe a bit sticky, but there isn't going to be a whole lot of movement. So it's all about the swing Najaf can impart. And, you know, in these days, he's not carrying the same pace that he was maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Up and over. And it will go over the fence. As his proactive batting from Monarch Patel, not allowing Najaf to settle, making him change his length and then profit on it.
Again, he recognizes the length so early, in phenomenal position, opens up, and then created that width. So all he had to do was just go over. Batting in the power play is something Monarch Patel has mastered in recent years, and again, hits it where the fielders aren't. Close of 6, 33 for 2. Faisal, for Atlanta, this isn't really a must-win. They're basically through. A win would confirm that, push them towards that top position to maybe get that bye tomorrow. But for Clarion, they have to win this game, otherwise they are in real jeopardy to be out of these playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. They can't look beyond this game at this stage. So they're upbeat. I mean, they got some advantage because they won the toss. And let's be honest, toss is an advantage in the morning games. So they can't blame anyone else if they don't get over the line and then don't put a performance in. Formidable bowling lineup as well. If you look through their bowling lineup, Harmeet, you've seen Najaf, and Usman Tariq, the man who's caused all the mystery recently in PSL and now in CPL as well. He's still yet to see the action. Stephen Wigg, I think, is into the attack.
Yeah, Stephen Wigg is another one of these tremendous bowlers, like the names you were mentioning. What he's done in the Eastern Division in minor league cricket has been nothing short of sensational. And you know, his best asset is his ability to hit the Yorkers late in the innings. But what he's really developed over the last couple of years is that early delivery that swings away from the left-hander.
That hasn't hit the middle of the bat, but luckily it lands in the gap. Mark Dial got lucky there.
Yeah, it's always curious to see how batters deal with that bigger end of the ground, and that would be to the offside of the left-hander here. And he's almost glad that he didn't time it as well as he could, because that really would have found Sanjay Krishnamurthy, who's surveilling at backward point.
Yeah, that hit to the offside of a left-hander and now to the onside of the right-hander. Is with the wind, although the direction of the wind has slightly changed. It's coming over from mid-off to fine leg as you look at it. Gets squared up, but will be able to get a single. Monarch Patel. That's good delivery from Stephen Wigg on a length and little bit of movement of the seam.
Yeah, we would have seen a lot of each other given their time in the East in minor league cricket, and then Stephen Wigg obviously making his debut for the USA earlier this year out in Grand Cayman. So Monarch Patel, just obviously the captain of the States, would have had a good look.
Little bit of movement. Once the ball keeping low, this morning we've seen pretty even carry, but into over number 7, Stephen Wigg probably not as tall as the other two bowlers. Didn't quite bounce as much.
He's much skiddier than most. He does have a high arm action, but tends to get a lot of skid, and he's very profitable because of it. This minor league season had 16 wickets at a strike rate of 12.
Change in field as we look. Third man has been brought in. Outside of power play, obviously, so there is more protection for Stephen Wig. Nicely timed, but straight to the fielder. Mohsin got in the way. We started off quite nicely. Not a lot of length or room for the batters to work with.
Yeah, and even after all the boundaries that have come off the bat of the Atlanta Lightning, think of Mukamala, even Monang Patel, you still only have those 35 runs. So it, again, speaks to the amount of dot balls per over. That dot ball percentage well too high for the Atlanta Lightning.
Well, that has been taken care of. Just helped it along. The angle was in his favor, and Mark Dial gets away with the maximum.
Yeah, just missing that time with Stephen Wig. Made it far too easy to the small side of the ground. And the way it just shot off the bat. There was never a question where that was going to end up. Close of over 7, 41 for 2.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
Well, that's the man, Usman Tariq, the mystery spinner. Been given the ball. See what Monak Patel has got against him. Usman Tariq, what has he got now? Long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a deep cover. Watch out for his release points. It's in the air. Oh, it fell short. I don't think Usman Tariq's ever gonna get a ticket for running the stop sign. He does make sure he stops in his delivery stride. Very unusual.
It's a big part of why he was so effective in the CPL just a month ago. Took 20 wickets across 10 innings, and again, it was his pausing. That's the variation that he brings into place. That's what T20 cricket is all about. How many variations do you have? Well, that just makes batters wait. And in terms of American cricket scene, it reminds me a lot of Marty Kane. While Marty Kane wasn't intentionally slowing down, he did have a little pause, and that's why he was so effective as a left-arm spinner. And again, it's so exciting to see someone like this play here in the Atlanta Open.
Brings out the switch hit, Mark Dial. Usman Tariq took a pause, but so did Mark Dial, and then brought out the shot right in time.
Yeah, waited on it with third inside the ring. Just knew he had to get it past Najaf Shah and send him chasing. It's a good way to apply some pressure onto Tariq. Again, it could easily be just mounting and playing dot balls, but get the early boundary, and you can just take a little bit of the sting from Tariq's delivery.
Yeah, absolutely, and 2 full tosses out of 3. Maybe he's still cold as well. It's back on to a length, and difficult to put him away from there. But like you rightly said, someone like him, if you get an early boundary, a single and a boundary, 5 of the over already. So in terms of earlier part of the innings, the pressure is almost off, and you just can pick up whatever is available after without risking your wicket. Disappointed, probably Mark Dial with that. Full toss, couldn't do much more with that.
And the other thing these early runs do, it forces Tariq to have to rethink, and that can force even more errors like these full tosses that we're seeing. You're forcing him very early in his day to go away from his natural game because you're putting the pressure back on.
No timing on that. 6 of the over from Usman Tariq. 8 gone, 47 for 2. Clarion Eagles won the game against Kingsmen yesterday, and they didn't require the services of Mohammad Mohsin with the ball. Pretty sure he's not too far away from bowling crease right now, as they've used up quite a few options already. Edgy, it will run away. Mark Dayal just saw the length and went after it. And although not where he intended, well, he'll take the result.
Yeah, unlucky for Stephen Wigg. It's a well-directed, shorter one, but that third fielder was just a bit too wide to make a difference on that play. 50 comes on the board now for the Lightning, and starting to climb out of the hole they found themselves in early. I do think Mohammad Mohsin is waiting to come into bowl for the left hate to be gone. When you get rid of Dayal, and you're left with a lot of right-handers to bowl at for the leg spinner.
Stepping away again, looking to be proactive, Mark Dayal. Not allowing the bowlers to settle into a plan. It can happen when a good delivery goes for a boundary earlier in the over. It puts you on the back foot a little bit as a bowler.
Yeah, no question. And again, it's how you readjust from that point as a bowler that sets you apart. And against these two batters in particular, Manik Patel, and we know how fluent he can be. And speaking of batters who are fluent, Stephen Taylor, Jamar Hamilton, just circling around as they light a fire, just with one game today.
Oh, that didn't carry. It was a slow delivery, the cutter. And no signal from the umpire. Yeah, if you didn't believe me earlier or Aman that it was cold, you might have seen Taylor and Hamilton all wrapped up, so you now could believe that it is pretty cold.
Yeah, luckily the wind's starting to die down. And once that wind goes away, it's not unbearable. When the wind was on, I really thought, okay, maybe I need another hoodie. Go to the car, grab another jacket.
Just wafts at it, given as wide. Umpire Ravi throws his head back. Stephen Wigg, he didn't expect that.
Yeah, he was unhappy. He thought he found the length he wants to bowl to Dayal. And you expect him to be wider of the stumps, given the fact that there's a bigger offside boundary. So you want Dayal hitting into that area. If it does pick up from the wind as well, it'll be blowing from that region. So all accounts say you want Dayal playing towards cover and point.
Flays it. Couldn't quite get the sweet spot out of the bat. Harmeet moved around quickly. But Mark Dayal is clearly showing his intentions. He's in the mood to go after the bowling.
Well, this batting lineup just is so deep for the Lightning. You don't really have the luxury to sit in because you have the likes of Jesse Singh coming in at 10 to bat. That's how deep this team goes. Still with the likes of Shamar Springer in the shed.
But the challenge here for the batters is that they see they have long batting lineup. They want to go too hard, sometimes too soon. But it is very difficult for the new batters coming in to get going. That's why partnerships are so key. You need to have at least one or two good partnerships and then take the innings deep because new batters won't find it easy coming in. Good call, good response. That is good cricket from Atlanta Lightning. looking to kick on and establish a platform in those middle overs. 9 gone, it's 57 for 2.
Another look here. Again, committed early, and that's why there was never even a throw made for a run in the infield. And like you mentioned, that's the key here at Butterbeers. You mentioned partnerships as well. I go back to yesterday. The Kingsmen were 42 for 4, and then Milind Kumar and Bonner, they were able to put together a partnership that lasted until the one after the 150 point, and then they were able to kick on and score 179. So the one big partnership's what's required here. And it's not easy to get going straight away. I think Milind Kumar's innings yesterday was really a fluky innings. That's the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, and that too was the afternoon game where conditions changed slightly. But yeah, Milind Kumar will take the plaudits, but Bonner's role was important too. Usman Tariq 2 straight on that occasion. I have to wait for the umpire's signal here. No signal, so he might have got a scratch on it.
The beautiful thing about Usman Tariq is that his pace doesn't always match the wait time. He'll sit there and then dart it in. He can go straight through and slow it down. And that's, again, another variation in his arsenal.
Oh, he got underneath that all right. And it sailed over. That is Monak Patel waiting for the opportunity to pounce, and does it in style.
He's been struggling with length today, Usman Tariq. We've seen plenty of full tosses. This one really is just in the slot. Slowed it down, and Monak Patel needs no second invitation.
The biggest challenge for the mystery bowlers is to keep that mystery. Once it's revealed, the challenge is bigger. And this one is sliding down the leg side, wide given. Usman suggests that it got something from Monak on the way. Umpire is not listening.
Still unhappy. Everyone involved there. Even the keeper thought maybe there was a piece of it.
Once again, the pattern in the last 3 overs or so, this boundary earlier in the over. And that is meant that the momentum is slightly building here. 21 when Sai got out. So they've got on to, 45 runs. That's the time where they would be feeling pretty good. 20 and 25 respectively for Mark Dayal and Monak Patel. You can afford to do that when you got a 6, a single and a wide away in the over. Not give him wickets, and that is the key.
Again, there's so many bowling options for the Eagles that you're not giving up wickets. You're going to be in position.
Peeling big. Mark Dayal suggests he got something on it. Not much support from behind the stumps from Matt Cross as well. Only Usman Tariq. He was sure.
He's a tame character, Matt Cross. Even if there's no bat, I'm not sure it's in the right height to be out as well. Looked like it came up pretty high on that front pad.
Usman is tall. He gets bounce. That was that quicker delivery. It went through him. Slightly obscured view to see if it hit the stumps or it came off Matt Cross and ricochet. Took the bails off. This will give us a better idea. At the halfway stage, it is a 66 for 2. Atlanta Lightning looking to set up a platform.
So 10 gone. They're batting at 2 down, 66 on the board. The action continues. Stephen Wigg gets a relief. And Mohsin comes into the attack. Looks like an inside edge. A run back here for Najav Shah. And we come down to the remaining 59 balls here, Aman. They're going just over 6 runs and over.
They're setting themselves a platform. Again, a very deep batting lineup. Not easy to bat quickly on the surface, but you hold wickets together, and we've seen teams really benefit.
Slashed away over the offside runs here from Monang Patel. He's been good in this series. And fielder comes around, will only have to retrieve another boundary off the bat of Monang Patel.
He's been good all summer long, and now into the fall. Maybe a bit streaky on this occasion, didn't quite get it out of the middle, but knew exactly what he wanted to do. Just lifted over the infield and played away behind square on the offside.
Yeah, we talked about how good Monang has been. His lowest has been 24 in 3 matches. And so his production rate has really been good for the Lightning. It's a team that he's been part of this season, Aman Patel.
Yeah, back in the Southern Division, modern day cricket, captained the Lightning and was brilliant early in the year. A 49, just off 22 deliveries, and then a 50 in just 28 of them to start the season off, but had maybe a tamer end as the Lightning's matches came down here to Rydal.
Yeah, driven straight down the ground from Mark Dial, who's been on the CPL circuit at one time, and a man who plays his trade in the South also. And this partnership has gone up to beyond 50, 53. Very important runs here for the Atlanta Lightning. We talked about the scenarios. A win here for the Lightning will separate them from 2 other teams on 4 points. And a win for the Clarion Eagles will put 4 teams on 4 points, Aman. So much to play for.
Is a must-win for the Eagles, and they know it. And that's why Mohsin's in. I think they were trying to see if they all would just get out, get rid of the left-hander to bring in your leggy, but they understand what the situation requires, and Mohsin's one of their best bowlers. He arguably is the best leg spinner in the country. Let him loose.
Driven into the long on area, and that will complete over number 11. So 11 gone is 75 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant partnership this for the Atlanta Lightning, especially after Simon Kamala goes. It's just 22 runs for 2 wickets. And then Patel and Dayal have just steadied the ship. 33 for Patel, 21 for Dayal, and they both seemingly are starting to heat up now, which bodes so well for the Lightning and their case to try to get to that top spot in the group.
So Usman Tariq will continue. We saw yesterday on ground number 5, got a 4-wicket haul. And we've seen Monang Patel played some big shots of Usman Tariq. Couple of 6s for him so far, and this partnership continues to blossom.
Yeah, and it's been a struggle with the length for Tariq. He's been far too full too often. He'll be the first to tell you that. But when he's operated on a good length, we've seen him create LBW appeals. We've seen it really just be dead bats from the pair out there. So Tariq hasn't been his best self yet, but things can change.
Yeah, you look at Mark Dial and the composition here. Man, we saw not too long ago, Usman Tariq would have been part of the TKR franchise that won CPL this year. Mark Dial has been part of them at some point. And also 2 USA players, Netravalka and Ali Khan, being part of that unit. So much to talk about. He's going for a big one, doesn't succeed this time, but Tariq is one of the top class off spinner. Has been able to apply this trade with some bit of success.
Length has been much better in this over. He's kept it out of the hitting arc of both batters, and you're seeing the dots because of it.
So wide is the call, and talked about the partnership have gone beyond 50. Good knock from Monang Patel and Mark Dial. Yeah, over the offside. Will find the gap in front of Sanjay Krishnamurti. And another good-looking shot from Monang Patel. He picks up another boundary.
That is a ridiculous stroke from Monang Patel. He's picked the length very early, got deep in his crease, and he's given himself the width and the room to just nudge it over that short cover fielder. Everything about that was intentional. And you just have another look at this, the ease and the power that just came off the bat with Monang Patel. That's why his summer has been so fruitful, and why there's so many considering that he should be in other franchise leagues around the world.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Hassan Khan. Whenever the spinner bowls short, a lot of time the tendency is to hit them square. But we've seen yesterday from Hassan Khan a couple of times in a good knock that we saw on the other pitch. Like Monang Patel today, if the ball is short, you can still go straight.
And he's not looking to overhit either, which is the bigger thing. He's looking to time it.
Yeah, driven into the offside. The running has been good. So 12 gone. It's 84 for the loss of 2. So the action continues. Harmeet Singh comes back into the attack. Couple of overs from him. He's been quite economical at the top of the order. Picked up 1. Picked up the wicket of Sai Mukamala earlier on. But we've seen a big partnership here between Mark Dial and Monang Patel. Oh, smashed down the ground and gone high. Fielder comes in. 2 hands to the ball, and he puts it down.
Stephen Wigg was in great position. He did all the hard work, moving well to his left. You can see right there at the end, as he's falling to the ground, he's unable to keep his eyes on the ball, and that just forces a slip out. Harmeet Singh, he'd only, before that delivery, gone for 3 runs in his first 2 overs and nearly had his 2nd wicket.
Yeah, into the hands of Najaf Shah. So the reverse hit doesn't go too well for Mark Dial. He's gone. Easy catch for Najaf Shah.
Just incredibly intelligent from Harmeet Singh. Pulled the length back, kept it quick, a little bit of extra bounce, and again with 3rd inside the ring, it's a measured risk, but they are unable to execute. And Najaf Shah this time, no mistake in the field.
Yeah, the big partnership comes to an end. Harmeet Singh, he's been so good. And now he's bowling at 2 for 5. Very good bowling here from Harmeet Singh. So Javel Glenn will come to the middle. And we talked about Aman, the spin options available here for the Clarion Eagles. Harmeet Singh, Usman Tariq, Mohamed Mohsin. And we've seen the seamers or the fast bowler Najaf Shah, Abhimanyu Lamba, and Stephen Wigg. So 6 bowlers used so far. Javel Glenn comes to the middle. And they're going just about 7 runs and over. They've lost 3. And Monang Patel looks solid out in the middle.
And they're wanting to keep that left-right combination going. That's why Javel Glenn's come out there to bat. Does a lot of work in the Southern Division, so would be accustomed with this ground. But he just needs to be able to facilitate with Monang Patel, as you mentioned, who's starting to find real rhythm. Most of the bowlers taking it away from him. So can Glenn take advantage of your Harmeet Singh to a smaller leg side.
So Javel Glenn comes in here over number 13. We've seen a good bowling spell from Harmeet Singh. Starts pretty well, and Javel Glenn is quite on the defense. We talked about Atlanta Lightning being one of 3 teams with minor league branding. We've also seen Seattle Thunderbolts and of course the Atlanta Fire. And we've seen some well-established team. We talked about different winners every year. And the defending champs, they're out in the field. Clarion Eagles from 2024. So much to play for today. And then of course we get into the eliminator and then the semifinals on Saturday and then the grand final on Sunday. So Glenn gets off the mark. Ball into the offside. It looks like Sanjay Krishnamurti is out there. And he gets going.
And you mentioned the 4 different winners in 4 years. There's so much parity in this competition. The Eagles, again, defending champions, they're on the outside looking into these playoffs. There's a situation where tomorrow they don't play. And you look at their roster. You have Matthew Cross of Scotland International. You have Harmeet Singh. You have Akarshit Gomel. You have Mohammed Mohsin, Najaf Shah. This is a very, very good unit. But the competition is so fierce here in Atlanta.
Lovely shot over the offside. And it will go away for a boundary. We'll wait for the confirmation. And it looked like it's gone for 4. So a lovely commanding shot from Monank Patel. Gone for 4.
Excellently well played. Maybe a touch over pitched, but it's all about placement for Monank Patel. Opens up the face and guides it into a vacant extra cover region. Close of 13, 91 for 3.
So match day today. A lot of games happening, 3 games simultaneously, and that will continue for the 2 p.m. slot. And so a lot of games today, and folks, if you want to catch up on all these games, you can go to the MLC network. I'm pretty sure you're there, hence you're watching this feed. And you can catch up on all the games there. And if numbers are your thing, you can go to PVCC Cricket Clubs. And you can catch up with all the numbers, all the scorecard, what's happening, the fixtures and points table. And you'll be able to follow with some bit of solid coverage as we provide you coming from the Atlanta Open. Lamba will continue. And our man Lamba has been quite steady at the top. Shaw Faisal and I talked about the preference to go with him in favor of a Najaf Shah or a Stephen Wigg.
Yeah, Lamba's been one of the more impressive seam bowlers in the last couple of years. You'd think about his minor league career with the St. Louis Americans. He's had to do most of the work up there, but what you love about him is just the ease that he bowls with, and then he has so many skills up his sleeve. It's not a surprise to me to see him operate, especially when you think about you can go a left and right and create some more matchup nightmares with Lamba's pace.
In the air, offering a chance. Krishnamurti calls for it. And Monank Patel goes by a very well-judged catch from Sanjay Krishnamurti.
Not often you see the fingers up by the neck. You see the way he's taken this one. He's actually called it very early. Running around, it looked like there was a collision in place. And look where he's taken it and how he's taken it. Well done, Sanjay Krishnamurti. The extra pace from Lamba proves to be the little trick. And then he slows this one down, forcing that leading edge. Monank Patel has a solid start to his day. But the Eagles finally break through and maybe just break into this lineup. He goes for 43. It's 92 for 4.
So you get a round of applause from his teammates. For a well-played knock, might have been disappointed. He did not push on to get a half century, but Shamar Springer makes his way to the middle. 2 West Indian out there now. Aman Patel, we talked about the influx of players from all across the globe. You look at Matthew Cross, the keeper here today, out of Scotland. We've seen some players out of UK, West Indies, Pakistan, India. And they've come to the event, this event once again, the Atlanta Open in 2025. So Shamar Springer joins Javel Glenn. And Lamba has picked up his second wicket, that of Monank, and earlier on picked up the wicket of Sai Mukamala. So he's been good.
Now I have to bowl to Shamar Springer, who, remember, got really a start in minor league cricket, if you will, for the Atlanta Lightning, was brilliant, and then had a great CPL a year ago. Got his loan call-up to the West Indies team, debuted in T20 cricket a year ago, back in October of 2024. And he's working his way back into that national side.
And you get the feeling that he's come with one of those West Indies helmet, Aman, always proud to wear. Into the offside, Harmeet Singh is the fielder. You look at Matthew Cross, the wicketkeeper here. He comes out of the Scottish team.
And it's been tremendous to see Matthew Cross here in the States over the last couple of years. Obviously, you had the League Two Tri-Series back in October last year, where he would have been featuring, was a vice captain in that series as well. And look at Matthew Cross. He's an explosive bat in that middle order. Be very excited to see what he has to offer.
Oh, into the offside. Easy catch in the end. And that's another wicket here for Lamba. This time, Javel Glenn gone.
And this is why, amongst all the names of Stephen Wigg and Najaf Shah, Abhimanyu Lamba time and time again gets the call, because he's just a wicket taker. Just got a little bit of bounce off the surface. Glenn just pushing away. Slices the bat in half, and one brings two. And the Eagles are very much back in this contest. Score now moves 93 for 5.
Yeah, 3 for 11 so far from Lamba. Might have been Saif Badar who takes an easy catch at point. And so trouble here for the Atlanta Lightning. All of a sudden they're batting at 5 down for 93 on the board. And we've seen a flurry of wickets in the last 2 overs or so, Aman. 3 down for 86, 4 down for 92, and now 5 down for 93 as Soptai walks to the middle.
And again, we talk about depth in batting. Sohaib Tai is someone for the Atlanta Lightning a year ago, opened the batting for their minor league franchise. He's come into the number 4 position this season for them in minor league cricket, and now he's coming in here at number 7. Again, speaks to the depth and the quality of this Lightning batting order. But, like we heard from Faisal, you've said it a couple of times, it's not easy to get going early on this wicket. And you're in the business end of the innings where you have to now really look to push into the 130s, 140s.
And man, those numbers that you called there, we talked about what has been a good first innings score. Well, on the high end, it has been 179 posted by the Kingsmen. And what we have seen in three other game on this ground, not necessarily the pitch. That's another good delivery here from Lamba, goes through to Matthew Cross, is that teams have made 130 and not hold up. Teams have made 128 and have not held up. And so we'll have to wait and see what Lightning does.
And the batting lineup for the Clarion Eagles is not an easy one to crack. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, Matthew Cross, Akarshit Gomel, so many tremendous, Saif Badar, so many tremendous bats, and then you get to your all-rounders of Mohsin and Harmeet Singh.
Yeah. And you get the feeling the toss is always very important to win in the morning session. Now he comes down the track into the offside. Harmeet Singh will run around, and so Soptai is off the mark. 14 gone. It's 94 for 5. Atlanta Lightning haven't been sent in.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
put that on his smack.
Oh, this one is globbed into the onside. A slow, short ball. So Harmeet Singh will continue, 36 balls remaining. And he will finish up here, Aman Patel, but Soptai and Shamar Springer, two relatively new batters out in the middle.
It's a great time for Harmeet Singh to pounce. He's always looking to take wickets. He's has an attitude of a fast bowler.
Oh, well executed shot from Soptai. One bounce goes away for 4.
Soap has a lot of experience domestically back in India, and so he's very accustomed to playing spin and on wickets that are turning. So this wouldn't be anything new to him. Got into a position very early and just utilized Harmeet Singh's pace.
Yeah, couple of good innings for him in this series. Got a 15, got a 29. And he comes in here over number 15 in progress, and you get a feeling with run a ball, something in the vicinity of 130 on the cards. But as we have seen, and those numbers that I told you, 130 hasn't held up on this on this ground. But we'll wait and see. Early morning game. Harmeet will finish up here. A couple of wickets for him already. Got 2 big wickets, Saman Patel. 2 big names, Mukamala and Mark Dial.
Yeah, huge to especially get Simon Kamala out as early as he did, because he's someone who's again carrying tremendous form from modern league cricket. Probably the pick of the bats out in the Eastern Division where you hail from, and to get his wicket just again allows you to claw into this attack. And you mentioned the economy rate that he went at. First 2 overs just went for 3 runs, and I think that's maybe even more important, that he was so clinical so early.
And we talked about the art of slow left arm spin, very prominent in this tournament like many others. 99 on the board. Shamar Springer can score. Score remains at 99. And we've seen another cheap over here from Harmeet Singh. So 15 gone. It's a 99 for the loss of 5. So 15 gone, 99 for 5. Shaw Faisal slips into the box. Faisal, we're looking at 99 for 5 now with 5 overs remaining here for the Atlanta Lightning.
Well, they worked really hard to build the platform. Then those 3 wickets fell quite cheaply from 86. From 86 for 3 to 93 for 5, 7 runs and 3 wickets has pegged them back. 2 new batters looking to re-establish that control by building another partnership. Still time left for them. The likes of Shamar Springer and Swaib Tai, 2 very, very good players.
So Usman Tariq continues, and he's been good. Saw very good spin bowling from Harmeet Singh. We saw a little bit of Mohammad Mohsin. Looking to reverse and into the offside. Doesn't go too well.
It's a very, very round armish delivery. A rib tickler there in this cold weather for Swaib Tai. It's obviously not a spring chicken anymore. This is really blustery and cold, Lenny. I feel like we're in your part of the world.
Yeah, we've enjoyed 2 warm days. We were enjoying, what, 82, 83 yesterday and the other day, but today I think it's going to get up to maybe 70 or maybe 72, the highest.
It's 66 right now, but it feels a lot chillier than that.
Yeah, and if you look at anything fluttering in the wind, you'll see how windy it has been.
8 miles per hour. The wind is the westerly. Slight change in direction in the wind as well. As Usman Tariq is bowling, used to come from his left shoulder to his right. Now it's coming from long on to fine leg rather to long off. As we look at those pictures.
Yeah, the run rate has been under 7. Saw a big knock from Monang Patel and Mark Dial, a half century of partnership. Yeah, the 100 comes up. Shot down the ground from Soap Tai. So 100 on the board. Always good to see those 3-figure marks, Shaw Faisal.
Yes, it does indeed. And good thing they have done so far. They haven't given Usman Tariq the wicket.
Yeah, this has been a very good over from Usman Tariq. Only seen a couple of runs, one off the bat, one wide.
Let's see if Usman gets greedy and looks to buy a wicket towards the end of his spell. Just happy to build that pressure by not conceding. 1 ball to go. 26, 27 of his 3.5. But the key thing is he hasn't got a wicket, and with 5 down, if he was able to pick up a wicket in this over, will put more pressure on Lightning.
Yeah, tries to go big. And we'll wait and see. Could be bias. And so that will complete 16. And after 16, it's 103 for 5.
Can we see the replay, please? Replay. Last ball. No signal from the umpire on the previous delivery. Obviously, Usman Tariq is as difficult to pick for the wicket keepers as well as he is for the batters. Atlanta Lightning owners well wrapped up. This has been an intriguing battle, and it's still on. Could be anybody's game. Crucial last 4 overs. 40 odd runs from here on in. Add to that total, get close to 145, 150. Atlanta Lightning would feel that they've got something. In fact, more than something. Like Lenny, you said 130 wasn't enough on the first morning here, but the game stretched to the last over. This is that last delivery. Usman Tariq's reaction would suggest. Still happy to applaud the wicketkeeper for his efforts, realizing it is difficult to pick his deliveries, but was happy to close out the over without too much damage.
Yes, so difficult on inside edges, Shaw Faisal. Way more difficult than outside edges.
They are.
So
Definitely.
Stephen Wigg. Ball driven into the offside. Let's talk about inside edges and outside edges. Most of the time, even when you bat, Shaw Faisal, you're more inclined to play for the ball. We're more of an outside edge than an inside edge. And so, keeping.
Yeah, wicket keeping inside edges, it generally, for the incoming delivery, and wicketkeeper gets blinded sometimes by the batter, by the equipment, and the downslide of the bat as well. Having done a little bit of wicket keeping, I feel like everything that goes by the wicketkeeper, everyone calls it a chance. That is very harsh at times. Sometimes there is a massive deflection, and because the wicketkeeper's gloves gets close enough, people think that, oh, it was a chance. It is not fair to wicketkeepers generally.
Yeah, the reason I ask, because a lot of time, you look at Matthew Cross here now, and pretty sure that as Stephen Wigg runs into bowl, he's looking to skip across to the right more than anything else, especially in T20 cricket when you don't have slips. He's going to try and cover not only the outside edge, but also a little bit of first slip.
Yeah, all the wicket keepers in their movements, in their setup, they cater for the outside edge. That is where they get ready. And inside edge, sometimes catch him off guard, and if you're not on balance, you could really be found wanting. Stephen Wigg, excellent. Aman Patel talked about his ability to bowl Yorkers and mixing it up with length deliveries, angling across that shorter length followed by the fuller length. Although the angle was the same, Shamar Springer hasn't been able to put bat to ball on the last 3 deliveries.
Yeah, this has been a very good over from Stephen Wigg, and we talked about his workload. No slice into the offside, running up towards the backward point area. Chase here from Mohammed Mohsin. Can't get to the ball, and that's a well-executed shot from Shamar Springer. 4 runs.
He makes amends, Shamar Springer. Once again, that wide Yorker angling away. This time he was able to just get the bat underneath it and slice it over that fielder at point. Running downhill. Bit of a momentum. Look at this. Clearing that front leg. Getting ready if Wigg was to err in length to get underneath it, but then even with a perfect delivery, execution was good from Springer.
So the over comes to an end, and over that only conceded 5 from Stephen Wigg, and so 17 gone. It's 108 for 5.
Yeah. 140 should. Parchment. Parchment is. Three overs to go. 108 for 5. Sweep tie will have to take matters into his own hands.
So Lamba will bowl out here. He's been good, Shah Faisal. 3 for 12.
Yeah, very impressive. New ball, he was able to get the ball through at good pace and good bounce. Now time to show off his variations. Starting off over number 18 quite beautifully. Sweep ties, very experienced. I think for memory, he's been player of the match twice in this tournament already. Definitely contributes with both bat and ball. Experienced cricketer.
Lofted into the offside. Fielder comes in. Takes the catch. And we'll wait and see. He has been given out. Yep. And so that's the end of Soap Tie. A magnificent catch from Sanjay Krishnamurti. And the 6th wicket falls.
Outstanding catch from Sanjay Krishnamurti. He took the catch and then threw the ball back in the air. And on both occasions, he was inside the fielder play when he first took it and when he took it for the second time. That is great piece of awareness and athleticism. It happened right in front of us. We had a good view, no doubt whatsoever, with that second skip as well. Terrific catch. And he needed to come up with something brilliant because Sweep tie could have made the difference in the last 2.5 overs. He's gone now, and it's 108 for 5.
So Jesse Singh will come to the middle. Not much time left here in this innings, but Clarion Eagles, they continue to take wicket Shah Faisal, and nothing slows a scoring rate down than when you're getting wickets.
Have another look at that. Slow it down, that second skip. Before the ball makes contact with his hands, he's up in the air and inside the field of play. That is terrific catch. One of the very, very best catches that you see even in this modern day and age where these catches are becoming more and more of a norm. But that was probably the play of the day so far for me.
Yeah, Shah Faisal, and you look at Sanjay Krishnamurti, and he's so aware what needs to be done. You see 2 hops, and that is because every time he touches the ball, he knows you've got to be off the ground. Here is Jesse Singh, and he gets off the mark by a very cheeky, well, in fact, they'll come back for a couple of runs, but he's off the mark with 2.
Yeah, Lamba, 15 yards out, stump and a half to him, and Jesse Singh was short. Couldn't score a direct hit, and that resulted in an overthrow. He had to go for it, Lamba. He had no options, and that was the right thing to do as well. It's just he couldn't execute it.
So, folks, today is the last group stage of this tournament. Tomorrow is the eliminators. Cut away from Jesse Singh. Could pick up 2 more. Good running. Good shot from Jesse Singh.
Yeah, Harmeet Singh challenging him. Jesse Singh really had to put the skates on to beat Harmeet's throw. That's a good start from Jesse Singh. 4 runs after the fall of wicket. Sweptai will consider himself very unlucky because it was beautifully stroked. And it was away from Krishnamurthy, but the brilliance of Krishnamurthy saw him depart. These kind of catches can be the difference between victory and defeat.
So a couple of balls here for Abhimanyu Lamba. He's picked up 4 wickets so far. And so big bowling spell from him given the new ball.
4 for 16, absolutely outstanding in the big game. In the face of some big brand names in the team, Abhimanyu Lamba has really shone brightly on this gloomy morning today. Be very delighted. His skipper and team management would be elated, in fact, with his performance. Where Najaf has, for once, had an off day. Abhimanyu Lamba really came to the fore.
So his spell will come to the end here. 4 for 17. Impressive stuff from Lamba. 18 gone. It's 113 for 6. So final 2 overs, Stephen Wigg will bowl 1. Jesse Singh into the offside. They go through for 1. Shah Faisal, Shamar Springer, Jesse Singh. We're down to the last couple of overs remaining.
2 big strikers of the ball. So these are 11 very, very important deliveries in the context of the not just the match, but the situation in the group as well. A lot riding on those last 11 balls. Can Springer find boundaries? Very difficult against this sort of delivery from Stephen Wigg. Absolutely terrific. 2 balls in a row in this 19th over. He's found the right line and the perfect length.
Yeah, Shah Faisal, and you get the feeling he's bowling the 19th here. Maybe Najaf Shaw will be the man to finish up. We'll wait and see. 2 left armers. Seen a good start from Stephen Wigg. Couple of runs in 2 balls. Jesse Singh up towards the mid-off area. Can only get 1. Good bowling here from Stephen Wigg.
Yeah, not allowing the room or the length to get underneath those big strikers. They would thrive on length deliveries at this stage of the innings, and Stephen Wigg so far hasn't given them any opportunity. But it doesn't mean the over can change very quickly if Wigg falters. So every ball needs a proper concentration and proper execution. There is no margins for error here.
Yeah, looking to go reverse. Goes through to Matthew Cross. And still a quality over here from Stephen Wigg. He's only gone for 3 and 4 balls.
Yeah, premeditation there from Shamar Springer. Otherwise, there was a low full toss. But pressure built during those first 3 deliveries. So Springer thought that he had to come up with something different. This has been exceptional so far from Stephen Wigg.
Yeah, he goes into the onside. Will not find the gap. Krishnamurti has been good. Very fast moving Krishnamurti. Couple of runs for Shamar.
Yeah, good out cricket there. Krishnamurti across the turf is very quick with a good arm as well. Shamar Springer is also not coming slow because Stephen Wigg knows he's in the battle. And that is what happens when 2 top quality cricketers come head to head. There have been plenty of good head-to-head battles throughout this innings. But in the last 5 overs or so, you have to say that the bowling team, the Eagles, have held their nerve and made it very difficult for these big strikers to find boundary regularly.
So final ball in an over that has gone for only 5. And look at that. Could be looking for 2. Settle for 1 Harmeet Singh. He's also quick. And so a very good over here from Stephen Wigg. Comes to an end. Only 6 off it. 19 gone. It's 119 for 6. So we come down to the last over. And as predicted, Shah Faisal, Najaf Shah has been given the ball.
Crucial over still. We know that in T20 cricket, a 20 run over is not too far away at any stage. But Najaf Shah with his usual record could be lethal. I see our very own Liam Momchan in action somewhere.
I think maybe it's on the other ground behind us.
One of our cameramen captured him bowling, but this is where all the focus is right now.
So Najaf Shah will come in here. He has gotten the final over. He's gone for quite a few today, Shah Faisal. None for 19. Oh, pulled away, and that's gone a long way. And we'll have to wait and see. Gone for 4. A good start to the 20th over. Lovely shot from Shamar Springer.
Yeah, back of a length. Not the usual Yorker length that you would expect from Najaf. I have to say in this cold weather, haven't bowled for a while. Haven't been really in active fielding positions. Very difficult to get warmed up so quickly. And like I say, these games, there isn't much margin for error. Had to be spot on for the remaining 5 deliveries. Najaf Shah.
So outside the off stump it goes. Called the wide. And Shah Faisal, we talked about what has held up on this ground. Ground number 1. Well, the only big score that has really held up here is Kingsmen posting 179. Other than that, we saw Raiders Unlimited posting 130, was chased down. We saw Atlanta Force putting 124. That was chased down. And you can expect, we saw one time Stallions X. They posted 106. You can't win with that. Slice into the offside, straight to the fielder.
Yeah, that 179 and 160 is totally out of context because these are afternoon games. And Kingsman X's 179 was against an opposition that was not quite their match. These two are evenly matched. So were probably the teams that played on the opening day. 130 played 131 in 19.3. So anywhere around 135, between 135, 145, still a good total. So Jeff is struggling in this over 2 wides. Looking to keep the ball away from the hitting arc. Generally relies on that movement for his Yorkers as well. The tail in.
So the over's gone for 6 so far. We've got halfway through the final over. Jesse Singh and Shamar Springer towards the end here.
Change of field. Square leg has been brought in and the offside field being strengthened. He wants to bowl that wide Yorker. He tried. Good execution from Najaf. Just hold his back and allow for the single. It will suggest they do not mind giving away the single. And last two deliveries with Shamar Springer. 135. Can he come up with two big hits, Shamar Springer?
Yeah, a couple of sixes will give them 138. A 6 and a 4 will give them 136. So here we go. Couple of balls remaining. Good delivery again from Najaf Shah. Those fast offside Yorkers.
Yeah, he's warmed up all right now. That first delivery, he's got a bit cold. Probably those that wide also. An effort ball was experienced enough to suggest that I'll give away a wide to get myself warmed up instead of getting hit for 4 or 6 by bowling in the arc for the batters. And since then, it has been a terrific over.
Final ball in straight. Krishnamurti runs around, not tall enough, and it's gone away for a boundary. Gone away for 4.
Yeah, the bounce was a bit too much for Krishnamurti. It covered the ground, but it bounced high enough for him to could lay a hand on it. But that's a boundary to close out innings. And this has been a seesaw battle. 130 on the board. Lightning, after setting up a wonderful platform, they'll be slightly disappointed with the eventual outcome. But runs on the board still in a crucial game, almost a knockout game for the Eagles. Lightning will have to do the job with the ball and in the field, but pretty happy will be the Eagles because at 86 for 2, they were looking down the barrel. They came back strongly. Excellent effort in the field there and with the ball for the most part.
Yeah, we saw a big bowling performance. Yeah, there we go. Smith Patel and Sai Mukamala went pretty cheaply, but we saw a big partnership from Monang Patel, who got into the 40s, and Mark Gial, a partnership that went up to about 60 plus at one point. And I'm sure Faisal mentioned they were batting at 86 with 2 at about the 12 over mark. And you look at the card, might have been a disappointment for the batting team. 130 for 6 at the end of the 20 overs.
Here bowling, outstanding from Abhimanyu Lamba. 4 for 17, given the new ball, given the responsibility, and he really thrived and produced a wonderful spell of bowling. Harmeet Singh is a banker. You can always trust on him. 2 for 15. Najaf Shah, not his usual self, but still bowled a very good last over. Stephen Wigg, I thought in the middle overs, was pretty impressive.
Yes.
Well, that middle part is quite productive from over number 6 onwards all the way to over number 13. But after that, wickets fell, and up until that last over, there was all single-digit overs. That meant that the platform was built, but they couldn't really capitalize on it, the Atlanta Lightning.
Yeah, we saw good backup bowling from Stephen Wake towards the end. Bowled some very tight overs. Usman Tariq, he came with 7 runs and over, and we saw one from Mohammed Mohsin that only conceded 9. Yeah, we talked about the scenarios with these 2 matchups here, Clarion Eagle.
Some highlights from the innings. Started off with that wicket from Smith Patel. But then that wicket and Monak Patel started off, tried to rebuild alongside Saimo Kamala, who put Najaf Shah away for a 6. He actually looked quite good, Saimo Kamala, for the brief period that he was in the middle. And was some scares with the running between the wicket, but that was the phase where Harmeet was bowling, got one to bounce slightly higher to take care of Saimo Kamala. That's where the partnership started, and it really propelled between Monak Patel and Mark Dial. They competed each other with blow for blow and took the score way past 80. Some luck along the way. Obviously, in these conditions, you do need the luck. Usman Tariq wicketless today, and Monak depositing him over. Mark Rial trying to come up with all the options.
Yeah, we talked about a big partnership that really set the stage for what was to come. Look at that lovely strike through the offside from Monang Patel, and then Mark Dial fell. And not too long after, we saw a couple of good shots still from Monang Patel, but look at this one. Tapped into the offside. A very good catch by Sanjay Krishnamurti. Sanjay Krishnamurti would go on to take a couple of catches after that. But the steady bowling from Lamba, who picked up a 4-wicket haul. And towards the end, we saw the likes of Shamar Springer, Jesse Singh trying to put their team in a good position. And look at that, slice off the bat, a run away for 4 off the bat of Shamar Springer. He's been very good in this series. Soptai looked pretty good for 1 shot. And look at that, a brilliant catch from Sanjay Krishnamurti, probably the catch of the day so far. But look at good bowling here from Abhimanyu Lamba. Najaf Shah came back towards the end, tried to finish things up. And that's the final ball you saw there of the bowling of Najaf Shah. So 130 posted by the Atlanta Lightning. And we'll take you over to Aman Patel for a quick interview.
Here with Abhimanyu Lamba. 4 wickets for you today. What were you trying to do on the wicket?
Like, the wicket is pretty good for the batsman. I'm just trying to hit on the right areas with the pace off. That's helped me a lot today.
130 on the board. What do you think about that total?
Like it's easy total. The way we felt, like it's a good wicket. Not much. It's not turning a lot, not gripping. Like maybe we'll chase easily.
There you go. Well played and good luck today.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire.
I'm joined with Carmine Leroux, and Carmine has been a very busy period. You've been on the road for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's come straight off of some minor league stuff. Obviously, we got through to the playoffs, so it was from Dallas straight to here. And obviously, I mean, a packed schedule this side as well.
Or let me ask you, is it a good thing to be playing so much cricket? Some cricketers say yes.
Yeah, I think there's a balance. I think you can overdo it, but I do think it helps keep the body going, especially as a bowler. Like, you obviously getting some loads in, but obviously that back-to-back day, that was pretty tough on the first day, and then obviously to come back with another 2, and obviously not knowing the situations now, but there could be another 3 days on the card as well.
Right, we know how it goes. The more you win, the more you play. Let's talk about what's ahead for the Atlanta Lightning. A big game here. You're taking on Clarion Eagles, who have won at this tournament before, and a win here will put you at the top of the table. How you're feeling as a fast bowler in this series?
Yeah, I think I'm glad that I could have contributed to the team. I think we've done really well, obviously in patches. And obviously Clarion's a really strong team, but I feel like we've also got a really packed side as well.
All right, let's talk about the conditions for the bowler at this facility. I know this is the first time I've seen your team play on this ground, while the pitch, of course, have gone through some rotation. What you make of the surfaces that you bowled on in the series?
Yeah, we had a game on pitch 5, which had a massive grass patch, which went through a little bit, and then actually yesterday's wicket was a really, really good wicket. The ball was going through, there was value for shots, so I mean, all in all, it's good for the game, good for cricket. This wicket's our first time playing on it. Looks a little bit too paced. I know spinners generally come into play at Atlanta Open, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, our final question. In the last 2 years, of course, through the minor league setup, a lot has been going on into preparing a lot more turf cricket across the country. Isn't that a good sign of the progress?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. As professional cricketers, that's what you need to be playing on, and playing on more frequently. So the more that we can get that, and the more people we have that can maintain that, I mean, obviously the better for the game, right?
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. Carmi Leroux having a chat with the Atlanta Open.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is locked into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarik Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is locked into the onside, a slow, short ball.
In for innings number 2, and set to be a good one. 131 set to chase. It feels like an in-between target, but with this wicket, could just be really interesting. Aman Patel, joined by Faisal Shah. And Faisal, obviously you roam in these neck of the woods. What do you reckon 131?
Yeah, I think today the way the wicket played, probably par would have been 145, 150. Although in this tournament, 130 was scored on the first day in this square, and it was hauled down, even though in the last over, to evenly matched sides. That's probably the only context I can go back to. So looking at the innings and the platform that was built, they were on course for that 145, 150. So Atlanta Fire will feel that they're about 10, 15 short here. They can make up for it, though, by the way, by taking early wickets and being extraordinary in the field. So they're still in the hunt.
Terrific start by Carmine LaRue. He's looked brilliant in this tournament in terms of his pace and the bounce that he's extracted on these surfaces.
Yeah, well, battle of left-arm seamers. We saw 3 in the first innings, and now Carmine LaRue, who's tall, he'll extract bounce with that new ball. The wicket tends to get sluggish after power play, but we've seen with the new ball for a couple of overs, taller bowlers have been able to get it through.
And Pranav Chittapalli gets the runs on the board for the Clarion Eagles. Pranav, part of that really young group that's really exciting on the come-up. You talk about his under-19 heroics for the USA, and it's earned him some high regard. Also had a big minor league this season as a member of the Manhattan Yorkers.
He had a very influential knock yesterday for the Eagles. They were coming in on the back of a defeat, and they lost the toss and were put in on a very, very peculiar slicking pitch there at field 2. He got off the blocks really quickly, and that set the tone really for the Eagles' victory later on.
Mukhtar Ahmed, impact sub for the Clarion Eagles. Put down, beats the keeper, and goes all the way for 4. Oh no, just holds up.
Evidence of that bounce. Mukhtar couldn't cope with it. Smith Patel behind the stumps. Couldn't get 2 hands to it. Almost hit the shoulder of the bat. Look at the bounce, and it was on the up as it hit the gloves of Smith Patel. Early reprieve for Mukhtar.
It's been hard yards for him as of late to find runs in some Major League Cricket. Really struggled in minor league opening the batting. Had the 1 innings of 40, but outside of that, average would have been in the teens.
Got tucked in on that occasion. Yeah, Mukhtar is a free-flowing batter, so generally some of the surfaces that you see, they're not conducive to his style of play. He did make a 72 in the opening game from the Clarion here, albeit in a losing cause. But yeah, even yesterday he hung around, he scored 31. Tried to hit his way into form.
The one luxury here is there is time for the Clarion Eagles. 131, not a huge total. So you can take a couple of overs. Even think about how we saw the Lightning start in 22 through 5 overs. So you're in position there.
Yeah, these conditions demand that kind of approach. To go big from the word go, you'd have to take a lot of chances. It may come off, but the likelihood is they may not. So you need to take your time.
And against this bowling attack, it's going to be so difficult. LaRue nearly with the wicket in his first over. It's 4 for none.
Very good. Very good. Look at that bounce from LaRue, hopping around the batter. Seems that the train has left quite early. I don't know where it's heading, but we would know where this game is heading after this power play because it is crucial. And it also crucial, the result in the context of the group situation as well.
And this opening partnership for the Atlanta Lightning is hinged upon their fast bowling. Jesse Singh and Carmine LaRue, 2 of the better fast bowlers in the country. Jesse Singh, the vice captain for the USA, coming off a ridiculous minor league, maybe his most effective season, and he's been in some real rhythm running in.
They got a pretty rounded attack as well to go with those 2 big seamers. They got Akhilesh Budagam, the off spinner, and then Swape Thai is there. Amila Ponso, familiar with the conditions here. Based from Atlanta, played quite a few years for Atlanta Fire, and now has joined Atlanta Lightning this year.
Yeah, you even look at Shamar Springer as an option with the bat, with the ball rather, in terms of seam options, and then you can go to JaVale Glenn as a spinner.
So 3 good seamers and 3 or 4 good spinners of different kind. Because Swape Thai is different to Akhilesh Budagam, and Amila Ponso is different to both of them.
Good carry for Jesse Singh very early. I'm curious to see Mukhtar Ahmed's approach because, again, he had that lean patch coming into this tournament, started off the tournament on the right foot, but there's no need for him to have to play at the 170 strike rate he likes to be at.
Yeah, and the other thing is he likes pace on the ball. And these two, as good as they are offering him pace, although Kamilaru's movement and bounce was a bit too hot to handle in the first over.
No edge onto the pads there. Yeah, these power plays have been so interesting because across the board they've been slow. And it doesn't seemingly make that much sense for the second innings to start as slow as the first one does.
Yeah, sometimes it also the conditions get into the head of the players. They've seen 20 overs of batting, and whilst they're fielding, they think how they're going to go about it, rather than the usual T20 frame of mind where generally the ball comes on to bat and you know your game plan from before you start the game, literally, and doesn't necessarily have to change it as the game progresses according to the conditions. Because these T20 players, most of these players play a lot of the T20 cricket. Changing gears seems to be the hardest thing for them.
Excellently flicked by Pranav Chittapalli. Picks up a massive 6.
Yeah, it was angling into his pads. Easy pickings, you'd have to say, for someone of Chittapalli's caliber. Just a flick of the wrist, and look how far it went. Effortless ease.
He's got so much time on his hands. And again, it's why he's really made a name for himself very quickly on this level. It's also a great experience for the young man. I love the Atlanta Open's inclusions of under 21s in playing 11s. It allows them to get experience from the best and the best.
Yeah, and unlike minor league at times where you can blood in your youngsters, the group situation does offer you an opportunity to throw them into the deep end. You have to play, but sometimes you've seen players get into the playing 11 but not get a prominent enough role. But here, Abhinav, because the games are so tight, and Abhinav is holding his place because of his merit, not just because he's U21.
This could be trouble.
Oh.
Put down. Couldn't corral it in off the carom, Shamar Springer.
I almost jinxed him. And when I saw Shamar Springer, I didn't think he was going to drop that. He's very, very safe. He made the ground. Was looking very comfortable as that ball was landing into his hands. But just fluffed his lines, and not even on the second time of asking. That is a lucky reprieve for Pranav.
And it's huge because Jesse Singh is such a momentum cricketer. He gets wickets early, and his 4 overs could be lethal. He doesn't get that early wicket, and you just maybe sense that he starts to overdo it, and that's when he can be expensive. Comes back for 2. Brilliant running from the Clarion Eagles.
You make a good point about Jesse Singh. He had quite a lot of trouble with his confidence. His run-up as well. He used to bowl quite a lot of no-balls. He's gotten over that and has been really consistent and consistently good. The over has come to a close now. It's 15 for none after 2.
More Carmine LaRue. Yeah, playing the safer approach to the seamers, and I think that's the smart way to go about it. Yes, there's a lot of bowling options, but if you can keep wickets in hand, we've seen bigger scores available.
Absolutely, and partnerships are key. So whilst Carmine LaRue is bowling so well, getting that bounce, even that last delivery, hitting the splice of the bat, not something that you can get underneath it and deposit it, even if it's power play. This is a sensible approach, in my opinion, from both these openers.
We had a lot of conversations about it. Again, pressure on the Eagles. They have to win today to give themselves a chance to make those playoffs tomorrow. Excellently run. Mark Parchment quick enough to keep it from being 4, but really smart from Pranav Chittapalayam.
A good piece of timing. Just played it late, used his wrists. Mark Parchment, pretty quick. Didn't see much with the bat from him. He's a free-flowing opening batter.
Gotta love the aggressiveness of Carmine LaRue.
And he's very quick across as well. Very athletic. So the batter out of the ground and changed directions. Picked up the ball and kept him honest. Very impressive spell so far from Carmine LaRue. Just feel like you're watching a test match. He's got a slip in place. Taking the ball away from the left-hander.
To Chittapalayam's credit, he's riding the bounce much better in this over compared to his first, so he's adjusted and adapted nicely.
First over, he was hopping around, and in this over, he's able to maintain a better balance and get his hands above the ball, so he can find the middle of the bat on those climbing deliveries. Sort of knock him on the head and down into the ground. Because if it's the other way around, it's likely to go in the ear. Technique, basic technique, even in T20 cricket, can never let you down.
See you later. Massive from Mukhtar Ahmed, straight as you like.
He waited for his moment, and as soon as he saw that ball in his hitting arc, he was ready for it and sends it out of the park. And it's a magnificent strike. The key, the balance, just a little press forward, and held his shape very, very nicely until he saw that ball hit the middle of the bat.
That was absolutely gorgeous. This is where Mukhtar Ahmed is so unique because he can score very quickly, but he doesn't have to do it in a slogging in motion. Like you mentioned, he can just hold his shape.
Also good because Carmine LaRue has been bowling short. He pushed him back in the crease, thinking that forward movement, a weight transfer, there will be slightly sluggishness in that. But he picked up the length so quickly and has done it with ease. Cannot fault Carmine LaRue for trying that fuller delivery after bowling short. That's what you set up the batters for. It's just Mukhtar was too good on that occasion.
Excellently navigated this over. Make it an 11-run over off Carmine LaRue. 3 overs gone, 26 for none. It's good there to see Carmine LaRue go over to Mukhtar Ahmed and just say, you can't do that, man. You can't hit me like this.
Yeah, these days big fast bowlers quite gentle. Back in the day, and fast bowlers used to be nasty. Long flocking hair and there's vicious stares. Obviously the face of cricket has changed with franchise cricket. A lot of these players, they play with each other as well at times. One day you're in opposing dressing rooms and next day you find yourself in the same dugout. That is the nature of franchise cricket, week in, week out.
Yeah, and you'll see it here on full display. Akshat Gomel and Harmeet Singh on the same team, but you talk about Carmine LaRue and Sanjay Krishnamurthy, 2 separate sides, and it could be a case where Sanjay's batting against Carmine. I'm sure there'll be no slower deliveries to Sanjay Krishnamurthy.
I'm not saying that they go easy at each other in their skills, but it's just that the friendly nature between them. And you can understand that. Nothing wrong with that, in my opinion.
It's the beautiful part about these opens. It brings the best cricketers in the country together. And again, they might be on the same franchise, they might be in other franchises, but you consistently are playing against the best competition. And so you can see the level from the first Atlanta Open to now has dramatically improved because all the players have dramatically improved.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is, we've seen the likes of Colin Munro, Martin Guptill here, James Wins, Ravi Bopara. But you make a good point about the local talent. I mean, their quality has risen so much that they've been a good match for any of those global stars when they come to these open tournaments.
That one has just carried and shot off like a rocket.
I just love when the wicketkeeper takes the ball when it's still on the rise. Up above his waist and still rising. Bends his back. Look at that ball climbing as it hits the gloves of Smith Patel. That is terrific. No better sight than a big, tall, strapping fast bowler running in and getting it through like they did now.
Brilliant start for Jesse Singh in the over. Back-to-back dots to Chittapalli. In the air, but will land safely. And will go all the way. Maybe not exactly intentional, but profitable.
It took the hand off the handle. Just the one-handed, but the good thing he went through with the shot. And that is exactly the direction of the wind as well today. Coming from third man to wide long on. Probably aided a little bit because it wasn't timed like he said. He'll pick up the result. You won't mind about that.
A really good opportunity for Chittapalli to experience this level of cricket. Experience a lot of major league cricketers as he looks to carry through the next phase of his cricketing career. Wow, we saw one rip through. This one maybe just staying that touch lower.
Yeah, that's what makes life difficult for the batters. They do not like the up and down bounce. A lot of good players will enjoy the bounce as long as it's even. And this one pretty much similar length. It'll be interesting to see the replay because the lengths were pretty similar. Probably this one was a yard fuller, but no justification for it to keep that low as it did.
And that one rose on Chittapalli. So just signs that this pitch might have some demons as we continue to play. 4 overs gone, 32 for none. We'll be curious to see when the Lightning elect to go to spin. Have so many seam options, but on this wicket, you mentioned in the pregame, the spinners tend to be the most effective.
Yeah, that was the word going in from a lot of these players when you go around in the morning and you talk to them, that how they feel the conditions are. And like you mentioned at the top of this innings, that this is the only team with such a formidable and influential fast bowlers. So they went to them first up. But I'm sure we'll see plenty of spin. And after the power play, the general trend is that batting gets difficult. That's where partnerships are important. So these two have given themselves a good chance to start after the power play if they can stay that long, because when the field will open up, they'll be in the best position to milk the bowling and keep the scoreboard moving. But a couple of wickets at any stage in this run chase, bring 2 new batters in and the fielding side will be in.
That's why Captain Emil Ponzo has gone to himself. Cashes in. Chittapalli, wonderfully placed.
Emil Ponzo at times is pretty quick through the air. This time got too full. And allowed Chittapalli to get under it. And with power play, not much protection on the offside. Handy boundary. The partnership propels.
And you can see Chittapalli on full confidence at the moment. And there's been so much talk about this young man's career. I remember talking to Yasser Muhammad last year, down in Dallas for that T20 series with Nepal, and he said to me, man, this Pranav kid up with my minor league team is so good. Watch out for him. And at that point, he's already scored the big runs against Canada to get the USA under-19 team back into the under-19 World Cup. But his reputation since then has continued to grow. Stock is rising, and so are the runs. That is an effortless 6.
Effortless indeed. This time he decided to go straight down the ground. It went over the side screen. The safest place in the ground to hit. But immense power. And still maintaining that great poise. That is excellent batting and good counter-attack. Amila Aponso, generally very miserly, has been taken to cleaners. First 2 deliveries out of the park. Welcome to you, Amila, says Pranav.
It's not something you see that happen to Amila Aponso very often. So economical, so hard to get under. But through 2 deliveries, it's been all the youngster. And then has the maturity to just settle in.
Yeah, pretty much expected response from Amila. He goes quicker. And like you said, very well washed. You got 2 6s. You got the adrenaline running. There's every likelihood that you want to continue in that vein. Not Pranav. Giving respect to the deliveries where needed. And picking whatever comes his way.
You've done your damage for the over. Just 87 runs left to go get. You've picked up 12. You can more than happy to play 4 dot balls here.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't go chasing. If anything comes your way, just pick it up.
Not where you want to be. And a 3rd boundary in the over.
Yeah, that is loose. That is very uncharacteristic from Amila Aponso. But Pranav is not complaining. This is a big over. The run chase is well and truly on track. Any good player would tell you that these are easy pickings. Even Amila Aponso will admit he got that one wrong.
Yeah, you don't necessarily mind a dipping full toss, but it's so straight with no protection out there. And it didn't dip as much as it needed to. It really ended up at thigh height. And we'll hold on to strike after a 17-run over off Amila Aponso. 48 for none after 5. Back to the Buttermere Sports Complex where the Clarion Eagles in a must-win. They've gone off to an absolute flyer of a start. And brings in Shamar Springer with the ball. Also brings in Leonard Achaivar to come join me. Lenny, an absolutely sensational start for these Eagles.
Certainly, Aman. Sensational Pranav Chattapaliyam.
You would have seen a lot of him up in the East. Had the one really big innings this year. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, it's ironic that we didn't see the best of him because of the conditions there, but he's been one to watch for the future. Saw a couple of good youngsters in the East. Onkar Zope was quite good, quite productive. Pranav Chattapaliyam, we know the talent he possesses. And we talked about the Manhattan Yorkers, a team full of young players to watch.
That is excellently timed. Wow. One hand off the bat and all the way.
Yeah, brings up the 50 and by some yards. Another big strike here from Pranav Chattapaliyam. And look at that. One-handed shot, but because of the pace of the ball, Shamar Springer gone for 6 in his second ball.
And this is so exciting for any USA Cricket fan because you talk about our top order, it's set. But we don't have a lot of lefties in the batting lineup. Here's a young former under-19 kid who is making a claim and might be arriving in front of our very eyes. Excellent comeback from Shamar Springer. Comes with his own pedigree.
Yeah, they're really off to a good start. We talked about teams chasing on this ground that have gone pretty well. And we also talked about how important this game is for Clarion Eagles to give them a bit of traction as we head to the playoffs starting tomorrow. Aman Patel. And also we've got to keep an eye on Kingsmen. They could separate themselves. They play later on.
Yeah, the Lightning, again, a win today in this game would put them in a position to claim that bye. And that bye is so vital. So much cricket being played over the course of this week that you can get yourself out of there. You get a day off. You can feel well rested headed in to Saturday and Sunday. But it's so difficult to go and play 5 consecutive days of cricket.
Well, the fact is, Aman, even if the Lightning wins here, oh, look at that. Sliced and gone away.
Yeah, touch fortunate, but fortune favors the bold. No deep third. And Pranav Chittapalli says, I can take your pace all day long. And he's quietly, maybe not even quietly anymore, moved into the 40s. At 2 wide with no deep third fielder.
So final ball to close out number 6. And I was talking about the fact that if Lightning wins here, then you'll probably see a temporary separation of 6 points with them. But Kingsman plays at the 2 o'clock slot.
Exactly.
And they're playing Cardinals also on 4 points. So it's going to get interesting in the next few hours.
How could you not love Group B? And again, like you mentioned, a bunch of teams on 4 points. The Eagles will win, and now they join 4 points. And it really becomes just all eyes open on how do the net run rates and how does everything work together to decide the top 3.
Yeah, back here, but as we have seen, we've seen a solid start from the Clarion Eagles.
.50 in style for Pranav Chittapalli.
Yeah, what a way to bring up a half century. Another one in this tournament. And it comes off the bowling of Shamar Springer. And the way Pranav Chittapalli has gone about his business has made it look so easy. And you can see on the card there, 28 ball half century for this young man. Look at that. Commanding a shot into the offside and gone the distance. And so 6 gone. They're batting a 66 for no loss.
He's timed it so wonderfully, Chittapalli. The big part about his game that everyone will talk about is the fact that it's just effortless. You never really feel that he's searching for power.
Yeah, and it looks so exciting today. We saw him playing some really big shots, and he's really taking on the fast bowlers. And you get the feeling, Aman, well, in fact, he took apart Amila Aponso also. So we'll have to wait and see the bowling options here.
Yeah, almost hit Aponso out of the attack. And right now, Mukhtar Ahmed's joining that cause. Picks up a boundary straight away.
Yeah, we saw yesterday also Mukhtar Ahmed was pretty quiet. We also saw a good knock from Chittapalli yesterday too. And it was Mukhtar Ahmed playing second fiddle to the young man. They're off to a good start. They just need, what, about 59 more to win.
Soeb Thai in with the ball. And again, the Lightning running out of options, needing to find a way to break this opening partnership. It's already worth 72. Actually, luck's out there. Really, that should have been over the fence.
Yeah, looking to get into position, as we have seen so many times. Batters want to get under the ball. And was heading for a very good area. There's not too much protection behind the keeper. But Chittapalli with a 50 comes back into strike.
Be curious to see the length Thai goes to Chittapalli. I think you'd rather be shorter the way Chetapalliam's striking it. Perfect length.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect.
This has been a good over so far from Soptai. Good comeback. We saw the first ball that went off the bat of Mukhtar Ahmed into the offside. That went for 4. Other than that, he's kept some good balls in this over.
Fielder holds on. Chetapalliam, 54 off 29, and he has to depart.
Still think he has done his job. Excellent catch. Easy catch for Jesse Singh. But he falls for one of 13 half century in this season. Look at that. Into the deep, and a very easy catch for a man who has been playing at the international level for some years, Jesse Singh. And so the first wicket goes down, 73 for 1.
Did his job early, though. Picked up a brilliant half century. The young man departs at 73 for 1. As the captain, Akashit Gomel, who carries around a lot of runs in minor league cricket in his own right. Is really the part of the Clarion Eagles that haven't made a lot of sense. This is a team that is so formidable, filled with stars, and somehow they're on the outside looking in as the defending champions.
Yes, man. And you look at Gomel. Gomel has had good success at the Atlanta Open. Of course, playing for different teams at time. And I know you and Shaw Faisal spoke about the ever-changing and the dynamics of franchise cricket these days. One day we were friends, and then the other day we were friends on the opposite sides. And so Gomel comes in here with a big job done by Chetapalliam and to a lesser extent Mukhtar Ahmed. They've put on 73 before we saw the first wicket fall.
Beats the fielder inside the ring. And good work by Jesse Singh in the deep. Holds it to just 2.
Yeah, we talked about how busy these players have been. And Patel, we talked more about that. 7 gone, 75 for 1.
Unbelievable start from the Clarion Eagles. Much different to what we saw in the first innings, Lenny.
Yes, man. The 6.5 runs at the end of their 20 over. But you look at things here, they're going over 10. And Mukhtar Ahmed has been a very passive partner so far. We saw a blistering knock from Chetapalliam. It looks like Amila Ponso gets another over.
Well, he was hit out of the attack by Chetapalliam. So change of ends here. Surprised maybe to see him consider giving the slightly smaller side to the right-handers. Not as dramatic of a difference as it was yesterday when they were on an a westernmore wicket, but still that slight field dimension will come into play.
Yeah, we've seen some really good batting. We've seen so much left arm spin in this series as we've seen across the world actually. And Amila Ponso, you looked at an over that went for what, 16 or 17, but we all know he's a better bowler than that. And Aman, we were talking about the likes of Jesse Singh, Monarch Patel, how busy they've been this year, League 2 cricket, and then of course the break for Major League and Minor League, and for the boys who went on to play Super 8, here they are playing another week of cricket, and then tomorrow they leave for the UAE. So much cricket.
It's a really brilliant thing, in my opinion, considering if you just go back maybe 5 years ago, there just wasn't this amount of cricket anywhere in the country at this high of a level, and so you've seen the team benefit. All the players, whether you're in the USA setup or not, have elevated their games, and I don't think it's any accident that Monarch Patel is in the form of his life. That Sai Mukamala is playing maybe as good as he's ever played in his life.
Yeah, Mukamala in particular has had really a good season, and we were talking about how average he had been in previous minor league matches, but this year was really good in the East.
Yeah, and I think, again, conditions in the East are so tough. It's hard to look at a scorecard and stats and say, well, you've had a great season or a poor season, but unequivocally, Simon Kamala's best year in minor league cricket. Very straight from Mukhtar Ahmed. Excellently placed.
Yeah, that's another lovely shot from Mukhtar Ahmed, and you get the feeling now the likes of Mukhtar Ahmed and Akash Gomel shouldn't be under pressure at all. And look at that, smashed straight down the ground again, and Milo Aponso is really having an off day, but certainly can't be too ashamed because he's bowling to some top quality batters.
Would have seen a lot of each other, these two, in the nets of the Washington Freedom in Major League Cricket. Simple should be and is. Aponso gets the last laugh and breaks through.
Well, Mukhtar Ahmed, I was just talking about, no pressure at all for him to really, on a batting perspective, but look at that, a safe dismissal in the end. And into the hands of Monang Patel, so the second wicket falls, not getting hold of the shot, Mukhtar Ahmed. And some reprieve here for Amila Aponso, he picks up one. But you get the feeling, man, a lot of damage has been done. Take a look at this one. Looking to go into the deep areas. Kite and a very easy catch from a man who's used to catching balls because he's a wicketkeeper, Monang Patel, 82 for 2.
And here's where your game can shift, Lenny. You talk about partnerships and opening partnerships. Now both openers gone, 2 fresh batters in the middle, and again a bowling attack that is very formidable.
Yeah, we saw what happened with the Atlanta Lightning. Remember one time they were batting at 83 for 2. Around the 12 over mark. And mentally I was trying to think, well, we doubled that, maybe 160, 170 on the cards. They ended up making 130. You never know, Krishnamurti comes to the middle.
You never know with Sanjay Krishnamurti as well. He can turn it on in a hurry. Can take his time, however. Just 49 left to get. So plenty of overs to get these runs. It's about holding your wickets in hand. And Krishnamurti does a 360 to find that one at fine leg. Close of over number 8, 83 for 2. Oh, never the over off yet. Overthrows. Aponso's unhappy because he feels as if the umpires called the over. And Monang Patel's making the same case. He says, you've already closed off the over. How can they come back?
Yeah, a lot of time. It's a call you got to hear. Sometime the end of the over. It comes with two things, Aman Patel. It comes with a call and it comes with a signal. Sometimes you got to wait for the call. Similarly, like wide. Wide is one of those infractions that has to be called or should be called. And then, of course, the signal comes out. So might have been one of those things, but we've seen it so many times. I remember Johnny Bairstow. Remember, he got run out and when he thought that the umpire called the over, but the umpire never called it.
Seemingly they are going to be awarded 2 runs as Gomel will start on the strikers. And actually, it says 1 on our scorecard. Well, that would mean that Krishnamurti should be on strike. So again, we'll try to see that. And if that gets adjusted here. And I think that's your slight delay as Monang Patel still having a conversation about it.
Well, irrespective of what decision the umpire makes, that has to be communicated to the scorer, and I don't think they have done that.
Well, they just awarded the 2 runs. And again, that's really frustrating Monang Patel. Just had a word with the leg umpire and still having a chat.
Yeah, you're right. If it's 1 run, then the batsman will have to switch ends. And that's one of the things, Arman, with all the signals that the umpire gives, he communicates with one person, and that's the scorer. So that has to be made very clear with the scoring team. But the cricket continues.
47 left to get. And oftentimes when you see a side maybe get frustrated, it could lead to either a real resurgence or maybe them losing even quicker. Oh, Monang Patel will be frustrated with that because he was just pushed out of that position at short fine.
Yeah, brings them closer home. We've seen a very good knock from Pranav, who got a half century. We've seen a little bit of fight back, a quick innings of 23 from Mukhtar Ahmed.
Krishnamurthy's last game at this ground didn't find the runs, so he'll be looking to right those wrongs.
Yeah, we've seen Krishnamurthy by his standard, just 6 and 38 in the series so far, but we know how good he can be. Just coming back, how busy these players been. We spoke to Jesse Singh, and he's flying out tomorrow to the UAE. Nepal and UAE will be part of their next engagement at the end of the month.
Be curious to see that squad list and who is everyone that is going out there. Sanjay Krishnamurthy could be part of that. Remember, he was representing the USA ODI side the last time we saw them in action. Does Utkarsh Srivastava go with them? All questions that will have to be asked. Sai Mukamala, Monang Patel, Smit Patel could be well on his way. So many individuals. And will there be any new faces? Carmine LaRue's eligible. Mohamed Mohsin's eligible. Do they get looks? Close of over number 9, maybe. We'll have to wait. Let's all be patient here. Ball in keeper's hand. Call of over. All right, here we go. Now we can confirm it. Close of 9. 89 for 2.
So nobody knows.
I don't even know if USA Cricket can release a press release. I don't know.
So nobody will know. Maybe until the day before them, because they're going to play some warm-up.
Yeah, warm-up
So nobody knows who's on the spot.
A win here for the Eagles keeps their hopes alive in this tournament. Who they'll have and who the Lightning will have on the way through, that'll be the question. But well on their way, the Eagles, after a disappointing start to this Atlanta Open.
Yeah, we talked about the Clarion Eagles, the defending champion from last year, Aman. And the interesting thing, all the big teams that are still hovering around looking for playoff spots, they have somehow got into the final or won at the Atlanta Open.
I love the parity that's been on display. There's so many great teams available and around and great players. And again, we could have a 5th consecutive new champion. It's quite remarkable that Major League or the Minor League nor the Atlanta Open have we seen a repeat champion.
Yeah, it talks about the intensity and the topsy-turvy way that the competition has gone on for years.
And it's not like there hasn't been times where it's been close. The Silicon Valley Strikers in year 1 of minor league cricket won it, and then year 2 got to the semifinal. The Kingsmen were very close this past year. Seattle has been in the playoffs after their initial win. So many close calls, but no one's been able to get over the line, and the Eagles are hoping to be the first team across the 2 tournaments to be able to do it.
And Aman, one of the biggest thing that has happened to the Atlanta Open, we have gone full turf in the last 3 years. Before, we used to be at a Atlanta playing field, played on Martin and the other grounds, so that's a big step up. And I earlier spoke to Carmel Leroux, and I asked him about the facility available these days, and you've got to be quite impressed with the way things have gone. A lot more pitches now. We talked about, since minor league came in, so many new pitches and facility available.
And that's been the big part about these Opens and minor league cricket that maybe goes overlooked. It's, yes, helped the quality of player, but it's helped the standard of cricket. You're playing on turf. You're playing on outfields that are more conducive for you against the best. And now when you get to the international level, you get to a major league level where everything is going to be on turf, you're ready, you're accustomed, and you're in those habits. Absolutely pumped, but straight to the man on the boundary. Shamar Springer very tall and made it look very comfortable.
So Gomel will have to go. It had been a quiet over so far from Aponso. And you talked about these odd wickets that falls here and there. Look at that. Straight he picks out Shamar Springer. He's a tall man. And in the end, a couple of wickets here for Aponso. And he's picked up 2 wickets now. It's 93 for Tria, man.
Yeah, huge, captain. Just trying to put some emphasis, get one boundary in place, but he picked the one fielder that was going to pluck that out, no matter how high you put it. Close of over 10, 93 for 3.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
So we're back with the action. Saif Badar comes to the middle. And in comes Shaw Faisal.
Thank you, Lenny. Clarion Eagles, who've dominated this run chase so far, have lost a wicket. They've done it once in this tournament when they were 3 for 132, chasing 172 and capitulated.
So ball through the offside. Lovely shot from Sanjay Krishnamurti. Akhilesh Budagum might have gotten a bad bounce, but it goes away for 4.
Good start from Sepp. Was short and wide. It's Krishnamurti, in fact, because it was the last ball of the over. Sanjay is very prolific. Picks up the length early. Yeah, bad bounce for the fielder, Akhilesh.
So they are just 33 runs away, Shaw Faisal, to go up to 4 points, and then it gets interesting.
It certainly does. They have back-to-back games today, so they'll be having a quick turnaround and getting ready for that afternoon start. But Atlanta Lightning will be sweating and waiting on other results for their qualification as the afternoon and evening sets in.
Yeah, we've got a big encounter with Cardinals and the Kingsmen, and they are also on 4 points, so somebody will have to give way. Couple of runs, the running has been good. Saif Badar gets off the mark and brings them closer home.
It is constant shouts from the Atlanta Lightning dugout telling their players to just hang in there, try to take it as deep as you can, because we might end up with 2 teams on 4 points looking for that one qualification spot, and it will come down to net run rate. That's why that wicket of Akarshit Gomel was crucial, because even Eagles themselves, they want to collect points, but they also want to stay ahead with that net run rate. And whilst this run chase is well under their control, they want to finish it off clinically.
Yeah, we've seen a good knock. What a start we saw from the young man. Pranav Chattopadhyay may have set the stage. Mukhtar Ahmed supported well at the top of the order.
Yeah, little things though for Lightning. That drop catch by Shamar Springer earlier in his innings of Chattopadhyay. And also them not capitalizing on the platform that they had built after being put in.
Yeah, we've seen an impressive campaign for the Atlanta Lightning so far, Shaw Faisal. Won against Kuli Sher, then lost to the Kingsmen, and then got the better of Cardinals, made 202 in that game.
1 or 2 for 3 after 11. But, huh?
So Ponso will continue. Couple of wickets for him. We'll come in here to bowl to Krishnamurti. Always looking for runs, Shaw Faisal. And we haven't seen Akhilesh Budugum yet.
Into the 12th over. And skipper Ponso into his last over. He had that very expensive first over. But then he's pulled things back quite nicely, Amila. Two right-handers in the middle. That's the reason probably they're reluctant to introduce their off-spinner. Akhilesh is a very good bowler.
Yeah, we saw an over from Ponso that was taken apart by Pranav Chattopadhyay. Went for 17. Yeah, a couple of good balls in this over. In fact, 3 good balls. Saif Badar, he's been quiet in this series.
He got 32 in the first game.
And he knows he has some time. Clarion Eagles hunting for that couple of points, which will put them even with some other teams. Into the offside, Manang Patel, the USA captain. And hands the strike over to Sanjay Krishnamurti. We saw a brilliant catch from Sanjay Krishnamurti earlier on, Shaw Faisal.
Yeah, right in front of us. That was outstanding. He's a very, very good cricketer. Watch out for him. And almost jinxed him. Just pick up a single, which was so close to that leg stump off that inside edge. Closing in on that target of 130 after 12. The Eagles are now 105 for 3.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball. So the action continues. Soptai continues. Starts with a dot ball. And Shaw Faisal, let's talk about the Clarion Eagles campaign so far. They lost their opening game to the Cardinals. And cut away. That's a lovely shot. Fielder will come around. Couple of runs here again for Sanjay Krishnamurti. When we saw the results of the Cardinal game, we thought it was kind of an upset. But they continue to play well, the Cardinals. So Clarion Eagles, they lost their first opening game. And then, of course, they came back big and took out the Kingsmen, 142 to 79. Shot from Sanjay Krishnamurti, gone all the way. And that's a massive shot into the offside.
He's generated enormous power. Just stayed within his crease and launched into that. And look at it soar over the railings. Must have been an 85-meter hit. That is massive from Sanjay Krishnamurti.
Yeah, he's the type of player that is very strong, straight down. And now the pressure on this Atlanta Lightning team. We talked about this is their last game, so they will have to play, wait and watch. On the other hand, Clarion Eagles, they have a busy day ahead of them. They'll play here, and then they play in the evening slot. Into the onside, gone all the way over square leg. 2 sixes in this over off the bat of Sanjay Krishnamurti.
Yeah, making quick work of that target. Krishnamurti gets into his stride. And 2 sixes in different direction. But top-class execution. This time gets down on one knee and lifts it over square leg with ease.
Yeah, you get the feeling that the Atlanta Lightning missing. And this one short and hammered again into the onside. and gone for another maximum.
Well, it's happening very, very quickly. This time it was a long hop. The pressure had been put in, and the bowler buckles under it. That is 3 sixes in the over. Swept high, all that experience, still not able to keep Sanjay Krishnamurthy quiet. 125 for 3 after 13.
So we come down to 6 to win, Shaw Faisal. It looks like Akhilesh Budugum will get an over in. And we've seen a really good knock from Sanjay Krishnamurthy. He's up to 34. And essentially what will happen, since they've got another afternoon game, Shaw Faisal, when we used to play and we've got a double game, we always tell ourselves the quicker this game finishes, longer rest.
Yeah, and they've made short work of that 130. I thought it would go deep into that innings, but 13 overs, all it took. Sanjay Krishnamurthy getting into his stride very quickly.
So Akhilesh Budugum, the tall off spinner, giving the ball here. And you're asking him to come up with the miracle that this team needs.
Yeah, well, even the most optimistic of Lightning fans, the only hope they can have at the moment is just to extend this innings beyond this over into the 15th.
Yeah, ball punched into the offside, and Shaw Faisal, if we were in one of those big Atlanta stadium with 50,000, 70,000 people and they've come here to watch the Lightning, they'll be probably making their way to the exits.
Would have done so after the third ball went over the fence. The exodus. Don't see the usual drums from Atlanta Lightning. We saw them during the minor league, but there aren't any drums.
Actually, maybe the drums guy was going to come starting tomorrow, but we'll have to send him a message and say, hold on a little bit.
Anxious wait for them through this afternoon till the end of the next round of matches that will start at 2 this afternoon.
Saif Badar goes big, goes far, and is gone for the highest you can get from a scoring shot. Gone for 6, and that's the end of this one. Clarion Eagles win quite easily.
What a strike from Saif Badar. Goes straight, goes down the ground, and the play would have to stop at field 2 where that ball went, because it was a massive hit. And what a fitting way, an emphatic way to achieve victory. Eagles march on, and now we have 4 teams in Group B with 4 points each, with 1 game to play in this afternoon fixture to settle the group. And Clarion Eagles had a game in hand coming into today, so they made sure they caught up with that. And now with 1 game to play, Atlanta Lightning, having played all their games, will have to wait anxiously to see what happens. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, another delightful knock from a very talented batter to go with 1 outstanding catch earlier as well. Atlanta Lightning would have felt they fell short with the bat, but would never have thought that this run chase would end so quickly inside 14 overs, and that will dent their run rate as well for the tournament. Chadapaliam, what a sensational knock from him. He set the stage ablaze. Mukhtar Ahmed for a while took the back seat, got his a couple of big shots away, but then it was Sanjay Krishnamurthy with those 3 sixes in 1 over, and Saif Badar a telling winning strike over the fences. Well, wickets for Amila Ponso, but he was expensive. Carmine Leroux actually bowled 2 very impressive overs up top. So did Jesse Singh, but The task was enormous, and a drop catch in the field as well didn't help their cause, as he really chased the leather, the Atlanta Lightning. That is the match summary. 130 for 6 played, 133 for 3 in 13.5 overs. Monak Patel, another stylish knock for the USA skipper, 43. But Abhimanyu Lamba was the star with the ball. Harmeet Singh once again chipping in with wickets. And when it came to the run chase, Chetapalliam and Krishnamurthy made sure there were no hiccups, no dramas, as they went over the line with plenty of overs to spare. Well, that will suggest that the points table would have taken another twist in this Group B here at Atlanta Open 2025. Look at that Group B now. Clarion Eagles, with their superior net run rate, have climbed to the top of the table from being number 4. And Atlanta Lightning went and swapped places with them with a negative net run rate. Cardinals, the Kingsmen, exciting game on our hands this afternoon. And Eagles and Kolesher will also be in action. Well, it's just about time to head to Lenny Achabar for the post-match presentation. He's got Amila Ponso alongside him.
Yeah, thank you, Shaw Faisal. Amila Ponso out of the Atlanta Lightning. Amila, it's been a tough one for you today. This may put you out of the competition.
It's maybe, but I think we shot off another 25 to 30 runs, but we never know how the cricket goes in there. But I think we may have a chance. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw you got off to a very good start. At one stage, it was 83 for 2 at the end of the 12th over. Where did it go wrong in the middle there?
I think after power play, we didn't do our batting weapon that much. I think we didn't rotate the strike. So if we batting in the morning, I think we need to rotate the strike, especially these kind of conditions. So I think we collapse from the after 12 overs. Yeah, starts the collapse.
All right, and bowling, it was always going to be tough to defend 130.
Yeah, I think after first inning the wicket gets so much better. I think we dropped 2 catches as well in the crucial time. So if you're especially in this kind of less total, I think we need to grab those catches as well.
So Amila, 4 teams are on 4 points. You're done for the time being. You'll have to wait and watch and hope and pray. But we've got Cardinals still with a game to play. Kingsmen with still a game to play. And of course, the team that just won against you, Clarion Eagles, still a game to play. So it's going to be a little bit anxious here for the Lightning.
Yeah, obviously, yes. So I think, I don't know, we'll hope for the best.
Yeah. All right. So there you have it, folks. Amila Ponso, the captain of the Lightning, is wait, hope, pray, and watch. And hold on and let's see what happens.
Thank you very much, Lenny. Mila Ponso definitely will have to wait for the games in this afternoon as well. But credit to the Eagles. They really put in a performance when needed. They've actually started the run chase a bit nervously. Kamal Aru bowled 2 very good overs. Chance went through the slips, through the hands of Smith Patel. And then the openers got into their stride. Chetapalliam and Mukhtar.
Yeah, again, the shots around the ground were quite brilliant, and they never really let up. There's one opportunity that went to begging, and Jesse Singh was getting pace, getting bounce, but then there were a couple of opportunities that just didn't go to hand, fell into gaps, and Chetapalliam cashed in in a big way. And it was this over, I think, that probably changed the whole thing. Took Amila Ponso for 17, and the Eagles never looked back.
Yeah, that's the time where he really got into his stride. Chetapalliam put the opposition skipper under pressure, and you see the errors from Amila Ponso that he normally doesn't commit. One hand off, doesn't really matter. 6. He's done it twice in this innings with a hand off the handle and still able to take the ball out of the fence.
Yeah, it seemed as if the wicket got a little better to bat on as you went throughout the day, and so it speaks for what's to come in match number 2 here on field 1. Soeb Tai finally able to get through Chetapalliam, not after he brought out a half century, And then very shortly after, Mukhtar Ahmed goes. And you thought, okay, are the Lightning going to claw back into this one? But the likes of Saif Badar and Akarshit Gomo, you had Sanjay Krishnamurti, made sure things didn't go awry even after the fall of wickets. They kept it going, and then Sanjay Krishnamurti in 1 over just picked up and let loose on Soeb Tai.
3 sixes in the over and 3 different directions. 1 extra cover in the slog sweep, showing full range of his strokes. That was a long hop and deposits it over square leg. Saif Badar, the most emphatic of blows to make the statement and seal the victory for the Eagles. Winning by 7 wickets, and I think we are ready with the post-match presentation. Lenny Achabar is pretty busy. Let's head over to him.
And here we are, player of the match. And of course, it goes to Abhimanyu Lamba. Abhimanyu, what a performance we've seen from you today. 4 for 17. Talk to us about it.
I was just trying to bowl on the areas and like with the pace off and the way our captain used me on the bowling, and I got the support from the fielding side as well. That helped me a lot.
Yeah, we were wondering when you were given the ball in front of some established bowler, but you really bowled with some bit of pace. You took out some big wickets at the top of the order, and you've got to feel so confident about your performance today.
Yeah, I was I was in the rhythm, and I was bowling good, and I was getting swing as well. That's helped me to get the big wickets in the starting.
Well, certainly you put Clarion Eagles with a chance of going further in the competition. You'll be hoping that you can really have some other good games as we come along to maybe the playoff stage.
Yeah, whatever, if we got the wicket, according to the fast bowlers, I'll try to play my role. And because the last game I didn't bowl a single over, so it's part of the game, yeah.
All right, so folks, there you have it. A big performance from Abhimanyu Lamba, 4 for 17, player of the match. A big performance from your team. You needed one to catch up with the other teams. You've got a big win.
I'm glad that we got a big win and at the right time. We were aware that Atlanta Lightning team is not an easy team to beat, and I'm very lucky to have such a team that stick together and execute the plans really well.
Well, you've got a chance. It's still another game to go. Kingsmen is also playing in your time slot. So it's going to be a race between Clarion Eagles and Kingsmen to see who comes out at the top of the group. Are you confident for your next game?
I'm pretty much confident, and more important is playing good cricket. I mean, we are not going to take any opponent lightly, and we're not actually thinking about the other teams as well. We just want to focus on our game and win it and go home.
All right, last question. 2 outstanding performance. We saw Lamba getting 4, Chattapalyan getting a half century. You can ask for more.
That is true, and at the same time, the kind of support that we are getting in the field as well, taking catches, attempting runouts, that is also more important. And I'm really happy that the bowlers, especially Lamba and Pranav, they are doing really well ahead of all the big giants, like you said.
All right, so Gomel, go well. I know you've got a game in a couple of hours, so all the best and best of luck.
Thank you so much.
So there you have it, folks. We've got games all wrapped up. Clarion Eagles, they win quite easily, and that's all from the presentation platform.
Welcome back to the Putnamvere Sports Complex here in Rydell, Georgia. We've got game number 2 of this unbelievable Thursday, but we want to go and take a look at the wicket before we get into the teams. I was out there earlier this morning. Have a look. It's time for the pitch report, and we're on a different strip than we were yesterday. We've come one over towards the east. So let's just go down and have a look at this wicket. You can see there's plenty of cracks on it, and it's nice and hard early on. There's some grass, but it really is coming up already. So early on, there's going to be some runs, and I think you're going to want to bat first on this surface, and then later in the day, expect there to be a little bit more turn as it just continues to dry under this Atlanta sun. Well, there is that pitch, and we saw the team Chase win in game number 1, but now it's a new game and a new result maybe at the toss could be inbound. Let's have a listen to what Faisal Shah did out there in the middle.
Toss time for the all-important Group B clash, and this is a very important match coming your way between the Cardinals and Kingsmen. Both the captains are here, Raymond Rifa, Sayyid Saad Ali, match official. Mr. Ravi is also here. Raymond, you got the coin. Give it a flip. Saad will call.
Tail is the call.
Tails is the call. It is tails. Kingsmen have won the toss. Saad, what you going to do?
We're going to bat first.
All-important game. The equation is pretty simple. Win it and qualify. How are you looking at it?
Yeah, this is an important game, and we just try to maximize the score is total for this game, and our batting is very good. Yes.
And having looked at the surface, there was a game in the morning. What do you make? What will be a good total batting first on it?
Yeah, just the pitch is looking good today, and we just try to maximize minimum 150, 160, set the target.
Any changes in your lineup?
Yeah, just one changes. Ovezia is out, and Sharjeel is playing 11, and Anwar is as an impact.
All right, go well, Saad Ali.
Thank you.
Raymond, bowling first. What do you make of it?
I think it's a pretty good surface, so it should hold out right throughout the game. Whatever they get, we just need to get one more run on them.
All right, and the equation is very interesting for neutrals. Any tension coming into it? All riding on this game?
It's pretty simple. I think you go out there to win every cricket game, so it's the same we're going into this game with. We had a pretty close game yesterday where we almost chased down 203, so I guess the guys are good and believe that we could chase down any target that is set for us.
Any changes in your lineup, Raymond?
We got 2 changes. Yusuf Zazai is out because he had to fly back to do something, and we got one more change. I can't remember the name.
That's all right, Raymond. Go well, buddy.
Thank you.
Here we have it. Toss from the middle. Kingsmen have won the toss, and they've decided to have a bat first.
Information of what just happened in the middle. The Kingsmen won the toss, chose to bat first in a very important game in the context of Group B. I'm on Patel, joined by Lenny Achaibar. Lenny, this group really comes down to this game.
Thank you, Aman. Look at Group B. Direct your attention to Group B Clarion Eagles. We saw them about an hour ago. They made light work, so they're on 4 points. As so 3 other teams, Central Cardinals and the Kingsmen, will try to make it simple into this group, the way the fixture goes. So essentially, what it means, whoever wins here will enjoy a little bit of separation, but watch at Clarion Eagles. They take on Kulishare in what is expected to be a very good game. We saw Kulishare in this series, not one of the toughest opponents. So you get the feeling, I'm getting the feeling, Aman Patel, that Clarion Eagles will go up to 6 points, and either one of these teams will go up to 6 points. It comes down to a situation of a net run rate issue.
Well, with the bat in hand, the Kingsmen will try to make sure their net run rate doesn't take too much of a hit. They'll look to Milind Kumar, who on this ground yesterday was absolutely sensational. 100 for him, looked completely untroubled, and look no further also than Nkrumah Bonner. He was brilliant in a partnership alongside Milind for the Kingsmen.
Yeah, man, the fact is both teams are playing simultaneously, so nobody will get a chance to see what needs to be done from the net run rate perspective. So there we go. Central Cardinals, they've really played good in the series, led by Raymond Rifa. And of course, they include the likes of Saidib Ganesh, Nitish Kumar, Chaitanya Bishnoi, Ankur Kassel, Maruti Reddy, Parth Patel. And of course, we've got the bowlers, the likes of Abdul Aziz and Cameron Hotak.
The Lightning would be looking on and watching the two events happening in Group B. Their season is done in the regular season, and their hope to get into the playoffs are really the Cardinals winning by such a margin. They are behind on net run rate, thanks, in particular, to a real devastating loss here an hour ago. Like you mentioned, the Eagles absolutely thrashed them, winning in just about 14 overs.
The fact is, you look at this card, we're down to the 2:15, 2:30 p.m. playoffs. And these are the last group stage. We talked about Group B having a very interesting encounter here. And this is field one. It's between Cardinals and the Kingsmen. And this is for all the marbles. And the fact is, Aman, 3 teams will go to the playoff. The team that heads the group will sort of like get a bye and straight into the semi. And then the other 2 plays eliminators.
Yeah, and so huge for the Eagles to, who again were outside looking in, to start the day. After a huge net run rate boost, they move into first. Now they could stay there with a win against Goulashed by some margin as well. So it's really positions 1 through 3 are still very much on the table for the entirety of Group B. And this does not become a game that either of these 2 teams can take lightly if they hope to advance. Ramiz Raja will open the bowling alongside Sergio Khan, both of whom pack a punch, very naturally aggressive.
Yeah, one of the good things about this Kingsmen team, Aman Patel, is that they have gone with a pretty much fixed batting lineup. And here we go, Nitish Kumar.
It's been great to see Nitish Kumar more and more with the ball in hand. When you think of Nitish Kumar, you think of the ODI batter, former captain of Canada. But he does possess this off-spin ability, very valuable here in Rydal.
Yes, Aman. We saw him during the series. 2 for 21, 3 for 11. Those are good figures.
And keeps it very simple. Again, isn't going to wow you with the number of deliveries he can bowl, but his consistency what makes him effective.
And you get the feeling when Sharjeel Khan comes down, he's the left-hander. There's so much talk about the matchup. So those matchups could favor a bowler who has done some bit of bowling for Central Cardinals.
And just to maneuver into the onside. And this is the matchup you spoke about. They're left-hander, off-spinner bowling. And Sergio Khan isn't one to shy away and say, oh, okay, ball turning away, maybe I just play a little bit more quietly. No, he's looking to be assertive from ball 1.
Yeah, saw him a couple of years ago, might have won the MVP of the series, got a lot of runs and struck the ball to all parts. I remember a couple of years ago, the ground up the hill right behind us was the main ground. Got the finals there a couple of years ago. Sharjeel was impressive.
And Kumar is going to have to fix that line and that length. Cannot afford to be that short to Sergio Khan. Better areas. And a tame first over brewing for Nitish Kumar.
Yeah, this has been very good. The fact is he's bowled quite a few balls to Ramiz Raja, who tapped it into the onside, and now Sharjeel Khan.
Just 2 runs from the over, just 1 off the bat. It's 2 for none. These 2 teams, they could still be in with a loss as long as it's close. So the name of the game for both sides is to just keep things until the very end of the game.
Yeah, we talked to Amila Aponso, and he was of the opinion, well, we've just got to wait and watch. But you get a feeling with 3 teams, you gotta watch and wait on. And I suspect 2 of them will get ahead of the Atlanta Lightning for sure.
Yeah, no question about it. It's a battle for 3rd position. You'll have 2 teams that finish on 6, so end up seeing who gets themselves into the bye. But that 3rd place team, who's it going to end up being? Goulashed, they've struggled all tournament, but here's their chance to play spoiler for the Clarion Eagles, the defending champions.
Yeah, the fact is, Cardinal here got off to a very good start, courtesy of Nitish Kumar. He's bowled an over that has only conceded 3, and then when you look at Sharjeel Khan, for example, he's got a big 50 in this tournament, got an 80 in one of the games, and we know, and you've seen a couple of times, Aman, he scores very quickly.
We'll have to deal with Abdul Aziz early. We saw plenty of seam bowling be successful in the morning game. Think of Abhimanyu Lamba, took 4 wickets, and he talked about how he was taking pace off the ball. Those were his wicket-taking deliveries. Curious to see how Aziz attacks this wicket.
Yeah, ball into the onside, and hands the strike over to Sharjeel Khan, the left-hander. And Aman, let's talk about the toss. We spoke about teams chasing on this ground in this competition have really done well, except Kingsmen, who posted 179 when they played on this ground a couple of days ago. And you get the feeling they've gone that route again. Why not? You've made 179. You're the only team to bat first and win on this field. Don't change.
Also, you think about conditions. The fact that this pitch will continuously bake. It'll be the 4th consecutive innings, 4th game in 3 days on it. So you're just anticipating that there might be a couple of cracks, a couple of places that open up on this wicket and get tough to bat later on in the day.
Yeah, you're right on that. I'm pretty sure that teams love the evening fixture more than the morning ones, especially when you come and it's a coin that decides who bowls or who bat.
Staying a touch low maybe on Sharjeel Khan, who is maybe not reading the ball off the wicket right now.
Yeah, it's not often you'll see him stick around for so long. We're into the 9th ball of the game, make that the 10th, and he's yet to get off the mark. So surprisingly for a man who loves to hit the ball.
Just enough bat. Didn't quite time it, but able to pierce the infield. It could be run out, could be real trouble. Oh, needed a better throw.
Yeah, Sharjeel Khan shows what he does best, and this is what he's known for. But some credit to Abdul Aziz. These are 2 quality batters out in the middle, and so far, along with Nitish Kumar, he's kept the Kingsmen relatively quiet. A lofted shot into the offside. A shot probably you get away with in the first 6 overs. 2 men outside of the 30-yard circle, man at deep a backward point, and of course man at mid-wicket. And so the straight area, Aman, is quite vacant.
Goes straighter and goes bigger. 6 runs.
You're not surprised when Sharjeel Khan brings in those big shots? What you're surprised about, it took so long for it to come. And that's a lovely strike, goes over the ropes. And Sharjeel Khan, that's how he bats. And look at that, he really hits the ball hard when he hits him. Look at that. And that has gone for the first maximum of this game.
What's impressive about it, again, there's no big flourish. It doesn't feel like he's over-hitting. He's a tremendous timer to go along with the great bat speed. Nice line. It keeps the full toss from being as costly. Closer 2, 11 for none. Well, Lenny, you see the standing graphics there, and it's because while all the commotion is going on in Group B, Group A has been set in stone. The Atlanta Fire, the Stallions X, and the Seattle Thunderbolts are all through, and the Atlanta Fire, well, they have claimed that bye.
Yeah, we saw Atlanta Fire that franchise coming off their big minor league cricket championship win. And they're really playing like a champion. Stallions X and Seattle Thunderbolts. Quite rightly so, Aman. And so that has been fixed. We're still waiting on Group B. And you're watching a Group B matchup. Ramiz Raja will be on strike.
And you talk about the Atlanta Fire. This is a team that hasn't won this competition yet. And could this be the year where they just win all across the board? They just keep checking things off.
Yeah, very impressive run in the league stage. And they'll be hoping they will have to go without the service of one Aaron Jones, who's gone to Canada to play in T10 games.
Excellent running from the Kingsmen. Another part for the Fire is you talk about the durability of that team. A lot of that squad would have played 4 consecutive Super 8 plus a minor league final. You get 1 day off, and then you're back in playing another 4 days in a row. So this bye will be otherworldly for this franchise.
Yeah, man, you're right on that. And, of course, now and then, I know these are things that the cricketers don't like to hear. Not even a rain, not even a rain day came in between to give you a little bit of respite.
Lenny, you're playing a dangerous game. The organizers might come find you if you keep talking like that.
Well, we saw it was quite overcast yesterday. When we left the hotel, we were still wondering with a 24% chance of rain. And these players, like we talked about, and Aman, if you go back even before minor league, then there was major league. I talked about the ICC League 2 games.
So much cricket happening all the time, and you know the question always is what's next. And it used to be, I'm not sure. Now it's seemingly everyone knows what's next. There's something on the calendar year round, and that's the way you want it to be. Chance doesn't get there. Would have been absolutely sensational if he hung on.
Yeah, it would have been the big wicket of Sharjeel Khan. Raymond Reefer, the captain, running the wrong way, so to speak. Aman Patel. Look at that, Sharjeel Khan. He loves going big in the early stages, and Raymond Reefer was all tangled up. It was always going to be tough for him. 3 gone is 16 for no loss.
Saw Nitish Kumar at the end saying, come around. I think he was almost referring to long on to keep pushing around. Not sure he would have gone there either. Really unfortunate stuff at the close of over 3.
Yeah, refreshment time under the tent. And I wonder, Aman, if we are allowed to issue an open invitation for people to go there. Maybe not.
Don't think they'll mind it. We'll see if it comes back to bite us. But if you're here in Rydal, Georgia, at the Bowen Sports Complex, feels like a pretty safe place to be. New man in, Captain Raymond Reefer comes in with the ball. So just an over of Aziz, and they've made the change. Are you surprised by that, Lenny?
Well, Aziz went for 9. We saw in the over bowl by Aziz, he kept things relatively quiet, but we saw 6 off that over. And we saw a little bit of faulty shot from Sharjeel Khan. He always looking to go big, but Raymond Reefer. The other thing, Aman, we have seen so much in T20 cricket around the power play stage. You want to mix it up.
And that option from the left as well, again, just provides a different angle. And for Ramiz Raja, who's very much active with his hands, you could just flirt with an outside edge.
Yeah, we've seen in modern day T20 cricket, the power plays is 6 overs. Sometimes you give a bowler each, 1 spell each. 5 of your bowlers sometimes gets used in just the power play.
What do you make of that tactic, Lenny? Are you a fan when that happens?
Matchups. Yeah, I've seen it. I think I like it. It's one of those things in which you wanna put some surprise on the batter. On the other hand, you might be wanting to think bowlers usually don't get it right so much in 6 balls. So a second over, sometimes things work. But when you look at what has happened here, for example, Nitish Kumar has bowled 2 for 7, 2 overs for 7. Abdul Aziz has given you 1 for 9.
It definitely keeps bowlers on their toes as well if you're going to get a second over, because I don't necessarily think it's always the set in stone plan that you've rehearsed, more so than it is your in-game adjustments and matchups, as you mentioned, and that might just be counterproductive as a bowler with your own confidence.
How many times haven't we seen a bowler walk to the mark, marked his run up, and he's taken off? And I know because I score, and a lot of time I'll put a bowler on, and that bowler was already marking his run, caps off and everything else, and the captain say, "Hold on."
I thought you were going to say you knew because it's happened to you. Like, I thought that's what you were going to say.
Well, those have been years ago. I remember. I remember last month, I was looking at a feed. Shaw Faisal was doing the Masters game, and we saw the Masters playing, and him and I and maybe Brian Walter, we were thinking about coming out of retirement and play this thing.
Cleaned him up. The change of reefer brings along the wicket.
Yeah, Sharjeel Khan wouldn't go for much today. And we were just talking about the changes in T20 cricket as it relates to the opening start. And look at this from an experienced campaigner, Raymond Reefer. He's taking the off stump out. And that's the end of Sharjeel Khan, is 17 for 1.
Another tame day for Sharjeel Khan. I'll tell you what, Lenny, if you, Brian Walters, and Faisal Shah all came out of retirement, it might have to be a ticketed event. Might need to charge at the gate. Make some real profit that way, I reckon.
Yeah, we were. Well, I was watching the proceedings right here, and Shaw Faisal was the commentator, and I texted him and I told him I'm tempted to come play this competition. And he himself says, well, yeah, he wants to give up the mic next year and get on board. So you never know. We'll tag along Brian Walters.
Plenty of cricket being played all around the country at all levels and ages, which is, again, incredible. That's what you want.
Do you know there's even an over 70 league, over 60 league?
I knew there was an over 60. Over 70, I didn't know.
Yeah, there's an ambulance with beds standing by with walkers. Raymond Reefer, he's been good.
Yeah, brilliant start to his day. And he'll have another lefty to bowl at. Saad Ali coming in with some brilliant minor league form. Had the most unfortunate run out yesterday. Really peculiar, the situation him and Milind Kumar found themselves tangled up in, where the ball was just touched to short mid-wicket by Milind Kumar, and somehow they were looking to turn two. Ended up getting run out, and it felt like that might have been the end of the Kingsmen day, when in fact that almost jump-started Milind Kumar's innings. But Ali wants runs for himself.
Yes, folks, and Aman mentions Milind Kumar. Just in context, he's the only centurion of this series.
Touch of fortune. Not where he wanted it at all, but it'll take 4.
Yeah, Raymond Reefer, you get the feeling that he's done his job by dismissing Sharjeel Khan. But look at Ramiz Raja. He's one of the top batters around, and he's taken on the left-arm pacer, Raymond Reefer. And what's the intention to really hit into the backward square area? Ends up over the keeper's head by a long way. Gone for 4. 4 gone. It's 22 for the loss of Sharjeel Khan.
Remarkable that it ended up at third. The way this was headed looked like it should have been to fine backward square, like you mentioned. Always peculiar. Doesn't matter how it looks, the scorecard all reads the same. Close of 4, 23 for 1.
Yeah, we're beginning to see some folks coming in as it comes down to the business end of this series. as Kumar will continue.
Nitish Kumar's been brilliant early on this power play, doing to both righties and lefties. Just the 8th run he's conceded. And if you can get 3 or 4 of Nitish Kumar out of the way cheaply early, you've set yourself up brilliantly in the later stages of this innings.
Yeah, you're right, Aman. You want, since he has gone well, you want to continue with him. He's an off spinner. We know the life of an off spinner in T20 cricket. He may not get a chance to come back in the middle or certainly towards the end.
Yes.
But he's been very good, Nitish Kumar.
And it stems from just how vastly experienced he is. Again, while he has made a USA debut, he's more known what he did in Canada as the captain and would have played more ODIs than anyone in this country. And so he's carrying that into this T20 format.
Yeah, I remember certainly a big moment for him and the man from New Zealand, Corey Anderson. They were batting one time when they were playing up in PVCC with the Bangladesh series. They were in the wicket at the same time. 2 men making their debut for the US, having played for 2 nations.
It's remarkable. That and then maybe his biggest moment with the USA would have been the 4 he hit to send it to a super over against Pakistan. Faisal Shah's unhappy with me now. Won't go to the boundary. And still just the 1. So even with 4 runs conceded to start this over, this has been brilliant.
Yeah, Nitish Kumar continues to bowl extremely well. We saw he got off to a very good start. His first over went for just 2 runs. In fact, 1. And he was bowling to Sharjeel Khan and, of course, Ramiz Raja.
And only 5 runs from his 3rd over. He's given him just 12. Exceptional work. Close of 5, 28 for 1.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
So, welcome back. 28 for 1. Treatment here for Ramiz Raja. As we welcome Shah Faisal into the box. Shah Faisal, 28 for 1. They've lost. Sharjeel Khan, Saad Ali, the captain, has come out at 3.
Here, Ramiz Raja is taking a little bit of an attention. He's feeling his hamstring, I think. He felt it in the last over as well, going for that big shot and then the sweep shot that normally he would have run to, couldn't come back for the second, still feeling the effects. That injury, that's not good for Kingsmen because in this T20 format it's fast and furious. There's very little space for injured lieutenants.
And Aman and I, we were just talking about the unpredictability of captain using so many bowlers at the start. Look, Raymond Rifa has just taken out Sharjeel Khan, bowled an over that only conceded 6, got to the start, got to his bowling mark, and at the last moment decided, well, I'm not bowling this one. And so new bowler here, the 4th bowler to be used, and we're just at the end of 5.
Yeah, a lot of teams try to do that inside the power play. Keep mixing it up with their bowlers. I remember Atlanta Fire, the home team here. They went to season or 2 seasons bowling 6 different bowlers in the power play. So 4th into the 6th over. Slightly regulation or closer to the regulation. But Kamran Hotak. Left arm spin. Yes, left-handed Saad Ali. Had a fantastic time of it. He's a very good player. Generally looks to take the innings deep.
So Cameron Hotak comes into the attack, starts pretty well. And Shah Faisal, you get the feeling with Sharjeel gone, he's a quick scorer. Saad Ali and Ramiz Raja will have to consolidate here. Still early yet, but still. Oh, look at that. Rank, long hop, and give him the treatment. Big shot from Saad Ali, gone for 6.
Yeah, it deserved the treatment. Was begging to be hit, and it was hit. Saad Ali taking full advantage of the power play. Strong breeze. And in that direction, he's got it away. Be very disappointed with this delivery. It just got stuck in the fingers. You feel it didn't come out all right. But he had to pay the price. And you talk about Sharjeel Khan. It's been all or nothing for him in this tournament. One player of the match. And then 3 very, very quiet outings, including the 2 ducks.
Yeah, big shot from Saad Ali, given a gift. You look at Cameron Hotak, and he has had some good spells in this series. 2 for 34, 1 for 24, 2 for 26. So you're not surprised that Raymond Rifa has gone to him. So very good delivery from Raymond Rifa that took out Sharjeel Khan.
Yeah, that was a good delivery. The Kingsmen, the batting lineup is quite long. Oh, fast hands through the ball, but couldn't find the gap. 6 earlier in the over, followed by dots.
Into the offside. Fielder is running back, outstretched hand, can't work. And surprisingly, they have only gone for 1, but ball was hanging in the air for some time.
Yeah, Ramiz Raja is not fit, so he cannot push for those 2s. And Saad Ali gets away with it. It was into the wind. Fielder tried his best. In the end, that outstretched arm and the lunge, not enough.
So we've seen an over gone for 7. We've seen a shot that went for 6. And so relative to that, I think Hotak has really come back well. Final ball. And a good delivery to end the power play. And after 6 is 35 for the loss of 1. So the parks are filling up. Here, Shah Faisal. And that appears to be the VIP section, VIP park. Or it could possibly be the award for the player of the series. You never know.
His regular supply of food and refreshments as well keep coming in this time of the day. It's a bit too late for lunch, but never too late for a bite. At least for me. But 35 for 1, they have to come up with a decision, the Kingsmen, with Ramiz Raja. He's really hampering the flow of this innings. Now with power play over, more protection. I thought he was going to try and go for the big one, the last ball before the power play, but he blocked it. He cannot run them hard, and with field wide spread, what are the options? Wicket is good today, so they have to score big against a very spirited Cardinals side.
So it looks like Abdul Aziz gets a second spell. We saw he bowled 1 over from the media center end, but he returns from the far end. Ball stroked into the offside. Shah Faisal, we talked about the situation in which the points table is telling us that both of these teams are on 4. One will give way.
Yeah, the other group is sorted though. In the other group, the qualifications have been confirmed. Atlanta Fire, by virtue of them finishing first in Group A, will be having a rest day tomorrow, and they will go straight through to semi-final. And alongside them, 2 other teams have joined for the knockout stages. We watch this Yorker. Ramiz couldn't get it away. Okay, so the Stallions X have also qualified, waiting for the qualifier from this group. So does Seattle Thunderbolts. 2 very good teams. Good that they've made it through. And from tomorrow onwards, it will be win or go home for all the teams.
It's a ball into the onside, and Shah Faisal, you talked about Ramiz Raja. May slow things down with his running. How much does something like an hamstring affects even the stroke play of the batsman?
It does. Does the weight transfer back and across or onto the front foot and back foot? There's got a lot of spectators watching along. Some of the teams that they finished their first game still hanging around to watch this big stars clash. Ramiz hobbling along, carries on. Still no indication of him wanting to give up.
What I've seen also, the good part of when you're a little bit more, when you're a little bit gingerly, Shah Faisal, is that sometimes the bigger shots come on because you realize, well, can't run, I gotta hit this ball across or over the ropes.
It gives you that clarity of mind at times.
That's a lovely shot, straight down the ground, but can't find the boundary.
No elevation, no length for him to get underneath.
So folks, coming into this game, points table is showing the Central Cardinals, the team out in the field, they're on 4 points. The Kingsmen, the batting team, they are on 4 points. Somebody will give way. Yeah, stroke fluently into the offside. Goes to Raymond Reed for the captain. 7 gone. It's 39 for the loss of 1.
One heart! One heart! TLFIRE. One heart. One fight. 846. Show no mercy. One heart. One fight. We apply the pressure. One heart. One fight. We apply the pressure. One heart. One fight. One heart! One heart!
So Nitish Kumar will finish up. And very early into the innings, Shah Faisal, Nitish Kumar has gotten 4 overs to bowl.
Yeah, that's first 3 overs for only 12. We see teams departing after their early morning game. No such luxury for us. We'll have to stay and slug it out till the end of the second game.
Yeah, Ramiz Raja all in a tangle. Nitish Kumar will bowl out here. They're going just over 5 runs and over, 5.4 to be exact.
Ramiz need to look for a boundary.
Boundary he's looking for, finds the gap. And right on the button from Shah Faisal, this one has gone away for 4.
Yeah, he had to do something. Dots were building and he cannot run them hard, so he came up with this. Down on one knee. He's a strong, powerful striker. Another gap that he can aim for is over extra cover against the spinner. Will be against the off spinner, but that is what he was aiming for. May carry. Not quite to the sweeper. Ramiz choosing the right options. Badly hampered by that injury.
Yeah, sure, Faisal. My son Matt, who usually accompanies, follows me in the convox, always tells me beware of a wounded batter.
And it's true, there are multiple instances of wounded players making really useful contributions. This is Saad Ali, who is not wounded, but he's inflicting some pain on the Cardinals. Second 6 of the over, and 50 is being brought up.
So 50 comes up in fine style. Look at that. Big shot into the onside. A fight back here from Saad Ali. And he himself realizing that Ramiz might not be good enough to run the ones and the twos. He'll have to take matters into his own hands.
You're talking about your son Matthews, a fabulous commentator, and him, I think fresh in his memory would be the Glenn Maxwell knock in the World Cup. Go slightly further back to our younger days, Saeed Anwar, when he made that 194, he had to call up a runner before he had got to 50, and it was a scorching May day in Chennai. So he didn't have to run his runs, and then he had a field day, scoring 194. Good one for the Kingsmen. 8 done, it's 51 for 1.
Yeah, sure, Faisal. I remember when you talk about Pakistan, I think Salim Malik one time was injured with a broken arm or something and went on to save games. Back in those days, of course, we were talking about red ball cricket, in which occupying the crease, you save matches by just doing that.
Yeah, that was in Faisalabad against the mighty West Indies. The likes of Malcolm Marshall, Tony Gray, Courtney Walsh. He came out, started to bat left-handed because he had one hand in a plaster, and then he batted right-handed. Scored 3 runs and was a part of a partnership for the 10th wicket with 32. And that demoralized West Indies to the extent that when they came out to chase 220-odd, they were bundled out for 53. Pakistan winning that historic test match. Not too dissimilar to this summer where Chris Wokes came out to bat with a sling against India. Unfortunately, he couldn't save the game for England.
So ball cut away out of the glove of the wicketkeeper as Cameron Hotak comes in for another spell here, Shaw Faisal.
No signal from the umpire. Must have got a scratch from Saad Ali.
Yes, Saidib Ganesh, the wicketkeeper. And Shaw Faisal just to finish up some of those wounded batter. And of course the popular photo of Anil Kumble, all in facial protection and having to come out and save matches.
Yeah, there is a history of that. What can Ramiz Raja do though with this injury?
So ball pulled away into the onside. Fielder may not have picked up the ball initially, but he does well to recover.
Yeah, another run lost here for the Kingsmen. Could see the pain that Ramiz Raja is enduring. He wanted to go for the second on the throw, but Saad realizing that he won't have made it, so sends him back. Ramiz looking at that onside field. It's an inviting hit with the wind.
Yeah, that's the kind of shot you got to play. Look at that. Pierces long off and long on with some bit of power. Gone away for 4.
That is sheer power, but footwork was the key. Down the wicket, 1-2, bang. And scrambling was long off despite his best effort. That'll give you a good look that long off had just about 15 yards to cover and he couldn't make it. Such was the power and force of the strike from Ramiz Raja. Gaining momentum, Kingsmen.
Sure, Faisal, we talk about some of the brands that have made their way to the Atlanta Open. The Kingsmen brand has really done well in the last 5 years. A minor league win for them, US Open at one time. They have done well here and really put together a unit. 9 gone, it's 59 for the loss of 1. So we're back with the action. Shaw Faisal, 59. They're going 6.5 runs on over. And from the games that you have seen on this field, you'll take 6.5 in the early stages.
Yeah, but today the pitch is much better, Lenny. We saw the evidence of that in the morning. So Kingsmen, a must-win game, having decided to win the toss and bat first. Platform, yeah, I'll take it for the platform, 6.5. But by the time this innings ends, they will be aiming at, well, what Saad said at the toss, 7.5, 8, on 150, 160. I reckon they would need around 170 to really be confident of defending it.
So Hamad Safi has been given the ball, guided away from Ramiz Raja. And will not carry, but a good-looking shot.
Yeah, well, the runs that Ramiz had to run are the most painful ones for him at the moment. He would be hoping for that ball to just go through and hit the fence. So he didn't have to run. Not the case, this outfield, despite being down the hill on that side. A little slow towards the edge of the boundary.
So wide is the call from the umpire, 62, and Shaw Faisal. We talked about the fact that on this field it was the Kingsmen who posted one of the highest score we have seen on this field in the competition, 179.
Yeah, thanks to a brilliant 100 from Milind Kumar. They were in all sorts of trouble. It is getting to a stage. Skipper is in the middle. Didn't see much reaction. He's just turned his back and pondering with his head down.
Yeah,
what should you do, Lenny? What do you think, Ramiz Raja? Well, that's a good view of us. Seeing the action live from ground level.
Shot from Ramiz Raja into the media tent, and that has gone for a maximum.
Well, it needed to come, but it almost came our way. And a magnificent strike, though, you'd have to say. Established a strong base, and then just a weight coming into the shot. Landed on the roof of our production tent here. Lenny at this stage was lining up to catch that ball. He's thrown away his mic. Back in position, Lenny. So is Ramiz. Another one. Take that.
Yeah.
Back-to-back sixes.
Yeah, full one this time into the bat of Ramiz Raja. Not good here from Safi, and given the treatment. Beware of the wounded batter. 74 for 1.
Really a loose delivery from Hamid Safi. Looking for that Yorker. That little bit of slingy action. But it was a full toss. Easy pickings. Ramiz, despite being hampered, he can still put away those balls if you ball in his area. Probably that is the reason he's not giving up and not walking off.
Oh, I tell you what, 12 runs and he had to do no running, so that's the plan. And look at that, 4 more off the bat of Ramiz Raja. And so 16 runs and he didn't have to run.
That was delightful piece of timing. Short with an offer. But Ramiz Raja got into good position, cleared that front leg and just stroked it away. Wow, you can hit as many sixes as you want. There's no match for such elegantly timed stroke.
So Hamid Safi has bowled an over that's gone for 19. A good one for the Kingsmen. 10 gone, 78 for the loss of 1.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire. One of the favorites.
Man, deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
Hotak returns, and Cameron had such a great minor league season this year out on the Western Division. But right now, all attention would turn to Ramiz Raja and the ball striking he's starting to employ.
Yeah, that last over really gave him a new lease of life, because before that, you'd start to wonder, with such a long batting lineup and on a good pitch, was it even worth it for him to just be hampered by that injury and aggravated even more with important games to come? But he'd cut loose and he caught up with his strike rate now, 42 of 32. And on a roll, the halfway stage, 78 would be considered a very good return for just 1 wicket down.
Yeah, I'll be curious to again see, without the ability for twos here, if Raja is more in a hit out, a get out kind of mode. If he's eyeing a 50 for himself.
I think he charged down the wicket to see if he can find the required length, but Kamran saw him coming, so pulled the length. And yeah, there is no twos unless it's like very easy and it goes to the edge of the boundary.
Well, that's easy. To the man. Taken. And the end of Saad Ali.
He must have been feeling pressure as well to make the running as against the spin. Ramiz did it against the pace. But Saad Ali just didn't quite have enough elevation. He took on the fielder. He never really was looking to keep it down. He was aiming for 6. Just not enough elevation. Nicely judged in the end. And an important breakthrough. Saad Ali walks back for a well-made 23 of 17. And it's 80 for 2.
So now out strides out Milind Kumar, and all eyes would turn back to yesterday and how brilliant he was. The only century in this tournament at this ground, batting first in the second match of the day. So very same results available for Milind. And can he continue that same string of form?
Yeah, and that was an innings-saving knock too. Today he's got a bit of a platform to come into, so he can express a little bit more from the get-go. Once again, personally, I always found it very difficult for the players who were not injured coming in and having an injured partner. It can really affect the rhythm of other players. I felt like Saad Ali suffered from that. You don't want Milind Kumar to suffer from that.
And it's because a big part of his game is pushing these 1s and 2s around. Interesting there, Ramiz Raja was the one that wanted to go.
Yeah, I think Ramiz, that sometimes we've seen that players play through those injuries, and often at times when the body gets really warm and they just get kicked back into action and it sorts itself out kind of thing. The way Ramiz went for that first and turned for the second.
Wrong end. Throw had to go to Ramiz Raja, who's just hobbling around.
Well, Ramiz is keen now on running quick singles. That should help Milind Kumar find his feet early doors.
Eventful over, to say the least, with the big wicket of Saad Ali to fall in at 11 gone, 83 for 2. Much better start for the Kingsmen today. You mentioned it. Yesterday, Milind Kumar came in a real rescue position, 42 for 4. Already 80 runs on the board before he walks into the middle. And thank a lot of that to Ramiz Raja, who even with an injury is really keeping the runs moving.
$83 for 2. Yeah, that is good news for the Kingsmen. But the general word around, you saw the pitch in the morning and I saw it in the afternoon. The word is that this is probably the best surface on this field one out of all the 3 days. So you have to adjust what has happened here and thinking that 160, 150 should be good against a very strong Cardinals side who lost yesterday chasing 202, but they got really close.
Now, they have plenty of firepower in their own right and plenty of bowling options. That's why Raymond Reefer is coming back in for his second. And there's so much activity happening here at Buttonveer Sports Complex, especially in Group B. Group A is decided, and right now the other match in Group B, Gulashed taking on the Clarion Eagles, 24 for 5 for Gulashed. And it looks like the Eagles not only are going to make the playoffs after starting the day in 4th, they might seal number 1 with their expansive net run rate.
Yeah, they had a convincing win this morning, and now with the opposition 24 for 5. You see this one straight to the fielder. Yeah, 24 for 5. They'll be really eyeing a quick wrap up there and sit top with that 6 points and very healthy run rate.
The Kingsmen and the Central Cardinals both have the opportunity to get to 6 points, but they would need a massive net run rate boost to overtake. Hasn't quite got it. He'll find short of all the fielders. And Raja wants to. Wonderful commitment. That's Milind Kumar who's come back.
Once again, throw to the wrong end. The fielder not realizing what is the situation with Raja. He threw off balance. He had more time to compose himself and fire in a return at the striker's end. So Raja was hobbling, but this is good commitment. Outstanding from Ramiz Raja. He's decided, I'm not going to hold this innings back. And if I have to run 2, I will run 2.
No need to run. Oh, excellent stop. Excellent stop. That is sensational.
Wow. Absolutely amazing. That really came off the middle of the bat. Clearing that front leg smash. Saved 6 certain runs. And the skipper will be happy with that.
It's an absolute rocket off the bat. And that's something out of NFL play. Falcons might need a receiver next Sunday.
That was outstanding. I mean, marked down 5 runs already. And that total, whatever it is at the end of the 20 overs, you should take 5 runs or add 5 runs to that. And that has already been saved, meaning that they will be chasing 5 less. That was a certain 6. Ramiz Raja has all of a sudden started to run quick singles as well. 47.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. Seemingly couldn't buy a single, and now he's turning ones into twos. Close of over number 12, 89 for 2.
24 for 5, no 50s. Until 38 for none.
Brilliant start for the Chicago Kings, for the Kingsmen rather. In a real commanding position, and Ramiz Raja's taking the helmet off. Like you said in the last over, somehow he's started to turn into twos. Correction, Milind Kumar's taking the helmet off.
Here Ramiz will be eyeing that onside boundary again. Who's looking to go into out. That is a gap for him. If he can beat that infielder at extra cover along the ground or over the top.
It's never easy to do that against Hotak. He had such a prolific minor league season for the Silicon Valley Strikers. For a team that really struggled in that bowling department outside of Saurabh Natharavalkar. They needed Hotak to stand up big, and he was brilliant from the left. Dangerous and nervy from Milind Kumar.
Yeah, Hotak has got quite a low arm. And you feel like a delayed release as well. Waiting for the batter to see if he's made the move. And then adjust accordingly. Clever operator.
And a 50 for Ramiz Raja. One that's come on great adversity, fighting through the pain and injury that took place in the power play and gets tremendous recognition from his side.
Yeah, very well played, Ramiz Raja. At one stage, it looked like he may disrupt the rhythm of the innings. He's batted fantastically and didn't allow that to happen. He's running the runs hard, even for Milind Kumar.
Which is brilliant. Again, Milind Kumar's game early on is built on his singles and double work, especially against the spinners. And I think Ramiz Raja also is very much aware that Milind's such a dangerous bat. You can't let him get out of rhythm. Fielder, just watch it, because that's in the gap. Brilliant from Raja.
Great use of the feet. We discussed earlier in the over, it's very difficult to come down the wicket to come around the kind of trajectory he bowls. But Ramiz was very quick. First across the stumps and then skip down the wicket. A bit of a hack in the end, but that's where the gap was. Excellent batting. Have a look at that footwork. Very innovative and very quick as well.
Close of over 13, 97 for 2.
One heart! One heart! A-T-L-F-I-R-E. One heart. One fight. 8, 4, 6, show no mercy. One heart. One fight. We apply the pressure. One heart. One fight. We apply the pressure. One heart. One fight. One heart! One heart!
The Cardinals need a wicket badly. You just sense that Raja and Milind Kumar can tack this thing along and make it a game where you're chasing upwards of 150.
Yeah, with wickets in hand, last 7 overs, Kingsmen probably would be disappointed if they don't get it 10 and over from here. At least 10 and over from here. With such firepower in the tank.
Splits the fielder. Can't afford those misfields.
That was sweetly struck though. Milind Kumar just launched into it all along the ground. 7 of 7. That is 7 of 7 from Milind Kumar. That is the way he generally likes to build his innings. In that 7 runs, he spun the middle of the bat quite a few times, so he'll be feeling in control.
You're sensing that he's found confidence. So once he's got confidence in the wicket and in his bat speed, he turns it on, whether it's in these type of competitions internationally, in MLC. I think Raja's kind of made up his mind on how he's going to play. He is just gingerly moving out there, so it doesn't feel like he's trying to hang around anymore. Interesting challenge presented by Chaitanya Bishnoi. Remember, was in the first 2 years of Major League Cricket.
Left arm spin has been the order of the day here at Paramveer this week. Chaitanya Bishnoi, yet another of those very, very skillful left armers.
100 on the board, and Ramiz Raja maybe just getting a bit too predictable. Every bowler just pulling their length all the way back, seeing Raja's movement so early.
Yeah, it's heading into one of those phases again that we saw at around over number 8 or 9, where the innings had a risk of being stalled.
That's how you put it into gear. Pulls it and pulls it all the way.
Fast hands through the ball. It was short, but it didn't really bounce. He really bent down on his knees, flexed them to get quite low to make the decent contact. Have a look at how low he got and how quickly those hands came through the ball. Made a sweet sound off the bat.
Doesn't take much to get Milind Kumar going. And you give him a loosener, he takes full advantage. That's how you know he's finding rhythm. 14 off of 9, and it feels like it's just the beginning.
Aman, you'd feel that the way Milind Kumar hit that ball, you'd feel it was a terrible delivery, but sometimes spinners rely on that deception, and you felt that he deceived Milind Kumar initially in length, but those fast hands and terrific flexibility in terms of him getting into good position, Bishnoi would have been feeling a little bit hard done by, but that is the quality of the batter.
Close of 14, 107 for 2. And those become danger signs for a fielding unit, isn't it? As soon as Milind Kumar is starting to make a bowler feel nitpicky, then you're in a position where you're unsure of what next to do.
Going into the last 7, this last over came with the result with 10 runs in it. And going into last 7, I thought if 10 and over would have taken them to 167. So they've started that run rush on course with 10. I have a feeling if one of these set batters carries through, probably they may end up getting even more than that. And that is the challenge for Cardinals. They can do that to slow that run rush. They have to pick wickets.
Wants to. Wrong end. Absolutely the wrong end. How have you not gone to Ramiz Raja?
And the keeper was shouting. We could hear it from here. Batting end, batting end. And the fielder didn't listen. That is not good out cricket there.
Same thing. And this time, says no, says Milind Kumar. I'll never understand throwing to Milind Kumar's end, really, period, because he is going to be the quickest of his batting partnership regardless.
Absolutely. It's just basic game awareness. Once again, I'm impressed because Ramiz still wanted to go for the second on this occasion as well. And it was Milind who said no. Probably Milind fancies Shrikant here. Shouts to catch it, but a couple of bounces too long on. Yeah, medium pace. We haven't seen that kind of bowler throughout the week. Either we've seen good quicks or genuine spinners. Haven't seen nothing in between. Just military medium. I can't think of any. Can you?
Yeah, no, the closest example you have is more your funny Samhadri. If that, but feels like he's got way more variation than Srikanth does. Oh, innovative. So cheeky on the part of Ramiz Raja. And it trickles over the line.
That is superb batting. Ramiz got under it. He's got low center of gravity. That is not from the previous delivery. That was earlier when Milind Kumar got a 6. So with the 6 and boundaries flowing, the innings is getting momentum. You made a good account of Fani Samadri, but for some reason I just don't even think Fani Samadri is normal. He's a freak. He has a category of his own. He doesn't fall into any other category.
Oh, hello. That is absolutely massive.
Wow, he's absolutely nailed it. Ramiz Raja, injured or not, he really saw it from the hand and sends it soaring to Highway 411. Fielder will have to put up a stop sign to stop the oncoming traffic to get the ball. I think he has done that now. What a massive 6. Worth having another look if we can. Ramiz moves into the 60s. I think we'll sort that later. Have a look, Aman.
So good. Picked up that bit of width, and then look where this one goes. Over and over into the road, and like you said, had to direct a bit of traffic. Watch out, ball's incoming. That'll do a bit of damage to Srikanth. Not as much as a 6, possibly. Close of 15. It's 122 for 2.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarik Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
So 15 gone, it's 122 on the board. We've seen a big partnership between Milind Kumar and Ramiz Raja. And we talked about how gingerly Ramiz has been. Aman Patel, the runs hasn't stopped coming from Ramiz Raja.
No, and the interesting part about it is that not just the runs in terms of boundaries, but the runs in terms of the quick ones and the turning twos. Something we saw him struggle with early. Seemingly, he's found that gear again. Oh, that's innovative. That is high quality.
Well, whether it's conventional or it's unconventional, it doesn't stop Ramiz Raja from scoring and scoring quickly. He goes up to 72, and he's really motoring along quite nicely here for the Kingsmen.
In risk of having to chase down upwards of 160 now, or these Cardinals, that would be a tall, tall task. Wants more, but just short of the fielder.
Yeah, a couple of runs off the bat of Ramiz Raja. So now he goes up to 76. Aman, he's really batted well. And you earlier talked about Milind Kumar, how he can shift gear once he's there long enough.
The beautiful part is he doesn't have to yet. And so he'll take his time. He's, again, so aware of what's happening in the game that, yeah, he'll go big. He'll take a single. He'll understand that Ramiz is hitting it quite nicely. He's got so much time on his hands. Bishnoi doesn't get a hand, and somehow the stumps get broken, and you get a single.
Yeah, a lot of times, man, we see the stumps act as probably one of the fielders. How many times you've seen them block some full-blooded shot that you know mid-off and mid-on couldn't come across? And it all adds to the drama here. This over's gone for 8 so far from Bishnoi. But you get the feeling that we're beginning to see that this Cardinal teams, their bowling is a little thin.
And so much batting depth still to come for the Kingsmen. So many big hitters up their sleeve. Should be simple. No. Just away from any fielder.
Yeah, you're right. And a lot of batting still to come. Hassan Khan. Hamad Azam. 130 for 2 here, and still balls remaining.
You even look at the likes of Azil Huck, who can come in. Nkrumah Bonner. Oh, Milind Kumar, that is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's gone upstairs. Brings up the 50 partnership between Milind Kumar and Ramiz Raja. And they have gone enterprisingly well. Aman, 56 from 34. That's the partnership. And look at that. Comes down the track, meets the spin, and takes him out of the park. 16 gone. It's 135 for 6. 135 for 2. Sorry. And it's all happening here at the Atlanta Open. 137.
Truly sensational stuff here from the Kingsmen. Again, the platform they've set, the wickets in hand, and the batters to come. Your Nkrumah Bonners, your Ziol Haqs, your Muhammad Ilyases. You can even look at Aryan Satish as an option. Anwar Ali Khan is in the side today. So much firepower. Where do you go? Who's your option to take a wicket? If you don't take a wicket now, Lenny, 160 might be the smaller end of what you end up looking at.
Yes, Aman. Raymond Rifa will try again. We saw him in the early. Got the wicket of Sharjil Khan, but looking past that, it has really been a batting domination from Milind Kumar and Ramiz Raja. Ramiz has played a very good knock. We talked about how Milind Kumar goes about his business. And that's the dangerous part also from Milind Kumar. We talked about also he's the only centurion in the series. And so he's got a fine knock, but for now, all the action shifts to Ramiz Raja, who's gone enterprisingly well. He's on 78.
Straight up. Saideep Ganesh under it, and Ganesh takes it. So finally Ramiz Raja goes, but not before a destructive day for him. 78 off of 55 and handshakes all around for number 9.
Raymond Rifa, he has come in. He has made an early impression. Once again, we saw him in the earlier part. Took the wicket of Sharjil Khan. Look at this one. Can't get nowhere. And you get the feeling Saideep Ganesh, such an experienced player, calls for it. And they tell us anytime the ball is high in the air around the wicketkeeper, let him go for it. He's the man with the glove. 137 for 3.
Warm reception for Ramiz Raja. A lot of guts, a lot of grit throughout his innings, and he's put the Kingsmen in a phenomenal place. New man in, Hassan Khan. We'll have to wait to see the former West Indian test batter, but this man holds a destructive bat of his own.
Yeah, Hassan Khan has had some useful knock in this series. And he comes in here, Aman, with a stage set. They're going at 8.4, nothing wrong with that. We've talked about how sometimes on this field has been a, you've got to work for your runs. And he comes in here with still Milian Kumar to work with. Raymond Rifa, he's been good.
Yeah, got the early wicket of Srijo Khan, like you mentioned. Now gets Ramiz Raja. An early one of Hassan Khan would be great. Milian Kumar's pushing for a second. You reckon Hassan Khan, again, his wicket becomes so vital. Just the mental hurdle that is bowling to him.
Yeah, they've got 22 balls remaining, Aman, and we talked about the scores on this ground batting first. 179 posted by the Kingsmen a couple days ago, and here they are, probably targeting something in that vicinity.
Flies away. Beats the short third fielder, much to the dismay of Raymond Reefer.
Yeah, I'll give Milian Kumar the credit of playing a good cut shot. While they may have come on to him quicker than he thought, but still off the bat of Milian Kumar. And man, we've seen Milian Kumar so much, and he gets a start, and then as the innings progresses, he gets better. And by the time you know it, he's up to 80. We saw the only 100 in the series coming off this man's bat. So he has been productive. He bats the way Milian Kumar bats, and he really gives you a productive innings.
Splits the fielders, but not well enough. Really nicely done at long on.
Yeah, Raymond Rifa, we saw cut away for 4, but other than that, we've seen a couple of singles from him. Picked up the wicket of Ramiz Raja. And so he has led from the front. We talked about players coming from all across the country. And we've seen a strong West Indian contingent here. You talk about Bonner to come, having played at the West Indies level.
Is a wide. We'll have to re-bowl it. Hassan Khan wants a no ball.
Yeah, wide is the call from the umpire.
Well, here's the rule that's in effect. It's the fact that if the ball passes the crease line, it doesn't matter where it's pitched. As long as the first pitch is beyond the crease line, it cannot be deemed a no ball.
Yeah, I want to think that's what the umpire is explaining to the non-striker. That's Milian Kumar, and he's satisfied with that.
Oh, that'll beat everybody. This could be a no ball. We'll wait for confirmation there, but it's at least 4 byes. And there it is, confirmation, no ball. You see it there on the replay. And a free hit for Hassan Khan.
Yeah, it's 149 now, I want to think. But irrespective of that, this over has now gone for 12. Free hit ball for the first time in this match. And Hassan Khan will be the recipient of the first free hit we have seen in this game.
Yeah, clearly there, great look. Really just over waist height. Free hit. Hasn't got it. And it'll just be the single. 149 now on the board.
Yeah, brings Milian Kumar back onto strike. We saw a very good over from Raymond Rifa. Started off pretty well, got the wicket of Ramiz, and then we've seen a 4. We've seen a wide. We've seen a no ball that went for 4 byes.
Oh, this should be out. Needed a direct hit. I don't know where Milian Kumar was going. He hit it straight to backward point, but an odd way to bring up the 150 at the close of the 17th.
Can a leg by go for 6?
Sorry?
Can a leg by go for 6?
I don't know, actually. No, right? Like, I don't think it does.
For example, if you run and bowl something like a fast bowler, run and hit a guy in the hill, and it flies, although it flies over the ropes,
I guess
it's 4. They say you can't get a leg by that has not come off the bat for 6. That's the rule. Brian told me that. Brian King.
Yeah, saw confirmation there that Hassan Khan was very fortunate that was not a direct hit and would have been the best result for the Cardinals to just buy a wicket thanks to a Kingsman mistake.
So Aziz comes back into the attack. Aman, 3 overs left. They've posted 150.
Has he got all of it? No. And Milind Kumar has to walk away.
Well, we've seen a couple of quick wickets. We saw Ramiz Raja going in the last over. And now Milind Kumar holds out in the deep. Easy catch for Raymond Rifa. He's played at the top level. And it's 150 for 4. Still a couple of overs remaining after this one. Abdul Aziz comes into the attack and he picks up his first wicket. He holds out in the deep. Look, a very easy catch for a man who's played at the highest level. Raymond Rifa. It's 150 for 4.
Dangerous Milind Kumar has to walk back. Quick fire 20, but not the repeat dosage and disappointment. As Anwar Ali Khan strides out into the middle. A big hitting, fast bowling all-rounder. Just what the doctor ordered for this situation.
Yeah, they really got off to a bit of a quiet start, but we talked about a big partnership between Ramiz Raja and Saad Ali. That went for 63, and we saw another big one from Milind Kumar and Ramiz Raja for 57. And now you're beginning to feel that the Cardinals, they're catching good, and they're beginning to pull things back.
And they can keep the Kingsmen under that 170 mark. A huge mental battle won. And it's not going to be easy, but seems more attainable. Brilliant block hole stuff.
And man, we talked about teams tying up on 4 points. There's a big race to get to that 6 points. Definitely will be one of these teams, but we see also Clarion Eagles. They're playing Kulia Share, and they're also looking to go up to 6 points.
Well on their way are the Clarion Eagles to beating Gulesher. Had them in a really tricky position through the first 10, and they've continued with that same vein. 46 for 8 at the close of 17 over there, and it's now 59 for 8 here in the 18th for Gulesher. So it feels like that'll be a commanding win for Clarion, and again, after starting the day outside the playoffs, could lock up the bye with a big net run rate boost in both of their matches.
Yeah, and even Atlanta Lightning, they're watching both games just to make sure that if anybody falters, they've still got some points for you to consider them.
Well, their best hope is that the Kingsmen lose by a margin. The Kingsmen are currently listed at 3rd on the table, have the worst net run rate of the top 3. But the way this is turning out, it doesn't feel like that's going to happen. It feels like if this were going to go the Cardinals' way, it's going to come down to the very end.
Yeah, we've seen a good comeback here from Abdul Aziz, and all of a sudden, Aman Patel wants Ramiz, Saad Ali, and Milind Kumar. You take them out of the equation, it looks like the Cardinals got some bowling here to contend with. This was gone for 4. We saw the wicket of Milind Kumar at the start. Good catch from Raymond Rifa. Let's see if he can finish strong.
Unlucky. Fortune favors the bowl, and it favors Anwar Ali Khan to close over 18.
Productive shot from Anwar Ali. Doesn't matter how they come, they add up. And an over that has seemingly gone pretty well for Abdulaziz. Ends with a 4. 18 gone, 158 for 4.
Kingsman put up 179 yesterday batting first and never looked back from that moment. You reckon if they can get to 179 today?
Well, we've got 12 balls. I want to think they will. It might just be at that mark. I won't be surprised if they get... It'll be bingo if they get up to 179. We'll call it, so I'll go for the bingo.
There we go. Yeah, that's what Lenny Ajayvar is after. Maybe some lotto numbers from him if he's right. Given was wide, and they'll scamper on home for 1. Excellent recognition from Anwar Ali.
Yeah, a couple of wides to begin over number 90. Well, in fact, not officially began. 160, Aman. I get a feeling that they probably will push beyond 179, but I'll settle with my 179 and see how the numbers play.
Nicely played. Perfect Yorker. Just great cricket all around.
Yeah, the fact is, Raymond Rifa, he's got 5 balls remaining. 2 for 28 so far, 2 for 29. And we'll have to wait and see who will be given the last over. If you want some medium fast stuff, you'll probably go to Hamid Safi. And whether or not he'll go back to one of the spinners, Hotak or Bishnoi.
Muscled, powered, and long from Hassan Khan.
We've seen some big sixes on this ground. This one has to be considered probably one of the bigger ones we've seen. A massive strike from Hassan Khan. Gone over the fence by some yards. And it's off the bowling of Raymond Rifa. Take a look. Smashed a long way. And that's the power and timing of Hassan Khan.
Saw the first delivery. He looked to be more innovative. This time, just more conventional stand and deliver stuff. With still third and fine inside the ring, don't be surprised to see him go back to a stroke behind the keeper's head. Doesn't get it. Well taken. Really nice work at short third.
Yeah, Raymond Rifa has picked up his 3rd wicket now. And every time Raymond Rifa comes in and he's bowled a series of ball, Aman, he's always struck with a wicket. Look at that. Looking to be innovative. And the quick innings of Hassan Khan comes to an end. 9 off 7 balls. And it's Raymond Rifa, who's played at the international level, comes up with another wicket here. 167 for 5.
Can't blame Hassan Khan. Shot was on. Just wasn't correctly executed. But he did his job. Caught in, hit a couple of sixes, and got the Kingsmen closer to that 180 mark as the new man, Nkrumah Bonner, walks out, and just speaks to the depth of this batting order.
Yes, Aman, we've seen 3 wickets now from Raymond Rifa, 3 for 35. All except the second over that Raymond Rifa came in for his bowling spell. Aman, he's picked up 1 in there, all his overs, except the second over, which went for 6, even a very tidy one. So Bonner comes out here, and he's got an over and a half in front of him.
Very different situation for him than yesterday, where he came in just to play a single double game. Today, with 5 wickets still in hand, his goal would be to send the ball to the boundary. Has 3 to deal of Reefer. It just feels too little too late for the Cardinals. Yeah, they've taken wickets later in this innings, but you needed 1 at post that power play.
Yeah, I got the feeling that they were missing one of their other specialist bowler. We've seen a good try from Aziz and Hotak. But somewhere along the line, Aman, I think they're still missing another very good bowler. I thought when I saw Ramiz Raja and Milind Kumar batting in the middle, posting that big partnership, they never seem to have an answer. The fact is, every time Reefer comes into the attack looks so formidable.
No, you can't. You can't do that, Raven. That is absolutely sensational.
Raymond Reefer, he's picked up his 4th wicket, 4 for 36. And I was just making the point, when he bowls, wicket falls. And this one is a brilliant catch. Struck firmly back to Raymond Reefer. And look at that, just into the hands of Raymond Reefer. Reflects certainly on tap. And he picks up his 4th wicket. Good bowling here from Raymond Reefer. 168 for 6.
Close the 19th. Well, Lenny, your bingo is still on. 179, just 11 runs away.
I'm going for big. I'm going for bingo this afternoon. And so they've got the last over.
Last 6.
Yeah, down the leg side, Abdul Aziz will bowl the last one.
Yeah, we saw him go block hole Yorkers, and expect that to continue to be the plan to both Bonner and the new man, Muhammad Ilyas, both of whom have combined, played just 1 delivery. So real fresh in the middle, trying to hammer away the runs. Calls for 2. Bonner was disinterested very early.
Yeah, a couple of balls into this over. One called a wide, one a single. Not bad here from Abdul Aziz, given the last over. And when you come in to bowl these last over, man, it's always important as a bowler. You love to be bowling to a man that's just probably facing his first ball, and so is Muhammad Ilyas. Even Bonner has only faced 2, so as a bowler, you want to be able to bowl your last couple of balls to these type of batsmen.
Oh, you cannot do that. You cannot be serious. It's a perfect Yorker, and you've overstepped.
Yeah, free hits. And sometimes, how many times, man, we've seen it takes a free hit to kickstart an onslaught. Could this be the one here for Ilyas? So free hit ball.
Stand and deliver. 6 runs.
Yeah, the fielder at long off got to the end of the rope and realizing, well, I can't go further than this, and the ball is still traveling. And that's a massive 6 from Muhammad Ilyas, and why not? He got free license for a big swing, and big swing he did.
Well, Lenny, you might just not have enough runs to get to bingo. 178 with 3 balls left.
It's 179. It's 179 now, man. 1 single, 2 dots. A wicket. Bonner is the man on strike. Come on, Bonner. Well, I'll have to ask Abdul Aziz. Come on, Abdul Aziz, save me here.
Well, he heard you. So that's why he's just pulled up off his run. He's okay. I need to rethink. Lenny's asking me to do something. I've got to execute perfectly.
Yeah, it's the no ball free hit 6 that dented this prediction of mine. But here is Abdul Aziz.
Should be run out. Oh, needed to be direct. That hits, he's so far gone.
And now the Kingsmen has matched up their score. What that we saw, we talked about them playing on field number 1. And we've got a couple of balls remaining. Aziz has gone for 11 in this over. We've seen a no ball. We've seen a free hit that went for 6. Mohamed Ilyas.
Going. Gone. Second 6 in the over for Ilyas.
So they've gone past their highest score on this field by 6 runs. And because of this, look, a smashing shot over the offside. And a couple of massive 6s off the bat of Ilyas in this over. This over's gone for 17.
Got to go back to the block hole, Aziz. Anytime you've been on a length, you've been pummeled. Welcome to the party, Mohamed Ilyas. And he's going to have to re-bowl it.
Well, what an insult to injury. They're going out to the park. They're known as 6s. They're called maximums. But guess what? It has come off a no ball. And so this will have to be re-bowled. The over has gone for 24. And still 1 ball remaining, Aman. It's 192 for 6.
Unbelievable. What we missed was, I think, the other 6 was a no ball as well. Still a free hit. Nails it. Nails that Yorker. Last delivery. Unbelievable that you're looking at 16 runs off of no balls. Excuse me, 15 runs off the no ball.
Yeah, Ilyas has given them some big runs at the bottom. He's only faced 6 balls. He's up to 19.
Fortune. It's going to plug up. But it will be 2 runs to close out the innings. Sensational batting from the Kingsmen. 195.
Yeah, this is a lot of runs. At a time when the projection looked something in the vicinity of 170 plus. Maybe we were still thinking I had a very good chance at 179. But this over from Abdul Aziz. Certainly a big one. Some 26 or 27 runs came off this over. And exactly what Mohamed Ilyas and the Kingsmen wanted. And in the end, it's 195 for 6.
Look at that batting card. It was Ramiz Raja early, his 78 off 55. But you couple that with the 21 off of 7 for Mohamed Ilyas in the back. And it pushes that total into what seems to be an insurmountable amount, 195. And leaves the Cardinals bowlers with a lot to think about.
Yeah, we've seen towards the back end. And let's look at the bowling. We saw Nitish Kumar bowled excellent at the top. But it's Raymond Reefer, 4 for 36. Every time he took the ball, he picked up 1. But we've seen Aziz gone for quite a few. Srikant Daka went for 15 in the only over that he has bowled. And the bowlers have given away 195 at the end of 120 balls.
Well, the Kingsmen, you win the toss, you bat first. This is exactly how you draw it up. Everything's gone to plan so far. Milind Kumar was absolutely brilliant as well, 28 off 16. It looked like he might really get going, but a lot of credit has to be given to Ramiz Raja for the toughness he displayed throughout his innings. Look at the tall towers. That last over going above 25. The only over to go above 20. But you're keeping that run rate around 10 the entirety of the innings and peaking at the very right time. Going to be a lot of work for the Cardinals in this Group B clash. They'll have to regroup in mighty fashion because the #1 spot in this group is on the line and a bye is on the line as well. Our very own Faisal Shah. He's with the man of the moment, Ramiz Raja. Let's have a listen.
Thank you, Aman. Ramiz, very well played. You played a fantastic knock. It was a difficult innings of sorts. You have to battle through the injury as well. Talk us through that.
It wasn't an like old injury. When we ran in the first over, I had a pinch in my hamstring, and thankfully, like I took painkiller and just carried on like that.
Did at any stage it cut through your mind that you want to just go off and let others come in and?
Actually, I was thinking in first couple of overs, but then I thought like it's better because I took my time, and then I was like, let's just play my shots and stay there, and I tried that, and thankfully it paid.
And after a while, it feels like when you were batting with Millen when he came in, it feels like you were pushing for the twos. So it gradually did get any better?
It did actually. That's what I said. Like I took painkillers, and after that, like after 4 or 5 overs, it felt a little better. And Millen was just taking care of me, and I told him like I'm there too if he wants to run too. So we ran too actually.
You did, and you set up the platform. Grandstand finish by Ilyas and others towards the end. You spent a lot of time on the wicket. Tell us something about the pitch.
It looked like a good pitch, but I think back of the length balls are actually gripping a bit, and slower ones are really useful on this pitch. But because the dimensions are pretty even all the sides, so I think it's a very good total, and we should be like comfortable to defending this.
Yeah, runs on the board with quality bowling lineup. You know, it's an must-win game. Confident defending that?
Oh yeah, I am, because I have full faith in the bowlers and the fielding team, and as you said, like it's a good total on the board. So I hope like we bowl discipline and we take our chances.
You played beautifully, Ramiz. Very well done, and all the best for the rest of the game.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
There you have it, boys. Back to you guys in the comm box.
Brilliant to hear from Ramiz Raja. An unbelievable innings, and again, one full of grit and guts and plenty of fight. And he set up this game wonderfully. Take a look early. Shrijal Khan hit a couple of early boundaries, and you thought, okay, things are moving, but Raymond Reefer, he was certainly the pick of the bowlers today for the Cardinals, Lenny.
Yes, Aman. Every time he picked up the ball, well, there have been one or two lucky boundaries for the Kingsmen. But look at that. Don't forget Saad Ali. He came out and he played some telling blows. In fact, he started some really lofty hitting. We talked about Ramiz Raja. Look at that. There was a time in which we saw flurries of boundaries, flurries of runs with no running at all from Ramiz Raja.
Yeah, he was sensational. Hit one right over your head, and he was going after the commentators. He took advantage of full tosses, the length balls that you spoke of, waited on his moments, and showed off great touch as well. I think that's the one part of Ramiz Raja's game that goes missed most of the time. Game was kind of set up, and then this wicket of Saad Ali came in, and you thought, okay, things might just be turning, but Milind Kumar comes in, joins the party, and doesn't let Ramiz Raja slow down, because Raja starts turning twos, and Milind Kumar joins the boundary hitting as well.
Yeah, you're right on that. Saad Ali, a big partnership of Milind Kumar and Ramiz Raja got into the act, and a 57-run partnership made them bat through all the way to the 13th over.
Kept it going from there. Bishnoi was punished not once, but a couple of times. Kumar just has such great feet. And like you said, this 50-run partnership seemingly was taking the Kingsmen away. And then, as you mentioned, anytime Raymond Reefer takes the ball, a wicket seemingly followed.
Yeah, he's picked up 4 on every over that he's bowled, except the second over. Look at that, some good slicing away, but Raymond Reefer was good today, picked up 4, but the batting still continued. Hassan Khan came out, and we saw quick, breezy innings from Hassan Khan.
Yeah, the pairing of those two in the back end for the Kingsmen make them so vital. And then Aziz gets Milind Kumar. I thought, okay, you might be able to plug the onslaught, but then just a touch of unfortune for Aziz. Raymond Reefer comes back and actually had a pretty brilliant over after the initial Hassan Khan boundary. Responded beautifully after this monstrous 6.
Well, what was to come was kind of unbelievable. We saw Hassan Khan trying to play one of those innovative shots that went into the hands of the fielder. And while every time Raymond Reefer came out of the attack, things started to go wrong for the Cardinals. And we looked at this last over that went for 20 plus. And in the end, it's 195 at the end of 120 balls. So, folks, there you have it. We'll take a short break and resume when cricket does so, with the Cardinals needing 196 from 120 balls.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarik Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarik Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball. Chase, or the reply, 196 to win from 120 balls. Asking about 10 and over. Welcome back, Aman Patel. Central Cardinals under some bit of pressure here with this, with 196 on the 195 on the board.
Good early evening to you, Lenny. Yeah, this is going to be quite some chase. It's going to need a lot of work early on in this power play from the likes of Saideep Ganesh and Tarun Adada, both of whom prolific minor leagues in their own right. Saideep had a very strong start to his minor league season for the East Bay Blazers. Scored a big opening day 100, but from that point on really struggled with the bat. Can you find for him today?
So Zia starts with a wide, and he has given up a free run here to the Cardinals, and now that will have to be rebowled.
It's been brilliant to see Saideep Ganesh, though, get back in the limelight. If you remember, he was drafted into Major League Cricket in the opening year and then just pulled out of the tournament. Left MI New York without an under-23. They ended up going in a couple of different directions, but great to see him back.
Yeah, they'll need a big start. And Saidib Ganesh, you made mention how good he's been. Saw him getting a 47 somewhere along the line, but 2 other lean scores. And coming in at a time in which they need 195 to go up to 6 points. This might be a tough one for them. Zia-ul Haq, a quality fast bowler. And he's been given the new ball here. And so the first run off the bat of Saidib Ganesh. And things have begun here for the Cardinals.
Yeah, Saidib Ganesh, again, he's also representing the USA, so comes in with a really high repertoire. And he's only 24 years old. Hasn't debuted, but has been in a lot of the USA squads. And he's looking to get back into that position in a top order that's absolutely jam-logged in the national setup.
So Tarun Adada comes in to strike, and a player perhaps not carrying a big name, but he has been quite productive in the series for Cardinals at the top. Got a 43, got a 6, got a 34. So 2 big knocks along the way. He partners Saidib Ganesh. And he's stretching for a wide ball signaled by the umpire.
It's remarkable to me to see the endurance and the durability of the seam bowlers in this tournament. A lot of them would have played 4 consecutive days of cricket. I would have thought about the Kingsmen and like Zia-ul Haq, who has come down from the minor league finals. So not a lot of rest, and they're still out and about.
Yeah, you're right on that, especially for the fast bowler. Their workload always seems to be one of effort, and these days, man, it's how you manage, especially for the fast bowler, how you manage the overs, the days, and the matches more than anything else.
And it's never easy. There's never a correct way to go about it because the competitor inside of you wants to play every game, bowl every important over, but that sometimes just physically isn't possible.
So driven into the offside. This has still been a very good over here for Zia-ul Haq. Only 5 off this over at a time, in which the Cardinals are looking to get almost 10 and over if they are to cross the line. We talked what's at stake in this contest, and probably what's at stake in this contest, Aman, is to go at the top.
Yeah, that run rate push here seemingly could send but one of these teams to the top. But in that same breath, what the Clarion Eagles are doing at the other venue, it's seemingly they are going to stay at the top. They'll find a win most likely, chasing 69. They're already 20 for none in the third over. Just 15 runs left to get. They already have the best net run rate, set to see that expand. It would take some effort with the ball here for the Kingsmen to jump them. So it feels like your order is going to be setting the Eagles up top.
So ball into the onside. Will complete a very good over here from Zia-ul Haq. 1 gone is 6 for no loss.
The Atlanta Lightning now, coming into the day, would have sat there and said, okay, we need the Kingsmen to lose by some margin. Now you need the Cardinals to lose by an even bigger margin. I don't feel that if the Cardinals were to win, that they're going to do it quickly and chase down 190-odd runs. They're going to need the Kingsmen to win this game in 12 to 15 overs to have a chance.
So Mohamed Ilyas will partner Zia-ul Haq. And we saw Mohamed Ilyas towards the very end. Primarily, he's picked because he bowls fast. But Aman Patel, even the fast bowlers, can give you contributions with a bat.
That's a fast bowler's favorite thing to do. It's not to take wickets, it's to hit some big sixes. Think about Cornet Dry. Think about Shadley Van Skalkvik. Think about Ali Khan. They're coming in to hit big sixes, and Mohamed Ilyas did that better than most.
Yeah, it starts well with a ball full. Squeezing out a single is Tarun Adada. And let's look how the Cardinal got to this position. Well, Their first match of the competition, they got past Clarion Eagles. We call it an upset. And then in the second match, they got quickly past Cooley Share. Just chased 142, and their only loss came when they posted 200. In fact, the team posted 202, and they fell short by 6 runs. Would you believe that?
This Atlanta Open has shown so much great parity and so much great competition. You never know who's going to win on any given day.
A lovely drive. That's a classic cover drive from Saideep Ganesh. We'll only get 1 for that. But it's a shot that deserves a lot more than 1, Aman.
And you can sense his frustration. Had a real big scream after he turned for 1 and looked to his bat. He can't believe that that hasn't resulted in more runs because he's absolutely timed that.
Yeah, we talked about this Kingsmen brand. And they've done well in the tournaments that they've been part of over the last 3 or 4 years. Good strike from Tarun Adada. And it goes 1 bounce away, and that's a good-looking shot for 4.
This Cardinals team needs to get off to a good start, and this lefty-righty partnership can get off to a hot one. Adada just given a bit of width as that ball slanted across and lifts it over the top for 4. Need plenty more of those.
Yeah, good strike. I made mention a couple of big knocks for him during the course of their campaign. And along with Saideep Ganesh, we know how good he is, and so they will really have to bat well. Still 184 needed. Big score put up by the Kingsmen. Big knock from Ramiz Raja, who got 78. And a big appeal, could be a leg by. Not all, says the umpire.
Asking a big question, Muhammad Ilyas. This would feel high just based on the shot selection. And yeah, probably is. Maybe even sliding down leg, or slightly askew from how we're looking at it. But again, Ilyas, very passionate cricketer. He's going to give an appeal for every opportunity, even if it's just a 1%er.
And Aman, I made the point previously that all of the teams we've seen here, especially looking for those late addition of points, I made the point that all of them have won at the Atlanta Open. You look at Kingsmen, they won in 2023. And you look at Clarion Eagles, who we saw play earlier on. They're the defending champions from 2024. And we saw Atlanta Lightning, they won in 2021. So all these teams clamoring to be at the top of the table have enjoyed success at the Atlanta Open. Another big appeal. Ilyas is begging now. And they scamper through for what could be another leg by. It's all happening here in this over from Mohamed Ilyas. May have come off the bat.
Shock from Ramiz Raja and Mohamed Ilyas. They were sold. They were ready to buy a mortgage here. It's hit in the back thigh pad. Don't think there was any bat. Was it sliding over? Ilyas says, what, Umpy? Umpy says, no, Mohamed. Close at 2. It's 14 for none.
Yeah, we saw a very delayed signal of leg by from the umpire. And that is because a lot of questions was asking to the umpires, and you need to respond to the appeal. And now the umpire backpedals back to his mark, and we're ready for over number 3. We've seen a couple of good overs here. One from Zia ul Haq that went for 6, and this one from Mohamed Ilyas. Couple of appeal, and that has also gone for 6. So Zia will continue. Yeah, good delivery to start. The bowling has been good. And the throw, not a direct one. And so Aman, some good bowling start from Zia ul Haq.
One thing I love about this Kingsman team is their energy in the field and the shy at the stumps that they consistently have. They're not shy at all about throwing at the stumps and trying to enforce runouts, And it goes back to something Matthew Hayden said to me during the Major League season. He said they were always taught, as a fielder, it is never your fault if there's overthrows. You should always take a throw. And you can see the pure basics here from the Kingsmen that are always at the best.
Yeah, you're right on that. Hadada can't score. And man, when you look at this Kingsmen unit, they also won at the US Open a couple of years ago. And I recall that they win at the minor league level a couple of years ago. The Kingsmen, no, twice, maybe 5 years ago.
They won minor league cricket in 2024. Back down there in Grand Prairie, and nearly went back-to-back this past year. So, again, it's a very successful franchise. They're pretty new to minor league to begin with. Only, I think, got accepted in 2023. So this was a team that knew what they wanted to do, put together a squad, and brought over the likes of Hassan Khan and reaped all the rewards.
I recall it might have been a couple of years ago. It was overflowing with so much talent. Now listen to this. The Kingsmen brand, or that franchise, was overflowing with so much talent, they had to bring 2 teams to the Atlanta Open. They were both competitive teams that made playoffs.
And it feels like they're going to do it again this year. Well, they have. The Kingsmen are definitely going to qualify after their performance here. And Stallions X, another Kingsman brand, but they've already qualified. So there's a real possibility that looks to be your final.
So short ball. And all he gets is a warning from the umpire that he's bowled 1 short in the over.
Ganesh can't quite believe that this isn't wide. And I don't say I can blame him. That's well over head height. I don't think he's standing up to that.
I think the square leg umpire said he ducked. Well, let's see. Maybe we can have a look at that. Here is Zia. Good quality bowling. So the third over comes to a close. 3 gone and 16 for no loss. So Milind Kumar, the off spinner, has been given the ball. And he replaces Mohamed Ilyas, 1 over from him. Only conceding 6. Can't be anything about that he's given away too many, but we talked about using different bowlers, especially in the early stages with 1 over spell, and here is Milind Kumar.
Spin works, especially in these second innings, and Milind Kumar was so productive yesterday, why not? Took 2 wickets of his own to go along with the 100 runs. So maybe, because he didn't get the 100 today, maybe he's looking for 5.
So while Milind Kumar comes into bowl here, we will kind of release some bit of very good information coming to the Atlanta Open. And hot off the press, Aman Patel. We've got a big West Indian, one of the biggest name in West Indian cricket, coming to the Atlanta Open in for this weekend and also for the grand final. And should we straight away talk who it is, or to allow some bit of suspense before the big revelation of who's coming here? One of the biggest name in West Indies cricket, Aman Patel.
Well, should we go and list some of the statistics? Do we go name first?
Well, one thing for sure. Let me put up one category up there.
Okay.
He was knighted, so he's a sir
He is
for
a
sure.
sir. He's played over 100 tests. He scored over 7,500 runs in those tests. Has a remarkable average of 46.
Oh, bowled him. So the first wicket goes down. Tarun Adada gone. Milind Kumar strikes.
Not the one to reverse sweep. He's so smart, Milind Kumar. Doesn't look to overturn the ball. And you saw here, saw the movement so early from Adada. Darted in quick, yorked him. And no chance to keep that one out with the wrong hand. First wicket goes down. Adada goes for 10. It's 18 for 1. Lenny, I think it's time. I think we have to say the name now, and I'm going to let you do the honors.
Well, folks, he's well known around the world. Led one of the greatest cricket team, they say, back in the 70s and all through the 80s, dominated world cricket back in the days. Led the West Indies pretty well in many series of win. Ladies and gentlemen, we're proud to announce to you, yes, maybe the 1975 World Cup, 1979 World Cup maybe also, yeah, 2 World Cups. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud on behalf of the Atlanta Open to reveal that Sir Clive Lloyd will be coming to the Atlanta Open this weekend.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Again, the star power that this Open attracts, and it should be great to get his insights on what this means for cricket in the States and what he thinks about the standard and quality of cricket down here in Rydal.
So Milind Kumar will continue. Nitish Kumar has come to the middle. And Aman Patel, Nitish Kumar, similar in approach and certainly the way he goes about business like Milind Kumar.
Gets through his overs quickly. Very smart, changes things up, and really is always attacking you as a batter.
Yes, Saidip Ganesh being held to a tight rein here, so the 4th over comes to a close, 19 for 1. So, folks, big news coming out of the Atlanta Open is that Sir Clive Lloyd is heading to the Atlanta region, and he'll be here for the weekend. So, a chance for you to get maybe a photo opportunity with Sir Clive Lloyd. We talked about one of the greatest cricket captain ever in the history of the game. And so a chance for you to get a photo opportunity with Clive Lloyd and get a chance to shake his hand, maybe talk to him. And he's all ready to come down here to the Atlanta Open. Can't wait.
And it's always great to have legends of the game around because they just bring so much insight and so much experience that there's no way you can recreate that. And again, to have Clive Lloyd in these kinds of positions and have him see these cricketers, and if you're a young cricketer, getting to rub shoulders with him at some point would be so beneficial.
So Mohamed Ilyas switches ends. He comes from the far end. And Aman just talking about the legends of West Indies cricket. I know you live in a region in which one resides.
Yeah, Alvin Kali does a lot of coaching out there. I actually got some of my youth coaching done by him back in the day.
Yeah, playing a miss. In fact, a couple of nights ago, we were in the lobby of the hotel and we were talking with Nate Hayes, and he was telling me about the work that Alvin Kalicharan is doing in the Carolinas. And so that's another legend of the game. And yesterday when Shaw Faisal and we were on comm, I was going to tell him, we were talking a little bit about West Indies cricket again. And I was going to tell him a little bit of sad news as it relates to West Indies cricket. This one cracked into the offside. And a couple of runs there for Nitish Kumar. He picks up 2. But we talked about, or I was going to tell him that Bernard Julian, another former West Indies player who played on the great team in the 70s and 80s, passed away this week in Trinidad and Tobago. So certainly our condolences to the Bernard Julian family. I recall about 3 or 4 years ago, we honored Bernard Julian in New York. And in fact, last month, Larry Gomes was also honored in New York. So I've seen them and I've been a part of some proceedings that has happened in New York. Cut away, we'll wait and see, but it's gone away for 4.
Given us bye, so just late movement is why that's considered to have beaten the keeper. A look of disbelief from Saideep Ganesh, but it's just gone straight past everybody, Raiz and Nitish Kumar.
Yeah, they're up to 25 for 1, lagging behind. A run rate that we talked about, 9 something, make that 10. And all of a sudden, man, that has gone up to over 11 runs and over. It's not going to be easy here for the Cardinals. But you get the feeling they'll have to give it their try. We talked about how good Saideep Ganesh and Nitish Kumar is. And you figure that one of these will have to get one of those big innings that we saw that came off the bat of Ramiz Raja.
Yeah, no question. You need one bat to stand up. But more importantly, you need one partnership to stand up. Yes, well, all the heads will turn to Ramiz Raja for his 50. Think about the partnership he put together with Milind Kumar, worth 50. If you can have that from Ganesh and Kumar here, that's how you claw yourself back into this contest.
And they've got a couple of big batters to come still, Bishnoi and certainly the captain Raymond Rifa. Good bowling here from Mohamed Ilyas. He's such a quality bowler. Came very good with the bat in the last over, man. Really added on another 20 plus from always was going to be a very good score posted by the Kingsmen.
It's been a day of the St. Louis Americans on field 1. Abhimanyu Lamba to start, and then Mohamed Ilyas also playing for that Americans franchise in minor league cricket. Both of them having a day in the early part of each match.
Struck and struck well. That's a lovely shot from Saideep Ganesh. Gone away for 4.
Such a wonderful timer of the ball, Saideep Ganesh. That's why he was held in such high regard just a couple of years ago. Took a short break from cricket, but he's returned because he can do things like that. Hold the pose, high elbow, lift it over the top, and let it scurry and hurry down the field. Pick up 6 to close over 5, 30 for 1.
So welcome back, 30 for 1. Hassan Khan comes into the attack. And he will come into Bolton. Nitish Kumar is 30 for 1. Welcome, Shah Faisal.
Thank you very much, Lenny. Well, the equations are getting clearer and clearer as we move into the games. Oh, this has been put away in great style. 1 bounce. Par wants to double check. I think it's 1 bounce. Nitish Kumar really picked up the length very quickly and sends it wide of long on for a boundary.
Yeah, good shot from Nitish Kumar. And Shah Faisal, I spoke about that Milind Kumar and Nitish Kumar, similar in their way that they go about their innings.
Good comeback from Hassan Khan. Yeah, they are both very, very good players. We've seen earlier what Nitish Kumar can do at the international level. Good use of the feet. Probably not off the meat of the bat, but just enough on it to get it over the fence. Second boundary of the over. taking Hassan Khan on. This is good proactive batting.
I like this. I like this from Nitish Kumar. One of the few batsmen we've seen around Shah Faisal that will come down to the spinners and get those shot in. That's well played.
Mid-on is up, so he's taking on the challenge. Running hard. And comes back for the second. That is very good running. Bonner was deep. And that ball took a long time to get to him. So 2 were on and they capitalized. Just before the power plays ended, they really pushed along. And want to make a serious challenge towards that target. Nicely bowled slower in the air. Made Nitish Kumar wait for it. Power play gone. It's a 40 for 1.
We go come, Missy. Missy, you're cutting.
Field 5 will be top of this group. So they will get a bye tomorrow and will progress directly to the semi-final. Kingsmen, assuming they win their game here, Cardinals would need to score more than 94 to edge out Atlanta Lightning on net run rate. They seem good value for that. And assuming Cardinal win this match, Kingsmen need to drag that run chase to 15.4. They are good value for that too. Akhtar Shah starts off with a wide, so it is becoming more and more clear that these two teams are the favorites to qualify on number 2 and 3. Cardinals had a superior net run rate coming into this game, so if they can close down on the margin, they can still end up being number 2 in the group. In fact, Kingsmen will become number 2 if they win. So whichever team actually wins will be number 2 in this group. And Atlanta Lightning will be edged out on net run rate. And if that is the case, tomorrow's fixture list, Stallion X will be going against B3, which at this stage looks quite likely that it will be the Cardinals. That will be the morning game. And the evening game will be Seattle Thunderbolts and Kingsmen, more than likely, is the equation for that. The action has continued into over number 7. Nothing much happening for the first 2 deliveries of Akhtar Shah, a wide and a single. So Lenia Chabar, things becoming clearer and clearer.
Yeah, we certainly come down to the business end, as they would call it. Then we'll have the presence of Sir Clive Lloyd here for the weekend Shah Faisal.
Yeah, I heard that. Very, very exciting news for all the fans. If you live in and around Rydell, Atlanta, head your way to the Paramveer Sports Complex on Sunday. It will be the big final of Atlanta Open. Plenty of razzmatazz, plenty of good action. Beautiful weather around as well. Plenty of food and hospitality awaits you. And so does Sir Clive Lloyd. What an opportunity. And this is untidy. This is untidy. Yeah, I was hearing what you're talking about, Sir Clive Lloyd with Aman, and obviously you come from that part of the world, and your early childhood, you must remember that great team under Clive Lloyd, and what a time that would be to be a Caribbean cricket fan. You're just beating everyone at will, left, right and center.
Yeah, the fact is, Clive Lloyd was at the helm. Shaw Faisal, he was not just a player. He led them, and you wonder why. You wonder why that there's been nothing comparable to the legacy that he has left with our West Indies team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, things were troubled before Sir Clive took over for the West Indies team. It took him a little bit of time to gel those great players into a unit. And when they did, the rest of the world just sat back and took notice. And that reign of success continued almost 18 to 20 years.
Yeah, dominating a couple of decades for the West Indies, and they'll tell you that it goes down as one of the greatest sporting domination by across any sport ever in the world, and that was the West Indies team back in the days of Clive Lloyd. Into the hands of the fielder, and it looks like Nitish Kumar is gone, 45 for 2.
Yeah, Saad Ali, the skipper, at mid-wicket, takes the catch, and the wicket has fallen. Big burly Akhtar Shah finally gets one in the right area. Nitish couldn't get underneath it, couldn't get the elevation, and it went straight to the safe hands of Saad Ali. Another nail in the coffin of Cardinals. It's been one dominant performance from the Kingsmen as Nitish Kumar walks back. And it's 46 for 2. There's no scoring on the app.
So we're right. Oh no, Saidi Plek is up.
Nitish is still there. The score is not even right.
Okay, you go down spot.
What is yours? 45 for 2?
Yeah, but I got out somebody now. Alright, go, let me see what they have.
The required run rate is 11.54 in 13 overs. That's quite a long way to maintain that kind of run rate. Looks like it's Bishnoi who's the new man in. You can't keep Hassan Khan away from action. He is the star man. Just hit 1-6 and out, but with the ball in hand, he's prolific. Usman Qadir, big grin on his face. I'm pretty sure he will be seen at the bowling crease pretty quickly. Extra layers from everyone at Coolish Paramveer. Up and over. That is a glorious stroke. Off the back foot. Just lifting the ball over the infield. 50 has been brought up. 52 now.
Yeah, good looking shot from Nitish Kumar. So Nitish Kumar is still out in the middle. It was Saidib Ganesh that got dismissed Shaw Faisal. Now they go through for another run. Still pressure on the Cardinals. As we saw an onslaught, some big knocks from Ramiz Raja, Saad Ali, Milind Kumar, and towards the end, Mohammad Ilyas. And this is going to be a tough one here for the Cardinals. They require 143 to win.
Hassan Khan was disappointed to concede that boundaries. Dropped back onto immaculate line and length. Got a bit of a taping on his right hand. Might have gotten a knock. It done 55 for 2. Catch up a little bit with the rhythm. Here comes the Bollywood hero. Oh, he changed quickly. Faji, well done.
So 55 for 2 at the end of it. Still a long way to go. Shaw Faisal, they're asking at 11. They're asking 11.7. And we talked about when you don't get an over close to 11, it goes up to 12 and then 13, and then it becomes awfully difficult. Akhtar Shah will continue.
At the moment, they'll be looking at 94, that first post that they want to conquer to make sure they qualify. Will like to come back for the second, and they do. Yeah, that 94 means that they will edge out Atlanta Lightning. Even if they lose this game, they'll have a better net run rate. And then they can start afresh tomorrow. Oh, we all know this man, don't we, in the blue?
Yeah, I wonder where he has been. Haven't seen him all day. Maybe he got a morning off, but we haven't seen him, and he needs to report to us what he's been doing all day. Into the offside. Lovely shot from Nitish Kumar. And he's got a bag full of talent and a great repertoire of shots. Nitish Kumar.
I thought you were talking about Brian, that he's got a great amount of talent. Just lifted it over with the bottom hand. Bonner quick across the turf, came around and prevented the boundary. Akhtar Shah, wholehearted cricketer. He gives it his all, puts a lot of effort into his deliveries. Big, strong lad. Got big on Nitish Kumar. Not really a short delivery, but it climbed on him. He watched it well, though. Very well played, Nitish.
Yes, Shaw Faisal. And I heard you mention something that we have seen in this tournament, that you were kind of surprised when we saw a bowler by the name of Srikant Dhaka, who was bowling a little bit of medium pace. We haven't seen that for sure. And you look at Akhtar Shah, it's either quick or we've seen spin.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been not a lot of military medium pacers. Not the kind of pace that Srikant was bowling. Although Aman Patel came up with the answer of Fani Samadri, but I think he's a freak. He has his own category. We need to think and invent a category for him.
Yes.
He doesn't fall into fast bowlers, medium pacers, or spinners.
Yeah, you're right on that. 59 for 2. Cracked away into the offside. A chase here for the fielder. I'm gonna run around well. Couple of runs here for Nitish Kumar. Quality player. We talked about Nitish Kumar, the distinction of having played for 2 nations. Shaw Faisal.
Yes.
And I talked about the Corey Anderson game, in which the question was asked at the Cricinfo level, has that been the only time when 2 debutants for 2 nations batted at the same time? They were in the middle at the same time.
What a coincidence. But they both are enjoying their second homecoming, playing for USA.
Yeah, looking to go big down the ground. Gets an inside edge, and that will complete over number 9. So 9 gone is 62 for 2. They're chasing 196.
Blessings, everybody, blessings.
Yeah, part of the thing, and I was wondering where Brian Walters was. Who give this gentleman a day off? Shaw Faisal?
I think he will contest that. He would say that he was working very hard, which I doubt. He never works hard. He enjoys, and he never make it feel like he's working. He's just having fun. They've had a field day at field 5. They're returning because their duties have finished over there. Kulesher made sure that Brian and Nate didn't have to work too hard. 6 overs, all it took for the run chase for the Clarion Eagles. Clarion Eagles are top already. Kingsmen. They need 94 to qualify. Cardinals. They will be number 3. Even if they lose, they score 94, they will qualify.
So Milind Kumar, the off spinner, continues. Picked up 1 so far, got a wicket of Tarun Adada. And he comes in here, Shaw Faisal, with a long way to go for the Cardinals. They've played well in this competition, but they're steering a very stiff one here. Still 134 to win.
Ziaul Haq will pick up the pieces, just a single. Nitish Kumar will enjoy bowling to the left-hander, Bishnoi. Atlanta Paramveer Sports Complex has been a proud host of this Atlanta Open 2025. An absolute picture. This will be the only field used tomorrow, field 1. Aerial, but in the gap. It's all the actions coming to the knockout stage. Only field 1 will be used, and happy to announce that the Sports 360 production will get even better with more bells and whistles, the introduction of line calls, added camera angles. I don't think that Kingsmen are minding those singles at this stage. Yeah, but something to look forward to as the crunch games comes. The broadcast is going to go up a notch.
Yeah, we've seen a good over from Milind Kumar. And the parking lot will get busier tomorrow.
The view you just saw, if you can have another look, that was Clarion Eagles. Happy because they'll be leaving back to their hotel knowing that tomorrow they can have an off day. Another dot here, Bishnoi. Three of 5 deliveries, Nitish Kumar 32. Threaded it through just for a single to close out over number 10. It's 65 for 2 after 10.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is globbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
Wicket has fallen. It's 68 now, and this run chase for the Cardinals is not going to plan. Usman Qadir with the wicket. Bishnoi was facing. Nitish Kumar just charged down. You don't want to take a chance against Hassan Khan, and he had to pay the ultimate price. Nitish Kumar walks back for a well-made 34, and it's 68 for 3. It's quite contentious that Ramiz's gloves were pretty close to the stumps, but umpire Ravi made the call, and wicket has fallen. 94 still the magic number for Cardinals. Three wickets down. Still no panic, but they would want to get over that figure as soon as possible, and then they can take it easy. Even if they don't win, they can just regroup tomorrow and start again. That last 5 overs of their bowling innings really hurt them, and it could be demoralizing. There were no balls, free hits, massive sixes by lower order. Googly from Usman Qadir, misdirected again. Let's push the slip back now. He had slipped for one delivery and then slipped in the googly, trying to deceive the batter, but couldn't land it on correct line.
Yeah, Ankur Kasal comes to the middle here. Still a long way to go. Bowled him. So Usman Qadir comes into the attack and makes an early impression. Kasal gone. 69 for 4.
Well, Usman Qadir is a wicket taker. We all know that. And he went around the legs. Yeah, he went back in the crease, but couldn't manage it, couldn't negotiate it. The leg stump was pegged back. Early exit. And the wickets continue to tumble here. Went right back, but couldn't line that delivery up from Usman. It's 69 for 4 now.
Here.
Big googly and a big shout. He just got himself outside the line. You'd feel that was a perfect googly from Usman Qadir. Stride just saved Maruthi. He's gone straight up. Oh, it lands between the two fielder. Akhtar Shah coming in. Breakdown in communication. It was probably Akhtar's catch because he was coming straight into the ball.
Yeah, kind of surprised that Akhtar Shah did everything well to get close to the ball. Just the arms out. And perhaps a little push. And in the end, falls in no man's land. But look at this again. He came in. Why you stop? And in the end, it goes for a single. Ball into the offside from Bishnoi. And you get the feeling Shah Faisal is The bowling is on top. They're asking 13 runs and over.
Yeah, and you must have noticed, and our viewers must have noticed as well. I talked about the upgrade in broadcast for tomorrow's games. You already see extra angles, extra replays as well as 11 has been completed, 71 for 4.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
Continues. Usman Kadir continues. In fact, no. Shah Faisal, we talked about as commentators at time. How many times you've seen a bowler go to the mark? You line him up, 74 for 4. You line him up to get bowling, and then the captain say, "Oh, hold on a second. I've got another plan."
Well, I think they realize now that the game is pretty much in the bag. So Aryan Satish has been given the ball. And just allowing him some game time with the ball on this big stage here at Atlanta Open.
And Shah Faisal, we talked about these younger players. These are very big moment for them. television broadcast. You're going globally around the world, and this is their sort of like major league. This is their time.
You think back in time. I'll come back after this ball. Think back in time to the first Atlanta Open or the first edition of minor league, or even that exhibition season that you may remember. Quite a few players that featured in those early editions have gone on to make the grade onto the major league stage, onto the USA national side. So the journey, it starts from here, from these big tournaments. That is your first step into big thing. Here you can come in and realize what is the competition like. What do you have to make the grade? And if you make that realization as a youngster, I'm sure there's plenty of help available with great coaching, great pathway structures available. A lot better than what they were 5 years ago.
Swept and swept well. That's a good looking shot from Reddy. Gone for 4.
He got hold of that. Timely boundary. The run scoring had been reduced to just singles, but this is a good shot. Got the foot down, hands way out in front. Now the reverse. Chase is on. It is hold in. Just a couple of runs, but good improvisation. Good proactive batting from Maruti. Getting closer to that 94 now with only 9 needed. And Atlanta Lightning fans, if they were watching, it would pretty much be the feeling of resignation to the fact that this one got away from them.
Yeah, cut away into the offside. And that will complete over number 13. So 13 gone. It's 84 for the loss of 4.
86, they said.
So when I mentioned Maruti, his name is Reddy. So 13 gone, it's 84 for 4. We come down to 112 needed. Usman Qadir gets another ball. And we talked about Shah Faisal. We talked about Usman Qadir's dad. And maybe when Clive Lloyd comes, we'll probably have a little chat about how good was Abdul Qadir.
Definitely, and Kingsmen, if they happen to be involved, that'll make it more appropriate. Bowled him. Quicker through the air, Usman Qadir with all his variations. And when the pressure is off, he's really showing off his skills. Second wicket for the leggy.
Yeah, faster ball. Maruti ready. Simply no answer was coming down. Got that part right. But look at the quickness of this delivery. A very quick delivery onto the stumps from Usman Qadir. It's 84 for 5. Raymond Reefer comes to the middle. And the irony is, Shah Faisal, even if when you get into a playoff, it doesn't matter where you're ranked or where you play. That's a different tournament. Now you win, you go home. And I've seen in my time, team barely squeeze into the playoff. They go on to win it. You never know.
Yeah, the team that gets the harder path into the knockout stages, they're battle hardened. They would have gone through tough situations. They've endured defeats. They would have to have the feeling of bouncing back. How does it feel? They would have to have characters, more than one or two, to have come good during the tournament to rescue them. And that all helps when you get into the knockout stages. Slip in place. Starts off with a big leggy. We've seen that Usman has done that to batters.
And Shah Faisal, when you look at Usman Qadir, he does remind me of another bowler in international cricket who's a right-arm leg spinner, by the way, Imran Tahir.
Imran Tahir actually was coached by great Abdul Qadir, and he was a big fan of him. He actually idealized Abdul Qadir. So you can see canny similarities between their run-ups. Have a look at that. Very similar. Now that the slip was removed, he slipped in the googly, trying to stay one step ahead of the batter. Yeah, very similar, Imran Tahir and Usman Qadir, the actions. Bouncing run-up. Good leg spinners bring so much drama into the action. It's bowled him. The wrong uns and the leg breaks. And the batters have no idea which way it's spinning. Usman Qadir with yet another wicket. Third for the innings. And this innings is going pear-shaped now. That was a ripping leg break. And still 9 away from that 94 target. The qualification is not secured yet for the Cardinals. 87 for 6.
Yeah, Usman Qadir with another wicket here. And he's now bowling at 3 for 4, Shah Faisal. 3 for 5. And you can't blame the batsman at this stage asking for 18 runs and over. What do you do as Parth Patel comes to the middle?
Well, I can tell you Parth Patel was a hero here. About 2 weeks ago for Atlanta Fire, they were locked in a very tight battle with Baltimore Royals for the top spot of the group, the South Division. And he came up with a precious 6 in the last over to take the game for Atlanta Fire. So this boy can play. It's a completely different situation and a different environment at the moment.
Fact is, he's facing up to one of the best in the business around here. 14 gone, it's 85 for 6.
Atlanta Lightning still hanging on to the hopes of qualification. You'll be hoping for those 4 wickets to fall before 7 runs are scored. The body language of Cardinals is really dismal at this stage. You would have thought they just, from the get-go, were looking just for qualification, and sometimes that kind of strategy can come back and haunt you. Nervy dugout for the Cardinals. If we can have a look. All set in together, nervously waiting and counting down for those runs. That will help. Kingsmen all of a sudden have found an extra yard in the field. Couple of good saves. And run scoring is not easy here for Cardinals.
So Aryan Satish will continue. Couple of right-arm leggies here. Shah Faisal, Usman Qadir, and now Aryan Satish. And these bowlers are always slippery. It's one of the things in T20 cricket. You don't get a chance to really settle down and really fight them off. And it's always to their benefit, Shah Faisal, that you've got to play shots. It's a game that is so short, limited deliveries, and you've got to bat and secure a very good strike rate. Parth Patel, Raymond Reefer. Kind of surprised that Raymond Reefer came maybe a tad late, maybe one position later than I thought.
Goes big, Raymond Reefer. And a telling blow. And that seals the deal for Cardinals in terms of qualification from this group. They've edged past Atlanta Lightning. Atlanta Lightning suffered a huge defeat, and that meant that Cardinals didn't have to do much more than to get to 94. Big swing of the arms, Raymond Reefer. He's a fierce striker of the ball. And now may decide to have a little bit of fun before tomorrow's big game.
Yeah, capable batter. We've seen him play at the top level and was not too long ago playing Test cricket for the West Indies. So comes in here. His leadership has brought the Cardinals down to a playoff berth. And Shaw Faisal, the rest is up to how they perform. Some really top teams in here. 15 gone. It's 98 for 6.
Usman Qadir. Bonner gets in on the act. A single. Good experience for Parth Patel to play Usman Qadir and see all his variations from close quarters.
So 99 for 6. On the verge of getting to the 3-figure mark. The run rate has gone up to 20 and over, Shaw Faisal.
Yeah, the result is a foregone conclusion already, I think. Parth Patel swings hard but misses the leg spinner. Plenty of turn for Usman Qadir.
Yeah, this is where it gets interesting for the younger players. Shaw Faisal, who's upcoming, and established bowlers. Steered away. Good looking shot from Parth Patel. Brings up the 100 in the process. So it's 101 on the board. They still need 95 to win.
Yeah, you're right about youngsters having dreamt of playing at international level, and second next best thing is to face international cricketers. Well, Parth Patel decided to give the charge to wily Usman Qadir. A beautifully flighted leg spinner turned and gripped away from Parth Patel, who is left stranded. Ramiz has done the rest behind the stumps. Can't fault the youngster for trying to express himself, but came second best.
Yeah, it's a typical way for leg spinners to get you out. They'll tease you with a ball that you can come down and take out of the park. Look at that.
Beautiful.
And then the dip, the drift, and the turn, of course, and good wicket keeping will send you packing.
Fourth wicket for Usman Qadir. Have a look at that flight. He threw it way up above the eye line, but how quickly it dropped and left Parth Patel stranded. That is a classic piece of leg spin bowling right out of the top drawer. Four for 10 for Usman Qadir.
Yeah, his second time. Did he get a 4-wicket haul, I think, yesterday or the other day before, or maybe a 3?
3 wickets yesterday.
So Cameron Hotak comes to the middle, and we talked about a current run rate that has gone to 21.9.
Got 2 slips in. Looking to slip in that sharp googly. Too full. Wouldn't allow it to spin past. Kamran puts bat to ball, and it is a 101 for 7 after 16.
Satish continues. Massive strike from Raymond Reefer, and it's gone for a big maximum.
Well, Reefer wouldn't mind that time in the middle before the all-important game tomorrow. Similarly, flighted delivery from Satish, but didn't have that drop that we saw from Usman and Reefer. Strong striker at the ball. Into the grey skies of Rydell. Cardinals need to finish this strongly here, especially the skipper, to take some confidence into that game tomorrow. Looks like they will be coming up against the Stallion X, another formidable unit with big players. And Kingsmen will be taking on white ball. Yeah, Kingsmen will be taking on the Thunderbolts in the afternoon game. Cardinals will have to iron out their execution towards the back end of the innings with the ball. That is the area which make them secure that victory against Eagles on the opening day. Valuable time for the lower order in the middle. Kamran will appreciate time in the middle, because in that game tomorrow they may need all of their resources to come good to find a way through past the Stallion X.
And Shah Faisal, we saw what happened today. I think they had control of the game up until probably the 15th over. And when I say control, it was still about 7-8 runs and over. You expect that to be when you're playing T20 cricket. Oh, that's a good shot into the deep. Fielder has both hands to it, doesn't hold on, and so one goes a begging.
That's Ilyas. Probably first sign of Kingsmen slipping up with their standards just a little bit. Ilyas, generally an outstanding fielder, probably wasn't quite ready.
Yeah, ball punched into the offside, so that will complete the 17th over. So 17 gone, 113 for 7. Yeah, Mohamed Ilyas, ball went straight, but it was dying. Shah Faisal, very flat, and it's traveling quickly. Usman Qadir will finish up here, and he's going Probably going for another one here. 4 wickets for Usman Qadir so far. And he comes in here with 83 to win. They've got 3 overs at their disposal.
And Usman Qadir will look to add to that tally of wickets. 3 yesterday, 4 today. Good contest between him and Raymond Reefer. Mid-on, mid-off, both up in the ring for Reefer. Usman looking to buy a wicket. That's been thumped away. Milind Kumar picks up the ball and a couple of runs for Reefer. Interesting the way Usman has kept the field up, throwing the challenge to Raymond Reefer. Hardly ever we see that when there is any kind of pressure on the situation. Now, having said about his aggressive intent, Usman has sent the long on back, Hassan Khan. Well, that was a loopy full toss. And Reefer has put him away.
Yeah, just wondering if it's a little too late. And the big question is why we didn't see Reefer a notch or 2 higher up, Shah Faisal. 75 now to win, and Reefer looks pretty solid out in the middle there.
He looks in good nick. That's good news for Cardinals, because he will be required tomorrow. Like I said, they would need all their resources, and the skipper is probably the most equipped to handle any kind of pressure that will come their way in that knockout game tomorrow. Umpire, in the meantime, wanted to check the ball as it landed on the concrete outside of the railing behind the side screen.
Yeah, turned into the onside. We saw along the way Raymond Reefer did get a big knock of 70. And we saw earlier on Taruna Dada along with Saidib Ganesh at the top of the order. 3 came. Nitish Kumar came at 3. Bishnoi came at 4. And I'm surprised Ankur Castle came at 5. Maruti Reddy came at 6. And then Reefer at 7. And when that happened, Shah Faisal, you get the impression that Cardinals felt, well, at that point they never had a chance in the game. Why would you feel like that? A lot of time you see batting order changed because of the amount of runs posted on the board. For all intent and purpose, probably you would have want Reefer to come even higher than he batted typically.
Yeah, I thought, like I said earlier, probably they set the stall out in this game for qualification only, seeing what was happening around in other games and give a go to some of the youngsters. Big whirlwind action from Usman, just like his dad used to do in the latter part of his career, to bowl a different kind of googly. Usman is done. 4 for 21. Another good spell of bowling from the top class leggy. And it's 125 for 7 with 2 to go.
So Aryan Satish Cameron Hotak drives down the ground. And the 19th over has begun here. Shaw Faisal, 70 to win. Reefer has batted well. And we talked about, is it a lot too late?
Too late for today, but never too late for whatever is left in the tournament. Time in the middle is precious in any situation. Especially if you can expand yourself like that. Making those long levers into play. That was very wide. He did well to reach out. But then to get the connection, to get it over the top. Absolutely sensational.
Yeah, it's really a shot of power. Look at that. Reaching for it. And the ball stays with the same amount of power as if you got close to it. So sometimes, whether you get close to the ball or not, it works for some batter. It certainly worked for Reefer.
A very strong bottom hand grip. Chance, direct hit. We haven't seen many direct hits today. Reefer will come back for the second. Yeah, there's been plenty of attempts from as close as 10-12 yards out, but other than that one Hassan Khan direct hit, I haven't seen many.
So 9 innings over from the young Aryan Satish. And look at that. Reefer tees off. And when he does, it goes far. And it goes out of the playing area by a long way.
Yeah, it almost gone to Highway 411. Look at the fielder. Chasing it down. Bringing it back. Second 6 of the over. Similar looking shot from Reefer. Lands way over the railing.
Yeah, he's up to a big knock so far, Raymond Reefer.
It's important for the captain, and he's showing that he's in good form. So Stallion X will be watching this, and they will know that in this lineup, alongside Nitish Kumar, Raymond Reefer is the man that they want to see the back of. Having said that, Aryan Satish was given the opportunity to bowl his 4 overs. Great learning curve for the youngster. Not figures to be proud of, but definitely will be better for the experience.
You're right on that. Look at that. Off the back foot and still has the power to go long. They come back for a couple of runs. And it's important also, Shaw Faisal, the likes of Aryan Satish, bowling in tandem with one of the best around, Usman Kadir.
Yeah, definitely. It's the other side of the coin as well, that you're sharing with the most experienced and seeing them at their best from close quarters. Great learning.
So the 19th over comes to a close. It's 143 for 7. 143 for 7.
They've got some respectability.
So Milind Kumar.
Thank you. Well done. Always a pleasure, buddy. Thank you.
Ball into the onside, and so Milind Kumar continues here. And so we come down to 5 balls remaining. That will end this game. And from the look of things, it looks like Kingsmen will be on their way again. Shaw Faisal, only 1 loss in the series so far. We saw it yesterday. Other than that, they have been flawless. So Rifa goes up to 45. And we come down with 3 balls remaining.
Well held, Hassan Khan. He timed his jump to perfection. Earlier on in one of those games, we saw that Krishnamurthy was defeated by that bounce, same side of the ground. Rifa has got himself off strike with 1 ball to go. Not too worried about getting to a 50. Well, this time it's Kamran. Chance taken. Ziaul Haq. What a wonderful catch. Towards the fag end of the game, he was still alert enough, ready enough for the situation and took a very, very good catch. Kamran, who had a good partnership with the skipper, decided to join in on the fun before the game was called off. Last delivery, and Ziaul Haq took a fantastic catch.
So, a margin of defeat here for the Cardinals by 47. And it's the Kingsmen with another win in the bag. Saw a good knock earlier on from the likes of Ramiz Raja, Saad Ali.
Who do you want player of the match? It was
Rami set it up, Usman came and bowled anything. It was always one had it off there, I think. So, good gesture by the players. The customary handshake, Shah Faisal, but another good game for the Kingsmen. Another W in their columns as they march into the playoffs starting tomorrow. And you had a good sense of what will happen in the morning and the afternoon.
Yeah, now we know the lineup is complete. 47 runs, the margin of victory for Kingsmen. Never in doubt after that platform was set by Ramiz Raja and the flurry by Ilyas. This run chase never got going. Nitish Kumar, though, looked very good. That is good for Cardinals. He will be required tomorrow. So did Raymond Rifa. 46 not out. Had a good outing. Time in the middle, although the result didn't go their way. But they know that they are in the mix for the qualification for the big semi-finals. Tomorrow's playoffs. And they did just enough to get them over the line ahead of Atlanta Lightning on net run rate. 148 they managed.
Yeah, the Kingsmen bowling, of course, led by Usman Qadir. Look at that, 4 for 21. Mesmerized the batting, who was always looking to score big at a time in which they always were in requirement of upwards over 12 and 13 runs and over. And in the end, 148 for 8 at the end of their 20 overs. Summary of what has happened. The Kingsmen posted 195, built around a big knock of 78 from Ramiz Raja. And we also saw Milind Kumar getting 28. 23 for the other batsmen. And then now we come down to what has happened here. So folks, Kingsmen, they are champions. And we saw a good knock also along the way from losing captain Raymond Rifa. So we'll hand it over to Shah Faisal. He's got Raymond Rifa alongside him.
Thank you very much, Lenny. Raymond, it didn't go to plan. Where did it went wrong?
I thought we didn't utilize the wicket as good as we should have while bowling. I thought we bowled too many full balls, and we saw the result of that. Last over, they're going for 27, I think. So it was really a long shot.
Yeah, for the most part of that bowling innings, you did execute your skills pretty well. It's just last few overs, it got away from you.
Yeah, in the back end, we probably could have used utilize the conditions a lot better, made them try to hit to the bigger side, which I thought was the smarter thing to do. But we didn't do that. We didn't execute that well.
All right, but the ultimate goal was qualification, and you did qualify. 94 was the magic number to get past to in terms of getting ahead on the net run rate, so you did qualify. Personally, Nitish Kumar played a good knock, spent time in the middle, yourself looked good, so that is a couple of positives going into tomorrow.
Yeah, a few positives going into tomorrow, which is good. We just need to build on them now, look at where we went wrong and how we could get better between now and tomorrow.
And I guess it doesn't matter how you got there, but now you got there and it's a fresh start. Every team starts on a blank sheet.
Yeah, everyone starts on a blank sheet, so may the best team win.
All right. All the best, Raymond, and well played yourself in batting today, and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shaw Faisal. And we've seen an enthralling game, a commanding display of good play from the Kingsmen. They win by 47. But here's a look at the quick highlights of the Central Cardinals team. We saw earlier on a couple of big strikes from Tarun Adada. And then we saw the bowling of Zia ul Haq. He was quite pacey at the top of the order. Big appeal earlier on. Saidib Ganesh. And Tarun Adada got them off to a decent start, but trying to play a reverse shot. Tarun Adada first went off the bowling of Milind Kumar. Mohamed Ilyas continued, and Nitish Kumar, who batted at number 3, looked pretty well. Some lofted shot into the onside. And things were looking good at one point for this team. Using his feet nicely is Nitish Kumar. And worked the spinner on pretty well. They always was in the hunt. Akhtar Shah came into the attack, and straight away he got the wicket. And then later on we saw the likes of Bishnoi, who came into the middle, batted in the middle of the order, but you always get the feeling they were always going to hunt for 10, 11 and 12 runs and over. And once we saw the introduction of Usman Qadir, it was trouble here for the Cardinals. Look at that, ball in the air, falling between two fielders. And Usman Qadir will go on to get 4 wickets in this match. We saw some consolation boundaries along the way. And Maruti Reddy played a couple of big knocks, but Usman Qadir continues to fight on. Bishnoi went. Raymond Rifa came out, and I got the feeling that he came a little too late, slammed a quick 40-something, really hammered the ball to all parts of the ground. But young player came out, and they all suffered at the hands of Usman Qadir. Rifa looked confident, striking the ball several times outside of the park. But in the end, the likes of Aryan Satish got a little bit of ball. But it was always going to be tough here for the Cardinals. In the end, the Kingsmen came out victorious. And towards the very end, we saw a couple of strikes also off the bat of Cameron Hotak. So, folks, there you have it. Kingsmen, they win by 47 runs. And now for the player of the match, we'll send it over back to Shaw Faisal.
Much, Lenny. Time to do the player of the match honors, and for his fantastic knock it is Ramiz Raja, and it's my privilege to introduce to you the presentation party. Hassan Tariq, the proud owner of Atlanta Fire franchise and also the chairman of Atlanta Open, he will present the medal to our man of the match, Ramiz Raja. Ramiz, we spoke at the halfway stage. It looked good, and the execution with the ball was good as well.
Yeah, actually, spinners bowled pretty well, and I felt like pitch was helping them a bit, but their control and the way they bowled, I think it was a good show.
And job done as far as the qualification is concerned. Probably you're not getting the off day that everyone wanted, but still satisfied with the progress of the team.
Yeah, we do actually. Off day, we all wanted it, but it's fine. We are here to play cricket, and we are playing some good cricket here. And it's good to have one extra game to see things around and give chances to everyone. But yeah, looking forward for tomorrow's game.
And personally, like we spoke earlier as well, you played fantastically. the conditions here, the pitches and everything. Atlanta Open, as an overall experience for you, you've been coming here for many years. How do you find this tournament as a whole?
Actually, it's getting better every year. Pitches are really good this year, and the conditions, the ground condition, and the management. Hats off to them. I think it's one of the best tournaments in the whole US right now, and congratulations to them for organizing such a tournament.
Thank you, Ramesh, and congratulations to you as well for a fantastic knock. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And you have it, Lenny. I'll have to come back to you, and it's over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Shaw Faisal. So here is the look of what we've got in store for tomorrow. 6 teams will qualify for the playoffs starting tomorrow. And of course, let's talk about Group A. Atlanta Fire will get a day off tomorrow, and Stallions X and Seattle Thunderbolts will cross over. With Group B, Clarion Eagles will get a day off, and it's the Kingsmen and Central Cardinals will be in action. For all the fixtures and all the highlights of what has happened today, you can go on to MLC Network and see all the highlights and see all that has happened today. If you want to go for the scorecards and what's happening tomorrow, you can go to PVCC Cricket Clubs and get all the information there. On behalf of the entire production team and Cricket 360, we say goodbye and good evening from the beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. See you tomorrow.